We have the answers and the things. Come meet us and get a complete understanding of our unique all-in-one approach.
I'm Ryan Gallagher in North Carolina, and this is...
How we doing? What's up? We're closing in on Biden taking Georgia. Yes, I have a do-rag on. Leave me alone.
This hour, two important presidential battlegrounds are moving more and more in Joe Biden's direction.
Hold on, I'm setting the thumbnail for this stream.
He has nearly wiped out President Trump's lead in Georgia as more votes are counted, and he's pushing even closer to the president in Pennsylvania tonight. Those are must-win battlegrounds for Trump, and they appear to be slipping away. Meantime, Arizona has moved in a different direction tonight as Biden's lead there has narrowed. Biden needs to win one or two of those states or Nevada to increase his electoral vote count from the current 253 to the
Hey, something went up. I don't have waves, I have twists.
is lagging.
Two-strand twists.
213.
How is Biden going down?
False and
So,
dangerous attacks on
what it looks like is
county that continue.
Biden is going to win.
Here's a key
erase alert.
Look at these three states in Arizona right now. Biden maintains his lead for 2.2% to 48.3%, but the lead has shrunk. He's leading right now by 56,547. 87% of the estimated vote is in 13%.
Trump was leading in Arizona before?
No, never.
In Pennsylvania, meantime, Trump's lead has shrunk dramatically. In Pennsylvania,
God.
63,725 votes. He's got 49.8% to 48.9% for Biden.
Yay!
4% of the estimated vote in Pennsylvania.
Georgia's looking really good.
6% is outstanding. 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. If Biden were to win all 20 of those electoral votes, he would be president of the United States. In Georgia right now, look at this. Trump's dramatic lead, it used to be in the hundreds of thousands, is now only 3,486. 49.4% for Trump, 49.3% for Biden, 99% of the estimated vote is in 16 electoral votes in Georgia. We're watching those streets so close as we walk over to John King at the Magic Wall and second to Jerry.
Really? And from the chair you have that?
Right now, watching what's going on.
And the chair? Women come on to put on the pants then. Put the
I'll
pants.
start by telling you what this building behind me is the state
Um,
capitol in Georgia. Two people who work inside this building are the governor and the secretary of state. They are both.
So it's looking good. It's looking like Biden's gonna take it. Take Georgia and Pennsylvania.
Who are in charge of the
Um,
apparatus.
Trump's lead seems to be like slipping away every minute, every time they come back. Right now, Biden's lead is slightly dwindling in Arizona, but if we lose Arizona, it doesn't matter if we can pick up Nevada, Georgia,
The reason
and
we're so interesting is because
Pennsylvania.
right now Donald Trump is less than 3,500 votes in front of Joe Biden. Doing some very simple math, I can tell you that if Joe Biden gets 61% or more of those remaining votes, those remaining 18,936 votes, he would move in front of Donald Trump. But those aren't the only votes left, and this is a very important point. There are far more than 18,900 votes to count because there are still thousands of provisional ballots to count, including 3,500 here in Fulton County, the largest county in the state of Georgia. The provisional ballots are used for people who go in to vote, and here in Georgia you need to show identification. If you walk in, you don't have an ID, or if you're registered in two addresses and your name's spelled differently, you fill out a provisional ballot, and they make sure it's okay, that you're supposed to vote, and they count it. Usually they'll count most of those. So there's thousands more votes to count. In addition, there's up to 9,000 overseas ballots from expats and military members that are allowed to count as late as tomorrow, and those could also be included in the count. Now, I want to tell you what we're hearing. It's 7 counties here in the state that are part of that 18,936 number. Most of them are from Democratic counties. And one of them is Clayton County, which is where the Atlanta airport is located, south of the city of Atlanta, 5,726 votes. Gwinnett County, which is east of Atlanta, 4,800 votes. And one other county in the Atlanta metropolitan area, Cobb County, 700 votes. There are some votes, and a considerable amount, maybe as many as 20%, from Republican-leaning areas. One of them is Forsyth County, 4,713 votes. That's just north of Atlanta. There's also Lawrence County, which is 1,797, Taylor County 456, and Floyd County 444. So those are the 7 counties that have the 18,936 3,936 outstanding votes, but it's so important to emphasize that you still have these provisional ballots. I also want to tell you something important to know, that the counties have until a week from Friday to certify these ballots. So there's no expectation it's going to be done late tonight or tomorrow. It may take a lot longer, particularly with these provisional ballots. And the state certifies the ballots by the 20th of November, which is still quite a distance away. So the race is very close in Georgia. Joe Biden's got a pace that's greater than 61% picking up these votes when they've been checking out these absentee ballots. He just needs 61% based on this number. But one other thing I want to mention to you, Wolf and John, is this. I spent the election day in Ohio. I spent time here. I've been with hundreds of election workers in local states. There are thousands of election workers across this country. They are Republicans, they are Democrats, they are independents, they are good Americans. We as journalists can take the disrespect from politicians. We're used to it. But it hurts me, it pains me to see the disrespect, the anger from politicians directed towards this process. When we see these amazingly noble people working during a dangerous
Politicians, he means Trump.
That our elections are fair and safe. It's hard to watch.
Very well said, Peter. Thank you so much for that. We totally agree with
So
you.
yeah, we'll be going live here.
They're wonderful, decent people.
Hopefully, we'll get a call for Georgia tonight.
Now, Trump is
But I don't think we'll get a call for Pennsylvania or Nevada tonight, but we should get one for Arizona. Actually, no, they said that they should be getting a bunch of stuff from Nevada at like 9 p.m. So
and if he does, he probably
he might.
win that state.
Right, and so some people watching at home are going to say, wait a minute, what do you mean Biden can easily get 60% when right now he's below 50%? But again, we're going to keep making this point because it's important. They're counting now mail-in ballot. Democrats disproportionately voted by mail. Joe Biden has been winning more than 60% of the ballots counted, the mail-in ballots counted in Georgia today. So he just has to keep on the track record he's on. So let's take a look at several. We won't go through them all. But let's look at several of these counties Gary just mentioned. He mentioned Clayton County, Atlanta Airport, south of the city. Again, Joe Biden needs 60%, right? 60% of the votes. Well, he's getting 85% of the votes in this county. This is the largest ballots left, 5,726 ballots right here. But Joe Biden gets 60% of those. He's on track. Right now, he's getting 80% of those. And it's just, I'm sorry, it's just safe logic to say the mail-in vote has been predominantly Democratic. Joe Biden's going to hit that number there. So let's move around and see a little bit more. The county has counted. Whenever you see that, you think, okay.
Try to adjust the camera, I'm sorry.
Joe Biden is going to get
back
where he needs there. So let's move over. This is Fulton County. They're done counting their mail-in ballots. But then you move over here to Cobb County.
What up?
700. So a smaller number. But again, Joe
Not the
Biden
live buffering. Is it buffering still?
Perfectly reasonable to assume that the benchmark for Biden to continue to come back is 60%, more than reasonable to see.
I think it might just be you, because it's good on my end.
Move to some of these other counties. So let's pick one up.
I'm watching the screen back on my computer, so it might just be you.
The smaller number of ballots here, 1,797. So here's the test for Biden. You're matching the metric in the blue county. Can you match it in your red county? Where overall you're only getting 35% of the vote. That is a test. But so far today, he has been leading that. And again, people vote by mail, they stand in line and vote, or they vote on election day. In the vote by mail, even in Republican communities, they're overwhelmingly Democratic. There are Democrats and Republicans who live everywhere in Georgia. And what's happening is we see it all day long. We'll see if it plays out again. We're going to count all these votes for the finish line, but Joe Biden has been.
Yep. So basically, where we are right now is Trump is a fascist, and he is dumb because he encourages his fans not to vote via mail. And now all the people, especially on TikTok, are like, oh, why are so many of the mail-in votes going to Biden? Because the Democrats told everyone to vote by mail, because we don't want to get coronavirus. Republicans tend to think that coronavirus is a myth, thus nothing stopping them from going into the polls. So they went into the polling stations, voted on election night, and now they're shocked that Trump is losing his leads everywhere. Because all the mail-in ballots get counted second. And Democrats were the only ones pushing for people to vote via mail, which is why the votes are going to Democrats. So now we're watching the leads in Georgia and Pennsylvania slip away. And yeah.
Almost 19,000 votes, 18,936. Needs to get 60%. He has been, again, even in these Republican communities doing that, but that's why we're going to count. So what do we have here? 3,486. Again, the president's lead at one point was 200,000, right, in Georgia. So Republicans are saying this is an outrage. It's not an outrage. It's democracy. And I just want to pull out for a minute and go back.
Hey, are you using real phone?
I want to come back to the state of
Can I go
Ohio.
live?
This one's done. He's voting for the president. He won it with a pretty healthy margin. If you were with us Tuesday night, early on, we were saying, wow, Mike Joe Biden in Ohio.
Grab it,
They did
grab
it,
it,
they did it in a
grab
different
it.
order. Pennsylvania and Georgia are trying to mail out
Grab
ballots.
it in.
They did it first in Ohio because the state law allows them to do so, and they posted them first, and Joe Biden pulled out the big lead. And we all thought, oh my God, is there a blue wave? Joe Biden's going to win Ohio. And then they got the election day.
Where's your
And
charge?
Donald Trump pulled ahead in a fair,
You got another
honest,
charge?
anything happened.
Huh?
Got another charge?
Anything happened in Florida. So what we're seeing in these other states
Which
is
charge
just
am I
the
snack,
reverse of
yeah.
the process because
Which
different
charge?
states
For the
move in
iPhone?
different ways. But they're counted
Still
legally
stays in my
as
bag on the
ballots.
floor.
In Ohio on
White
election night, Joe
suitcase.
Biden benefited from the early count. It looked like he was ahead. They run it up. It's a Republican state. They counted it fairly, and they got to the finish line. You make the same point about Florida. That's all we're seeing in Pennsylvania and Georgia now. They're just doing it in reverse order. They decided because they thought they would have no line, didn't have a staff on election day, sent the mail ballots over here. Let's deal with the election day first, and then we will count those ballots. That's all it is. They're all legally cast ballots.
Wait a minute, I can't even go live on TikTok.
So the results are coming in a little differently, but it is a legal count.
Then
I
ban-
just want to check on
Then
this
ban
again.
him.
63,000.
For 7 days. They do that all the time. I don't know why.
Then ban you off TikTok for 7 days.
Yeah.
Why?
Don't know.
Again.
Off of TikTok live. He can't go live. He can still make TikTok, but he can't go live.
Why?
I don't know. TikTok's stupid.
And now they're just counting the
So then ban you for 7 days, and I tell you.
They told me. I just don't know. Like,
Joe Biden's on the pace. Because
What did they say?
the way
it says like it does not meet age requirement, which
The what? Well, you don't meet age requirement to be on it live.
yeah, but you have to be 13.
If they keep coming in.
So what?
TikTok's stupid. They ban people from posting for a certain amount of time for no reason. They ban me from live streaming before.
Why? You're 17-year-old and you have to be 13, right? So what they talking about?
You never know.
We're just watching the content.
Josh is 16.
For the explanation
Oh,
point
it's
on
16.
why does the president want to keep counting out there where he's losing and stop counting here where he's ahead? Because Donald Trump cannot win re-election if he loses those two states. He needs to vote. If he loses either one of those states, Donald Trump cannot win re-election. That's why he's complaining about democracy in action. It's simply, it's.
We are on the brink. We are streaming. Hopefully they give us a call tonight.
If he loses those states, that's why he's complaining.
So we're streaming from now.
And in the states, he's warning there will be a lot of litigation. We may even go to the highest court of the world.
He's trying to get it to the Supreme Court so he can get his justice to rule in favor.
He has a 6-3 majority right now. He thinks because he's president, judges are supposed to do what he says. That's not the way it works. Now, he does have a 6-3 majority in the Supreme Court, but he has to make a case in the lower court that makes it to a higher court, which is what I've been saying all day, whether it's from a Democrat in your community in a race for Doncaster, or the Republican president of the United States in the race for president, don't listen to what they say. You have to put it on paper at some point and file it in the courthouse. Let's see when they do that. If they have any evidence of this fraud, Republicans around the country right now are saying they don't see it. They don't see anything like what the president is saying. Again, you can talk about it all you want. You want to sue? You got to put it on paper, put it in court. You see.
He said throughout these past several months, the only way you could lose if there's a rigged election. He said it once again today. I said if there's a rigged election, they would steal an election, then that was the only way possibly you could lose. He says we think we will win very easily. We'll not win very easily.
Why does everybody in the country is for him go up looking crazy?
The count is
He's
not
very
going in his
stupid.
favor right now, and we're going to finish this to the end. So he sees the trend lines, and look,
What
it's
up?
no more
What up,
about it.
man? How you
They
doing?
have people know the count. They know the map. They have their own data analytics team. They're talking to local Republicans. The reason the president is so hot and so mad is because he's being told if they keep counting these votes, he's likely to lose here and possibly lose there. And if that happens, Joe Biden is the president-elect.
That's why he come out with all
President knows
stuff.
that. He's trying to stop the most tragic
It's
problem.
time to stop people from going.
We have 3,000 votes. We're 3,000 votes away in Georgia.
Potentially go to the Supreme Court.
We should be getting more updates
The will
soon.
of the people from going forward.
We will see that. Look, again, I think in part, let me do a little math here. I think in part, Republicans don't want him to, unless you heard Senator Santorum on our air earlier tonight from Pennsylvania, has won and lost.
How quick
both
do you think
elections in
Trump's going to get
Pennsylvania.
arrested when he loses?
How the Commonwealth
I don't
of
think he's gonna
Pennsylvania
get arrested.
plays out. He's been on the winning side and on the losing side. Republicans don't want the president to do this unless he can show them clear evidence of fraud, right? And so what is the political dynamic? If you have a situation where, let's say you have something like this.
I give him a couple
Well,
months
I'm going to flip this. Let's say you have something like this.
after Joe
And
Biden's
then you
sworn
have
in.
something
A couple months
like
after that.
this and this. And if there were ever to come down to the fact that the president somehow could come out on top here like this, and you have 270 to 268, and Joe Biden's president because of one state, right? I just did one scenario and give you a, if it's just one state, and if you can take one state away, then you might see a lawsuit. What Republicans believe is if it becomes more than that, if Joe Biden, if the track continues, and Joe Biden does something like that, then you're at 306 electoral votes. If the president complaining about one state is not going to change the map in the end, right? So Republicans are hoping that if the map is insurmountable, the president will
Wouldn't that be ironic if he wins like that? Because that's exactly how much he beat Hillary by.
Prove it. Put it on
That's
paper.
exactly how much he beat Hillary by. 306 to 232, and he would never shut up about it. That would be a great way to lose. 1% is like 50,000, right? No, 1% is. Wait, what do you mean? 1% in what state? Because we're behind by 0.1 in Georgia. We're behind by like
Christ.
we're behind by like 1 in less than 1 in Pennsylvania.
Telling the president, calm down, let the
U.S. election is the worst month ever. It shouldn't even be a month. The only reason why it's in Georgia we're only down by 0.1, which is 3,000 votes. And we have 18,000 ballots left to be cast.
Every legally cast ballot. Every legally cast ballot. Look, there is going to be a debate in this country. Republicans believe the president is going to lose. They don't want to talk about that publicly.
Some Republicans.
Chainsaw that he can be.
Not Republicans.
Because of his popularity with the Republican base. Look at this map. Look at this map. You know, Joe Biden has more votes than anybody in American presidential history. You know who the second ranked candidate for president is in terms of total votes ever in an election? It's Donald Trump with 69 million votes. So if you are a Republican, especially in any of those red states, but anywhere in America, it is still very risky to criticize this president because of his popularity with his people. But there is the beginning of the conversation in the Republican Party about the post-Trump Republican Party.
There's around 2 million, 3%, so 1% will be 50K. Yeah, no, we're not down by 1%, we're down by 0.1, 0.1.
Defrauded. He was going to say this never should have
See,
happened.
Trump called for a
Less than 3,000.
Yeah, you see Trump called for a recount in Wisconsin. Yeah, he's not going to get it. And even if he gets it, he lost by over 20,000 votes. And that's not going to switch in a recount.
Republican Party. If he continues on this path, I think you will see more and more Republicans deciding that's a bridge.
I bet you he's probably in a corner in the fetal position.
Institution of our democracy.
Your life
the most
pause.
sacred building in our
Yeah,
democracy.
This has been a day that we've seen such dramatic
battery.
the vote. Let's go through these 4 states that we've been looking at
What-
from this morning.
I hate that
until
happens.
now. If we take a look at these key battleground states, how the numbers have shifted so dramatically.
So let's start in Pennsylvania. And as I do this, we don't get
Yep,
to do this
it's
very often.
over practically.
Sometimes there are
We're
amazing
waiting on
teams
calls.
to help us with this, so I want to thank my team for helping me with this because I think this is very
Why you
helpful to
sitting
show
here
what has
training what
happened here.
on this
That our people
Move.
did a fantastic job here. This is the president as
Move.
Tuesday turned to Wednesday, 12 a.m., midnight, right? The president tells
Move.
more than 500,000 votes in the Commonwealth of
Hey,
Pennsylvania.
over
The
here.
state is a census to his win 4
Move.
years ago.
Go.
He's thinking, I'm on the road to re-election. That looks great in Pennsylvania.
Down.
Then he builds up, he gets to 618,840 votes. It's getting even better as we turn into the morning after the election, Wednesday morning. These are all ballots cast on election day. Then as the count continues, Wednesday 3 p.m., 435,000 votes. Still a very healthy lead, but it starts to shrink. Then by midnight, tonight, 164,000, right? So that's almost 20, no, not quite. We're at 817, checking my watch. It's been a long 3 days. But at midnight, as Wednesday turns to Thursday, it's down to 164,000. Then Thursday 9 a.m. it's still about the same. Then you come down here, it gets to 108, and we keep coming through here, and it gets down to 75. That's 6:30 p.m. And now from there to here.
His lead in Pennsylvania is dropping precipitously high. What up?
Keeps picking up votes.
When I look over here, by the way,
So
it's my computer's
he's,
there.
winning now by 63,725. We're told there's still about another 250,000 mail-in ballots that need to be counted. What does Biden need to do amongst those 250,000 mail-in ballots in order to win Pennsylvania?
If he wins about 53%, 52.7 if you're exact, we'll get.
He's gonna take Pennsylvania. He needs to win about 53% of the mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania to win. He's been winning about 70% of the mail-in ballots
You see
this
that,
time.
and you think, well, Joe Biden can't get 62.7, let's say 63% of the vote. That's the number he's getting statewide. But yes, he can. Yes, he can, because he has been outperforming that metric all day long, because that is all the ballots. That is election day ballots, early voting ballots, and the mail-in ballots that have been counted. But again, as we just showed you when we came down here, into Philadelphia.
Wait, is Nevada being revealed tonight? I hear we're supposed to get a big chunk of votes from Nevada at 9 p.m., which could tell us how the election's gonna go. It's either Nevada or Arizona we're supposed to get that from. I hope it's Nevada.
Well, look here in Pennsylvania, there are less than 10% across the state of these mail-in ballots that are still left to be counted. And in Philadelphia, they are also just churning through these votes. We've told you before, we'll tell you again, they are working 24/7 here in Philadelphia to churn through and to count these mail-in ballots. So they have, about 72,500 still that they are trying to work through. And look, this is a big pot of ballots, as you've noted. The lead in Pennsylvania is shrinking. It's a big deal. They're continuing to work through.
It shows Biden with 264. Yeah, the reason why it shows Biden with 264 is because CNN has still yet to call Arizona.
Was talking to reporters, and she said she felt like they were moving at a good clip. That there was
Which I don't know why. She's won Arizona at
we
this
can
point.
see, overnight or later this evening, who's going to be the leader of Pennsylvania. Obviously, that depends on how close the race is. We're still.
If Biden wins and the trumpets start a civil war, part 2, act like the purge, stay inside, especially if you're from the south. Yeah, no, I'm up north, so I'm good. But if they want to start a civil war, they're not going to win that. They weren't going to win it.
National Guard, Army, FBI, and people with guns that are against
I
them.
mean, if they want to hand a second term to Biden and or Kamala by letting him play Abraham Lincoln, by all means go ahead, because y'all will lose that war. You would just guarantee a second term.
More ballots out of Philadelphia, and both times, Vice President Biden has come in above.
They're real hypocrites. Exactly. They've been saying stop the count in Pennsylvania and stuff all day, but then they say keep counting every vote in Arizona because he could be coming back.
And so you see that 60,000 vote lead right there. The former Vice President.
Like, why do these people, I'm so
They're very stupid. There's a significant portion of the country that is just dumb.
6,000. Money.
What's up?
He's
What up?
already getting 59% if all ballots count, including election day ballots. And so when they count just mail-in ballots, the metric goes up, and Biden overperforms the 58, and he's been getting in 70 and 80% of these ballots as we count them throughout the day. So the trajectory right now is toward Biden overcoming that lead. The trajectory is one thing. We need to do the math and keep counting them. But every time we see more votes out of Pennsylvania, out of Georgia, every time throughout the day today we get more votes, those leads are shrinking. And again, the flip side is the president has kind of dented into Joe Biden's lead out in Arizona a little bit too. But we're counting them both ways. We're just counting votes. And we will follow them wherever they lead us.
And we're following the votes in Georgia. Let's take another look.
Sure.
In Georgia right now.
Georgia is we're gonna get Georgia.
This is since this morning. Let's take a look.
Do I think any other state will flip blue? I think Georgia will turn blue, and I think Pennsylvania will turn blue.
Let's make sure we're on Georgia. We are.
And I think we're gonna hold Nevada and Arizona.
As our starting point. Tuesday's election day. We get to midnight. The counts are progressing in all these states. And you see in
what's up with these lights?
The President of the United States is up by 372,000
one of them turned off.
because remember, just like in Pennsylvania, what they counted first was election day turnout. People who showed up.
Wow.
On Thursday and
Wow.
polling places.
What?
That's what they counted first.
Irvin Baxter, a Trump supporting
Wednesday, the lead comes down. They start counting
evangelical
additional ballots.
pastor who said in March that sex before marriage was the reason behind the coronavirus pandemic has died from COVID-19.
Oh my God! Oh my God! When will these people learn? When will these people learn?
They're counting legally passed ballots, and they moved on to the mail ballots at this point. So then you move down here, 9 o'clock this morning.
A pastor that supported Trump that said sex before marriage was the reason for coronavirus. He died from coronavirus.
Exactly. He must have.
He was 75.
It more than lie.
Just been a steady progression. As these counties, again, Gary Tucker forced 18,930.
I kept trying to explain to people that the reason there's so many mail-in ballots for Biden is Trump literally told his supporters not to vote by mail, and you can go to TikTok and you say the same thing. Exactly, because it's not that complicated. He literally spent the whole time like, mail is fraudulent, vote in person. And he's like, what?
59.2.
We didn't vote by mail? Like.
So again, if the trajectory stays on its current path,
I know you're angry.
Joe Biden.
Mom, did you close the door?
The President of the United States and Georgia. No guarantee of that.
Did you close the screen door?
All day long, without fail. Joe Biden has been on that trajectory. He's heading in that direction. It may change as we count the votes. That's why we're here, and we're going to keep going. But that lead has been shrinking dramatically so which is again why the president is so hot, because when we come back out,
Trump is
President
big mad. He is down bad in these
and he
states.
knows there is no disputing.
Not the Simpsons voice.
His lead is shrinking and shrinking dramatically. Without those two, it's over.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania one more time, because we just got some votes coming in from
Pennsylvania got
Pennsylvania.
more votes.
If you take a look at that, you can see what's going on. I want to let our viewers know what's going on. Bucks County over there. You see what's going on. Right now, we just got about 8,000 votes in. We're told that Biden got 5,837 of those votes, and Trump got 2,863.
2,000.
Trump got 2,863.
Mm-hmm.
Biden got 5,837.
So there's, you see it again. Again, this is the most competitive.
We got 66%
Right.
of the vote that just came.
This is 66.
Yeah.
And so we've been saying all along, Biden has to keep his percentage up, right, in Pennsylvania. I'm going to double check these notes every time. Biden has to get 62.7%. So anything above 62 is good. There's 66.
I'm still live.
This trajectory has been consistent. When the new votes come in, they match him with what he needs. So now
All Biden needs is 13 out of that 18K, and it just look like he's gonna get it. How confident are you? Very.
The numbers just
You push it down a little bit.
Take a
So
look.
let's take this out of the way and come back out to statewide, and there you go. Now we're below 60,000 votes at 58.
58,000 vote lead, just like that.
Consistent, because Biden is consistently overperforming what he needs to perform with in the count of these mail-in ballots.
Done, 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 done.
Sure I can.
No!
Philadelphia. Look, that's
21,000.
Montgomery County, and you come down here to Chester County, and you come over here and you get Delaware County. Again, the suburban core around Philadelphia is the building block of any Democratic win in Pennsylvania. It has to happen right here.
And the numbers are coming in from Delaware County.
Josh,
Biden's doing well.
Josh.
Very well.
Numbers coming in from Delaware County.
Let me pop that up. Do we have the numbers?
Numbers in from Delaware County.
We're told that very encouraging numbers for Biden out of Delaware County. Right now, as soon as we get them, we'll put them up on the screen.
Well, let me get this out of the way, and I can bring it back when we need it. We can just show it as we go. Again,
Why can we have them
this is
smart
where we
boards in
come back
school?
out so you can see this. You see all this red.
Don't
If
you remember that commercial?
somewhere else in the United States or somewhere around the world,
Well,
you would think, okay, President Trump wins Pennsylvania. Look at all that red. He does win, but these are smaller counties. These are Republican counties. You see 16,000 votes with 77%. That's impressive. The president runs it up in rural Pennsylvania. Here's the issue. You come back over here, you just mentioned Delaware County, much more populated. These are the crowded, populated, growing suburban areas around Philadelphia, and you see 184,000 here. So this is if the Democrat is going to win.
Trump's last tweets were taken down for false info. The
The
tweet that I retweeted from his son, Don Jr., when he was like, call us to report your voter suppression and stuff, got taken down for misinformation. Because they're literally just, they're flailing. That's why I named the stream that. Trump flailing as Biden closes in. Because they're just flailing. Authoritarians don't like it that their power is getting challenged.
They talk about this.
Biden got 3,272.
What's that, 70-some%?
79.2%.
Almost 80%.
I'll leave it at 79. Be kind to the president. I won't add the 0.2. Joe Biden needs 62%. Right? And if you watch
You cut your hair, no, I got it twisted. You guys will see that at some point. Hey, if you look closely at my first video I posted today, my hair was out, but I was just saying far away from the camera.
COVID safety concerns. A lot of Democrats took advantage of the opportunity, the expanded opportunity to vote by mail in this election. Here's another example. They just keep coming in. Right? If we see something to the contrary, we'll be quick to report it because we're just telling you the numbers. But yet again, you get more votes. 3272 to 807 in one of the Philadelphia suburban collar counties. 79%. 79%.
Donald Jr. made a tweet showing the results of a worldwide election and had the audacity to say Africa was voting red.
Still to be counted. And we've done this now.
What?
Yeah.
Different votes.
Africa? Yeah,
He's
okay.
been in excess, not even close, in excess of what he needs.
You mean it's Africans are not dumb enough to see what's happening in American politics? Yeah, I agree with no. No. Africans are the most critical of Donald Trump because they have common sense and they're like, what's going on? No.
Do people not think that Africa doesn't have Wi-Fi and
Like, what? Like, they forget how, like, rich Africa still is.
Africa is the richest country. You have
Trump's numbers are shrinking.
Africa is the richest continent. Like, you can't trade diamonds over there. That's how many diamonds they have. You can't trade diamonds. Without Africa, we wouldn't have touchscreen phones.
Without Africa, we wouldn't have any diamonds. That because Europe wouldn't, they stole all of it. Africa has Wi-Fi. Yes, indeed. Africa based. We got based Africa. But yeah, how's everyone doing today? We're gonna be watching the downfall of Don Lad. We keep finding more votes that keep coming in, and keep in mind these are votes that have already been cast. That more people aren't storming polling stations to vote. The only people storming polling stations are Trumpets who want to stop counting the vote. Aren't these guys the one who always bring up the amendments? First Amendment right. I didn't have my First Amendment right to say what I want to say, and the liberals keep trying to smear me for it, or keep trying to take me for it. I have my Second Amendment right to carry all my guns I want to. But the democracy though, when it comes to counting votes, that's literally written in the Constitution. Okay. Okay.
Like, these people are retarded.
The ideology of conservatism and being a Republican is solely based in hypocrisy. It's that if you want to be the ultimate hypocrite, be a Republican.
After this election, I don't think any Republican will be president.
Nah.
I mean, there might be some.
Ben Shapiro might run.
Ah!
And he would win because he'd probably win unless we had someone that's equally good at rhetorical strategies. Because keep in mind, Ben Shapiro's the dumbest human. Oh, Lord have mercy, how stupid he is. But he speaks fast and he sounds confident. If they can elect a babbling, slurring old man who can't even formulate a sentence correctly, they're definitely going to fall in line behind Ben Shapiro so quickly. You know, dude stormed out of an interview because a conservative interviewer asked him what he wrote in his own book.
I'm not gonna answer any questions.
He literally just said, if you want to say you're a liberal, you could have just said it. The dude is a conservative scumbag from the UK. And he just asked you, like, what is your position on abortion? It seems barbaric. And he's like, well, you didn't tell me I was a liberal. Like, oh my god. When Biden wins, I'm going to sing the goodbye song like they did Curry. Jesus. Bro, the only thing I'm concerned about is how other countries, Russia and the UK, will react if he loses. Yikes. Some Africans don't even know who Trump is. If Africans know who Trump is, they know he's stupid. I don't think you'll find an African in Africa that actually supports Donald Trump. You'll find black people who support Trump here all the time because
they're retarded.
Because they've been watching too much Candace Owens.
Watching too much Candace Owens, or they're just stupid.
Yeah.
I seen somebody.
If you watch Candace Owens, you're stupid by default.
I seen somebody on Twitter talking about, oh, Trump gave us $1,200 and all this other stuff about all the loans that people were scamming money out of stuff. He's like, so put some respect on Donald Trump's name. I'm like, congratulations, you just showed that you can be bought.
Exactly. What?
You goofy.
Stop it.
Everybody was in the comments begging him.
Yeah, this election is gonna be raps. Coronavirus on the TV. Coronavirus. What, it filters out the corona? We got corona filters? Bro, Candace Owens sucks. My mom watches her. She's a brainwasher. And she's not even good at it. It's just the people who watch.
What are these people gonna do? When Trump loses, what are they going to do?
When Trump loses, they're going to spend the next 4 years talking about how the votes were rigged. And he stole the election. They're not even going to argue policy. They're not going to criticize Biden's actions because they're not going to find any legitimate criticisms because they don't think that in-depth about policy. Trust me, the left will find plenty legitimate criticisms of a Biden presidency. Plenty. They will spend the time to look. You guys stole the election. Oh, trust me. When I wish I could go live, they had to ban me from going live right now because when Biden gets declared the winner, I was gonna go live on TikTok and go crazy. But hopefully it happens this stream. I don't know why they banned me honestly, but hopefully that happens on this stream. Hopefully that happens on this stream. Share this.
You can use my live if you want.
Go live on your account. I mean,
just tell everybody to go to my account and go live.
In Pennsylvania.
If you want
not only plenty of votes mathematically, but plenty of votes because we know where they are, and many of them, not most of them, are in Democratic areas, and even where they're not, Joe Biden throughout this day has been getting 70% or more of the mail-in votes. 70% or more of the mail-in votes. I'm told the latest votes were at Lehigh County came in, and you just see they're up to 90% now. Joe Biden pulling away. And again, you see the 52 on your screen, and you think, okay, Joe Biden needs, I'm going to check the numbers again, as of a while ago, he needed 63%. He's been exceeding that
90%
level
reporting,
we've
yep.
seen. So that number is most definitely
I think we're going to get
smaller.
declared a winner tonight,
It's a higher
maybe.
bar than it has to be. If Joe
And Trump's
Biden
going to
keeps
try to
getting
get his
62,
recount, but I don't think it's going to work. Once it's
he will
270, it's
start
over.
and only pass him, pull out the lead in the ballpark of 40,000.
Hey, Latte.
Again, Lehigh, this was red most of the time.
Come
If we
here.
went back in time. Again, I want to do this just so people can see this. This is counting votes, okay?
Come here.
This is counting votes. This is that's Georgia. Let me bring up Pennsylvania
Wanna
here.
play?
Dang, that county was red.
This one, I'm going to leave it just here. This
That was red?
That county was red.
Okay?
And now it's
You see
turning.
Trump ahead as two
Oh,
states turn to
no.
one state. It's just this one county. Lehigh County.
That other
He
county was also
builds
red.
it there. That's Allentown, right? He builds it again. You see there, the Trump lead goes up some more. This is counting election day votes. Republicans voted on election day. Now we move into Wednesday, and look at the lead the president has, 51 to 48. We move into Thursday, 50 to 48. It stays there. Then here, you see it's starting 73,000 there, but the percentage is coming down a little bit. Then you move a little bit more, and it flips. And
Yikes.
now we get there. You see the steady progression in
George about to blow another
Joe
lead.
Biden.
Oh, no!
And
The
Lehigh
Falcons!
County.
We just got some new numbers from Lehigh County in Pennsylvania right now. Put this down on the screen. Take a look. Trump just came in with an additional 2,416 votes.
8,900 something.
Biden just came in with an additional 7,481
Oh, cool. Huh?
votes. He got 75%
Oh, Lord.
of that batch that just came in.
And again, so we've been saying,
Oh, Lord.
he needs 62%.
Is the screen paused for anyone
This
else?
is 35, 40 minutes or so ago.
It is paused. Why is it paused?
75, that 63 I'm giving you is the wrong number. It's lower now.
Is your phone
Just
down?
use it and keep the ball higher.
Oh, it's plugged out.
Right now, and he is exceeding it every time we get new votes. If we turn out,
I'm sorry, I plugged out my charger.
Performance in one of these counties as we
And then
go
it gave me
but
it gave
this
me
is
a
Lehigh County,
it gave me a
Allentown,
notification.
Pennsylvania, blue collar territory. One of the places the president was leading early on, and you just see this is you can't say inevitable because we're not at the finish line yet. But
I
this
am
is just
inevitable.
Time after time after time.
His
as
lead
we
is
go
getting
from there.
Thanos.
I am
There's
the
been roughly
smartest
all
man
this
alive.
breakdown right here. And this keeps happening. This keeps happening. We'll turn this off. And leave
Hey.
it. Come back to it. Leave it right there if we want to see it.
Just me and
This
you,
keeps
brother.
happening. You see it now down to 53. A lead
That person
that
ain't
was
that
more
good.
than 600,000 votes
Person ain't
back
back
at
up.
the beginning. And again,
What?
the president screaming fraud. The president says
What?
stop.
The New York Times person ain't
Oh,
back up.
His votes counted on
no.
Tuesday and into Wednesday.
I don't
Those
think
were
so.
election day votes. Democrats disproportionately voted by
Hi.
because of the
What's
COVID
up,
pandemic.
y'all?
His votes were counted.
We're
first.
hoping for a winner to get declared tonight.
They happen to be coming in disproportionately for Joe Biden because Democrats voted by mail. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
How's everyone doing? The vibes, the vibes.
Pennsylvania, we can't stress enough that if Biden wins Pennsylvania, that's it. He wins the presidency. Take a look at Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is right now. The county executive of Allegheny County, Rich Fitzgerald, is joining us on the phone right now. Rich, thanks so much for joining us. How many uncounted ballots do you have left in Allegheny County?
We have about 35,000 uncounted ballots, and our ballots have been running about 80 to 81% for Joe Biden.
It's over.
Game
It's
over.
over.
Game
GG's.
over.
GG's.
Remaining ballots. Those are mail-in
One
ballots.
of the people, one of the executives from Allegheny County just called into CNN, and they said that they have 35,000 ballots left in that county alone, and it's been about 80-81% for Joe Biden. It's over. He needed to get 60% of the mail-in votes. It's over.
Game.
GG's.
Over. Game.
GG's.
Game. Game.
It's over.
Game over.
It's over. We got it. It's over.
Game over.
They just called in from Allegheny County, where
Game
Pittsburgh is.
over.
They have 35,000 ballots left. Joe Biden needs to get about 60% of the mail-in ballots.
And he
It's
has
about
80.
80. It's about 80 in that county.
Game over. Let's go!
That's
Facts!
facts. It's GG. Yeah, Pennsylvania. It's GG. And once he wins Pennsylvania, he doesn't even need to get any other
Nope.
state. It's done.
Nope.
It's
Nope.
done. And they haven't even called Arizona yet. Yeah, it takes them 253 plus 70 right over the mark already. It's done. How does that add up? Trump is down. I mean, not Trump. Biden is down by about 60,000, no, 58,000 votes. 35,000 votes is already over half of that. he's gonna take about 80% of that 35,000 votes, and that's only from one county. The other Democratic counties where the rest of the mail-in ballots are coming from aren't even counted yet, and in the other most populous county in Philadelphia, he's getting anywhere from 70 to 75% of those votes too. He's averaging throughout the night 70% of the mail-in ballots nationwide.
So Rich, this is John King. Thank you
So
for your time.
he's going to win. He's going to win. The trumpets are trying to stop the election. It's not going to happen. Pennsylvania's done out here for him. Georgia's about to be done out here for him. Oi.
So that's what we need to keep.
What's their new in Illinois?
People vote in 3 phases. You mail in your vote, you show up early.
80% of 35K, not 50. Yeah, we get that.
We're gonna win it bigly.
You know, there's all this stuff going on.
Bigly. We're taking the dub bigly.
In Pennsylvania, you mentioned some of these ballots. There's a question of just.
I'm about to become a TikToker because all these people I'm killing in these comment sections is crazy. Go ahead. We need all the help we can get because there's a lot of stupidity.
They're in a room, and please correct me if I'm wrong. There's an election official, there's Democrat and Republican, independent, transparent.
Why hasn't CNN called Arizona? I think because the Trump campaign was like, please don't call it, because that cuts off our path to victory, and they believe that that's the right thing to do, where as Biden's been holding the same, like, dang near lead for a while now, and I don't think he's catching up enough to take the lead back by tomorrow, or even tonight. I think we're getting a
I
bunch
feel
of...
like, what if Georgia or Pennsylvania go blue? And they're like, so folks, we were told not to put Arizona on the map because of the Trump organization, but now look, we don't need to.
Oh yeah. No, but my thing is, if they won't call Pennsylvania tonight, but if Joe Biden starts leading in Pennsylvania, not only is it over, it doesn't matter anymore. Arizona doesn't matter anymore, because now he doesn't need to worry about coming back in Arizona. He needs to worry about coming back in...
we'll already be leading in Georgia.
He needs to worry about coming back in Pennsylvania. Ain't no worrying about coming back in Arizona once it goes blue. Like, he could take Arizona. He still loses because of the sheer fact that Joe Biden is winning in Pennsylvania, and that's 20 electoral votes right there. Basically, what needs to happen for Donald Trump to win, Joe Biden needs to fall off the cliff in getting mail-in ballots, or they need to stop counting votes, or something. We need an act of God where all the mail-in ballots stop coming in and all the mail-in ballots stop going to Joe Biden. He hangs on to his lead somehow in Pennsylvania. The 0.1% gap in Georgia stays like that. No more votes come in. Trump somehow pulls off a 50,000 vote comeback in Arizona. In Arizona. And pulls off an 11,000 vote comeback in Nevada. With the Democratic mail-in ballots coming, left in Nevada, coming from Democratic counties. That's what needs to happen. He needs to win every single state on the map and needs to come back in almost all of them and hold his lead too. That's not happening. That's not how it's been. That's not the trend. It's over. GG's. It's done out here. I've been saying it since election night, where they were like, there's still a lot of ballots not coming in these red states. I said, it's done. Because when those ballots come in, it's wrapped. He was up by 700K in Pennsylvania.
It's good. It's good that Joe Biden's winning, but like these kids have to realize that like it's actual lives that are at stake.
Yes, these have to realize it's not a red versus blue blood sport. This is
like this
people's
is
lives.
not a sport. This is not a game.
This is not a game. This is American democracy. This is government.
This is not a game. This is not a game.
Qnol's the char brand I trust.
130-year-olds have been voting in many states. We have an influx of dead people voting.
Like, what?
They tried to claim that last time.
Every month, it's easy to see if you're eligible.
Dead people.
Go Medicare Benefits Help Center.
Wait, are you actually serious? You're not joking? Are you not joking?
What?
Someone said that there have been dead people voting.
Medicare Advantage plan.
Are you serious?
Following benefits, dental, including fillings.
You're joking, right? Because this has been proven demonstrably false. I'm smiling because I'm just thinking of the cartoonish reality that you must be living in if you're not. I hope you're joking. I hope you're joking. Please tell me you're joking.
Nah.
His source for that is Trump supporters being dumb. His source for that is trust me. If he's being serious.
Trust me, bro.
Because this has been literally disproven 8 million times. There have been about 30 instances of voter fraud in the past like 50 years. So actually, out of 31 cases, out of 31,000 investigated cases, there have been what 30 cases of voter fraud? And none of them were dead people.
Enter the zebra.
Another car insurance ad?
No. The zebra compares.
Fake news. It's all fake news. That has been debunked so many times. Oh my god.
Making the right financial decisions has never been more important. Turn to Rocket Mortgage.
You watch this too much, Fox. The fact that you're actually like serious.
When they matter most.
Okay, you know what? Never mind. You're right. We're counting on that crucial dead people vote to come in and swing the election for Joe Biden. No one ever talks about reaching out to the demographic of votes for dead people. The most slept on mental voters in the whole country. The dead people.
What's in it for the dead people?
I see many of them standing in line to get into that polling place too, hearses and everything. What are we talking about?
Helping you take control and achieve
Best demographic in the whole country.
a cash out refinance from Rocket Mortgage.
His sources, do your own research, meaning read all the conspiracy articles that I read. These aren't all facts.
And a jump cut video on YouTube.
Exactly. Oh my gosh.
Call us today.
Jesus.
Bruh, somebody in my comments was like, you know, Biden called black people super predators, right? And I'm like, give me a link. This man linked me a video on YouTube with 10,000 views.
Are you serious? Who is
And
it?
it had the worst jump cuts in history. I'm like, you're joking. You
Bro.
have to be joking.
Oh my god, that
Oh
quote.
my god.
That quote has also been disproven a billion times. Do I see a Trumpy? I think we do. Yeah. My man claimed dead people, yeah. I mean, unless you're telling me that Biden's lead of 700,000 people vanished because over 700,000 people casted their vote and they got shot immediately. If that's the case, we have a genocide on our hands and we need to start talking about it. That's the only way what you're saying could be right. And that's in Pennsylvania alone. Exactly what they wrote their ballots immediately contracted Ebola and keeled over and died. Like we got 700,000 people plus missing.
Huge sweep for Joe Biden, 81, 17%.
Dressing up as corpses now because they're mad. Rewind, go back to Halloween and just impersonate a dead voter. It's gonna be my Halloween costume.
It's down from Maricopa County. And if it's anything like
I
last
mean,
night,
they counted me
it'll
today.
be over.
Be quiet now, dog probably left. I don't know what he was talking about.
Like last night, is a 17-point or greater advantage for President Trump.
How long are we gonna be live?
Big comeback
Until
for
at least
President
after 9 o'clock, maybe 10, because they said that
What
there
you
should,
say?
Interesting indeed. And John
I don't know.
Cruz,
They said that there should be some major projections around 9 o'clock, maybe out of Nevada or Arizona.
Come in right at the top of the hour, and we'll see what happens there. We're just reporting the numbers are about to come in.
Trumpy's crying on TikTok is hilarious. It's so great. It just fuels me. It fuels me. They oi. Oi oi!
But, and so the second phase conflict, we're gonna hold on here. but
I'm one charger,
This
one
is the
power
reverse
source.
of what we're seeing in Pennsylvania and Georgia. In Pennsylvania and Georgia, we have seen a steady
Actually, I can
erosion
just do it on my
of what
computer.
were big leads.
Hey, doggy. Biden gonna win.
24 hours.
Biden
In
gonna
Arizona,
win.
we've seen a steady
Yes,
erosion
yes,
of the
Biden.
Biden lead. It's now down to 56,833. Does that put the president in striking distance? That really depends. As Bill just smartly noted, Maricopa County is 60% or more of your vote. And
It's
so when
funny
you get
because
to
like
that big
a bunch of
poll,
trumpets are
Maricopa
putting all their
County
hopes in
is
Arizona, right?
100,000.
Say they come back in Arizona and miraculously take it. That doesn't matter because Trump isn't holding leads anywhere else except for North Carolina. If he takes Arizona and North Carolina, he doesn't win. If he takes Arizona, North Carolina, and Nevada, he doesn't win. He still doesn't win. He needs to hold Georgia and Pennsylvania. If Biden wins both of those, if he wins Pennsylvania, it's over. If he wins Georgia and Pennsylvania, it's over. So like, if you're telling me that it's likely that, because I've seen a lot of trumpets saying, if you're telling me it's likely that Trump wins because he's gonna come back in Arizona, come back in Nevada, hold his lead in Georgia, and hold his lead in Pennsylvania, so Biden doesn't get one of the 5 options he has to win the election at this point. You just don't know how probabilities work then. You don't.
But we're waiting here.
How old am I? 16.
The next big installment.
Does a 3 from Alaska affect anything? No.
This would be a flip.
Cause say he catches up in Nevada, that's 6. He'll be at what?
So you see
Why
the
can't I do
1.2
3 plus
million
6?
right? 1.2 million for 4 years ago.
9.
For at
He'll be at
1.4 million for Biden right now. One of the things we
19.
see consistently across the state, whether they're
He'll be at
running
219.
is
Then let's say he wins Arizona. That's 11.
but so
He'll be at 230.
the big bulk of the rest
Let's
of
say he wins Alaska, which he is going to win Alaska. I think they already called it. But he takes Alaska, right? That's 233.
the president must win.
Where are you going to get the other 30?
Must win Georgia.
Where are you going to get the other 42 from? Or 47 from? 37. You need Georgia, and he has to win every state.
Even higher, and it's
If he wins Nevada, let me do this because I'll kind of jumble my numbers. If he wins Nevada, Arizona, and Alaska, he still needs 34 more votes to become president. Where are you going to get those votes from? The 16 in Georgia and the 20 in Pennsylvania. He is ahead by 0.1 in Georgia right now. His lead is evaporating in Pennsylvania right now. He hasn't gained any serious ground in Nevada, and he's slowly creeping on Arizona. Biden can lose Arizona and still feel good about his chances. Trump can't lose any of the states left.
When we talked to Secretary of State earlier, she said the majority of what they were counting were mail-in votes, but I don't know.
Because that would be good, presumably, for Biden.
Presumably, although we need to.
No, that's because I thought for sure we were going to win Florida. Florida always moves spooky.
Both counts. I believe we can.
Yeah, I was mad when we lost Florida too. I heard something about some ballots down there that went missing or something. I don't know. But I don't think it's going to change anything.
Make sure on the right state.
Damn, I'm kind of tired of looking through these historical events.
Exactly.
Been narrowing the gap in Maricopa. You see 270,000. This 207, sorry, Tuesday turned to Wednesday. Then it drops Wednesday 1 a.m. More votes come in. Then you see it come down a little bit more, 155, 810. That's Wednesday 2 a.m. Then Wednesday 3 a.m. it drops a little bit more. Then you come down here to 93. Then you come down here a little further, and then you're dropping to 68, and now here we are in real time, 58 and change. So this has been steadily dropping as they come in. Again, this is the ball game, 60% of the vote. I just want to go back in time. It's blue for Joe Biden right now, but Donald Trump narrowly carried this as candidate Trump. Now he's President Trump. 4 years ago, he narrowly carried this. You see how close it was. So when you see this blue, not everything blue is overwhelmingly blue. This is blue, but it's competitive. And the last couple of times we've gotten votes out of here, Biden's lead has shrunk. So the president is getting votes. Phoenix itself, out here into the suburbs, you move farther out, there are a lot of Republican votes in Maricopa County. One of the question was how many suburban Republicans would desert the president and go Joe Biden's way. That's what we'll sort through as we get more of these votes. There's no question. Trump won it, Biden's winning it, that the Democrats are more competitive here, but it's not like the president's not going to get votes.
Bill Greer, the votes that we're about to get in from Arizona, mostly mail-in votes, is that what you're hearing?
Oh, well.
Oh.
Yeah, well, Arizona has been doing sort of absentee ballots automatically for years. And so most voters here just get them, and most of those voters are registered Republicans. And it's sort of a flip of what we've seen nationwide. Historically, they said they would get their Democrat absentees in earlier, or later at last minute, and Republicans would sort of
High levels of copium.
this year.
So when the copium levels are doing COVID-19 numbers, they're coping so badly right now. Trump can't be losing. The Democrats stole it.
It's late, right before the election. So
Like, I wonder what. I wonder what kind of cognitive dissonance goes on in their head. Do you really think that the Democratic Party is strong enough to pull off a national heist of votes? The Democrats get terrified by someone like Bernie Sanders and call him a socialist. They aren't gonna be, well, let's conniving and steal all the. We don't need to steal any votes. There are more registered Democrats than Republicans by a mile in this country. And minorities vote Democrat. The only issue for Democrats is that their party has such a bad reputation that they need to get those votes out. They have to work harder to get those votes out, whereas Republicans are just mindless drones who vote with anything next to, with their R next to its name. So the Democrats have to actually work to get the turnout. Republicans don't really need to. They need low turnout. You really think that the Democrats need to steal anything? The Republicans need to steal stuff in order to keep winning, which they have been doing historically for decades. But then the one moment Daddy Trump is losing, now we're the ones suppressing votes. But stop.
If you remember Tom Cruise's nightmare in risky business, my nightmare is having to do math live on TV, but we'll do the best as we try to figure out how much of this, a new batch, what the percentage breakdown is for both candidates. and to see how these trend lines are continuing.
We got the good news is we got people who are really excellent in math. Bill, stand by. We're going to take a quick break. Much more of our coverage. We're staying with Arizona. We're about to get thousands and thousands of votes from Arizona coming in. We'll share that with you when we come.
Oi! One more commercial break, and then we get thousands of votes from Arizona. This will tell us how it's going to go.
I think they might have said that most of the ballots are mail-in from Republicans.
No, he said Democratic areas. I mean, either way, if it's even in Republican areas, the mail-in ballots have been over like majority Biden. Nationally, Biden's been getting 70% of mail-in ballots, even in Republican areas. So, with that being said, this vote total is gonna tell us where this election's gonna go. Like, definitely. Even if Trump catches up a little bit, again, we can afford to lose Arizona if we flip the other states. If it comes back and Biden starts pulling off, GG's. It's already GG's, but even more GG's. Because now you're not even going
and Biden's up 55, so I'm like, well, hold on. Wait a minute.
Like I said, registered Republicans in Arizona have been voting for Biden in Arizona because of all the trash Trump talked about John McCain. Way to shoot yourself in the foot, Donnie! I don't think Bernie would win if he ran because it's way too progressive for this country. You're actually not wrong. Like, bro. The amount of people in this country who are very stupid is shocking.
Like, who doesn't want free college?
People,
you want to be in debt.
Republicans have convinced themselves that it's socialism, even though like Bernie's working on the best interest of everyone except for rich people in this country, and they convince themselves that their issues are the same as the issues for the rich, so they argue for that. That's why so many trumpets were scared of Joe Biden's tax plan, even though they make nowhere near $400,000 a year. What?
Like, I've seen so many people, bro, he finna higher taxes. I'm like, how much do you make? you still work at Wendy's? Oh, okay. Yeah, all right.
Yeah,
You gotta definitely higher up your tax because you definitely make over $400,000 a year.
Stupid. What are your thoughts on the two-party system? It's stupid. If we had more of a parliamentary system like Canada or the UK, it'd be better. He's only going to tax that amount above the 400,000. Exactly. It's not even like 400,000 and we're taking 62% of that. No. Like a tax bracket. Anything over 400K gets taxed at that percentage. People are dumb. People are very dumb.
These rappers are retarded too.
Yeah, oh yeah. Lil Wayne, I've lost all respect for him. Lil Pump lost all respect for him.
I never had respect.
50 Cent lost all respect for him. Actually. Oh, I forgot about North Carolina. Yeah, even if he wins Arizona, Alaska, Nevada, and North Carolina, he still doesn't get to 270. He needs to win Pennsylvania. If he doesn't win Pennsylvania, it's over. Because once you get to 233, then you get 15 more, you're at 248. And then you get Georgia is 16. 56, that's not 270. He needs to win every single state. Biden needs to win one.
Who knows?
If you count Arizona as already called. If you're not counting Arizona as already called, he needs to win any 2 states. When Wayne posted that picture, broke my heart, same. I don't care about the commercials. Give me the votes, 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 give me the votes. Why, dog? I still don't understand why no one talks about that tax thing. What do you mean? The whole Joe Biden thing? They don't want to talk about it because they're wrong and it makes them feel stupid because we proved them wrong. I don't know why they get concerned over a tax that's not going to affect them. It probably never will affect them. You know how to run around so very well.
Give me this. Keep running, Amy.
Give me
City boy. Yeah.
If you think about Ice Cube being with Trump's officials, he's stupid. Notice how Trump, in an effort to reach out to the black community,
Trump-
was only talk to rappers. No, this
Real-
is
Trump.
Battlegrounds
Oh.
on this election night.
Everybody shut up.
Continue. I'm Wolf Blitzer. In the last few hours and minutes,
Sit down.
former Vice President
Sit down.
Biden has severely eroded President Trump's lead in both Pennsylvania and in Georgia, and Trump has narrowed Biden's advantage in Arizona. We're about to get an update on the vote count in Arizona's most populous county. At any moment right now, we're tracking every vote in states that are still up for grabs. Biden is aiming for new wins that would push him beyond the 253 electoral votes he already has to reach the winning number of 270. Trump is behind with 213 electoral votes. We'll see if those numbers change tonight as new votes keep coming in. Here's a key race election.
Uh-oh.
Look at these three states. In Pennsylvania right now, 94% of the estimated vote is in, 6% remains out.
Oh!
Donald Trump continues to have a lead, but it has severely shrunk to only 50,671. Look at this, 49.7% to 49%. The mail-in ballots are coming in very quickly right now, and those are way in favor of Biden. We're watching Pennsylvania oh so closely, 20 electoral votes. If Biden were to win Pennsylvania, it is over. He wins the presidency with those 20 electoral votes alone. Doesn't have to win any other states. Let's take a look at Georgia right now. Trump's lead in Georgia, look at this. It is down. It shrunk again. Only 2,497. 4% to 49.3%. 99% of the vote is in, but there are still thousands of votes outstanding. We're looking closely at Georgia, and it's 16 electoral votes. In Arizona, 88% of the estimated vote is in. Biden remains on top. He's got a lead of 56,833, although that too has shrunk significantly over the past day or so. He has 50.3% to 48.3%. 11 electoral votes in Arizona. I want to go over to John King right now because Bill Weir is in Arizona for us. He just got.
Trump isn't looking good.
Numbers
We're in the 2000s in his lead in Georgia.
What just came in Arizona.
Okay, the new numbers, Wolf, out of Maricopa, just doing quick math, now is 1,868,414 votes. That is, I'm trying to do math here, 339,000. Joe Biden now has 944,000 votes, 285. The Donald Trump's 880, 347. Hopefully you guys can help me out with the percentages there on this new dump, but it is around the number that we had expected. Joe Biden's lead went up by 30,000 or so. The president picked up about 50,000 votes. You got it?
All right, hold on for a moment. We just got the new numbers. Just in from Arizona right now. Let's take a look.
This dude, I don't know what he was talking about.
In Arizona with its 11 electoral votes, you see Biden's lead has shrunk once again. It is now 46,257. He has 50.1% to Trump's 48.5%. So it's gone down a bit, 46,257, John King. The lead for Biden in Arizona. It still has a lead, but it keeps going down.
Right, and that's the point. Again, as we're watching in Pennsylvania and Georgia, the president's lead is shrinking consistently in the recent vote counts here. Joe Biden's lead is shrinking, and it's because, again, Maricopa County, we're showing Joe Biden leading in the county, but it's a competitive county. You see 51 to 48 if you round up. And these votes coming in are Republicans who dropped off their ballots. There are a lot of Republicans in Maricopa County. Doesn't mean former vice president won't win the county. Doesn't mean he won't win the state. But as these votes are being counted consistently, last night and now today, every time we get a bunch of new votes, Joe
I thought Arizona was already called. It was by some
When we
places.
pull it out to look at statewide. Again, 46,000 votes. You're still ahead, but that lead has been consistently shrinking.
Stop counting.
Get to the finish line, and just as we watch the
I
dynamic
feel like
in
CNN is trying to prove a
and
point.
in Georgia, in these two
That's
states,
why.
we're seeing the opposite. In these two states, we're seeing, as the mail-in ballots are counted, the president's lead is shrinking. But out here in Arizona, which Biden still leads right now, President Trump has been gaining with every count of votes released over the past 24 hours. So we'll just watch it play out. if you look at the popular vote, this is not how we pick presidents, but I keep watching every time we come out to the full national map. Joe Biden now has a 4 million vote lead in the national vote. So
That's higher than Hillary's.
When it comes to the country at large, Republicans would argue a lot of that's coming out of California and New York, and that's true. But in the popular vote, Joe Biden is pulling away. And so let's just check and on this one just again. It's important anyway. Everything still left on the board is important. But if Joe Biden can hold this lead and hold his lead in Nevada, Arizona and Nevada, would get Joe Biden to 270 electoral votes, even if we wait to see if he will overtake the president in Georgia and in Pennsylvania.
In Maricopa County in Arizona, about 70,000 votes. Break this down again. I just came in. We just got the exact numbers. It's very, very interesting what's going on. Trump, I got 42,276.
Wait.
276. Got it.
All right, that's what Trump got. Biden got 31,700. That's why his lead has shrunk. So we're seeing in Arizona the opposite of what we're seeing in Georgia and Pennsylvania.
Right, and as Bill explained last time we were there, they have a Republican history in Maricopa County. President Trump carried the county last time. This is one of the most fiercely contested states in American politics right now. And just as we're seeing in Pennsylvania and Georgia, they're mail-in ballots. They're disproportionately Democrats. In Arizona, is building a history of absentee ballots, drop-off ballots. Republicans have a strong tradition of voting that way, and we're seeing the votes come out.
So Trump likes what he's seeing in Arizona. He's not calling that fraud. He's not calling it a hoax. He's saying that's great news that he's gaining votes in Arizona. But if you go to Pennsylvania or Georgia, he says that's a fraud and it's unacceptable. It's a crime.
Yeah, Trump's definition of democracy is it's good if I win. It's good if I'm leading. It's good if it's going my way. Now he's still not leading in Arizona. But you're exactly right.
Someone said if 2 plus 2 is 4 and 5 is 5%, why is Trump paying 750 in taxes? I don't know.
Which he has lost. Again, both of those states, election day votes, he pulled out to an early lead. They're counting other legally cast ballots by mail, and he lost. And that's what's happening. As we move this away, that's what's happening as we come up. But again, to his credit, the president is making.
Give us more info from Georgia. I'm gonna check Twitter.
Because it is fair to count every legally cast ballot, just as we will continue to count the votes here, where the opposite is happening. They're counting legally cast ballots. The president leads keeps shrinking. It's 50,000 there. Think about that. Joe Biden has a 50,000 vote lead in Arizona. Donald Trump has a 50,000 vote lead in a state that is much bigger. Much bigger. 50,000 vote lead has been consistently shrinking. So that one is shrinking.
Trump's lead is now down to 2.5K.
This one, look at that. We're under 3,000 votes now. 2,497 votes.
They're tied.
And again, this has been a steady
Percentage-wise,
march.
Joe Biden and Trump are tied.
100,000
Where?
votes.
Georgia's 49.4 to 49.4.
25.
What?
In the state of Georgia, this is just it's just as slow and
In
steady
Georgia.
as they count the votes. But that is stunning. And again, the president must win Georgia and must win Pennsylvania. If he loses either one of those, his math to 270 becomes impossible. That's why this is so important. Now, that you can, if it's close at the end,
Is anything put
maybe
on here so
recount,
what's
maybe
supposed to go in
litigation,
fridge?
but the path of this
I
right
don't
now, the trajectory of Georgia is in Joe Biden's favor. We will see if it gets there. And again, just to circle back out here, again, the point I'm trying to make is we are counting all the votes.
Yeah, CNN is being really cautious, and that is a good thing.
Donald Trump. The president has a different view of things. This is the way it has always worked. That is forgiveness.
Well, you got 42 people here. Indeed.
These are all legal ballots, whether they're day of ballots, whether you vote early, absentee ballots, or whether you do it by mail. This is all legal. It's part of American democracy.
Right. And this year, it's a little more complicated because of the COVID pandemic. Right? States have had to figure out what to do. Right? So there's expanded mail-in ballots everywhere. Different rules in different states. Some states, this has to be mailed by election day. Other states, it has to arrive by election day. We're going through all that. But yes, the option to vote has been greatly expanded because of the COVID safety concerns. And you know what? This is what, I'll just use a gentle word, infuriates you when you hear from the president. What has been the end result? The end result has been more people voting. More people voting for him. More people voting for him. More votes for the President of the United States than he got 4 years ago. And more votes. Joe Biden now has the most votes cast for any American presidential candidate in history. Higher turnout in a democracy is a good thing. Then you count the votes. Somebody wins, and yes, it's painful to lose.
There's still plenty of votes outstanding. Only 91% of the nationwide estimated vote is in.
Right, and it is possible. Again, the trajectory at this hour is in Joe Biden's favor. Joe Biden is knocking on the door of 270 electoral votes. That's a victory. It is still possible for the President of the United States to win re-election, the same president who just a couple hours ago launched a vicious attack on American democracy.
It's totally vicious and told lies. It's unbelievable what he was said. But in order for him to win, as you correctly pointed out, he's got to win Pennsylvania. He's got to win Georgia.
Right, and Joe Biden right now is winning more than the percentage he needs to win as the new ballots continue to come in. Doesn't guarantee that he keeps it up. But Joe Biden's trajectory right now is toward catching the president in Georgia. There's just several thousand votes left, but we have just watched this play out consistently. That's why I keep going back to it just to see if the number changes again. This for me, it's the wonder of the tool because it's a live data feed. So when election officials report results, they pop up. You'll be watching something. As you're watching throughout the night, here's the test. Does that turn blue? Does that turn blue? Can the president flip one of those red? If those two out there, Nevada and Arizona, if they stay blue, it's game over. Joe Biden is the next president of the United States. But these two, bigger prizes, more consequential, the president must win them both. There is just no way. You cannot get Donald Trump from where he is, which is 213 electoral votes. You cannot get him from 213 to 270 unless you win Georgia and unless you win Pennsylvania.
The Senate is tied right now.
Critical point, and let's be honest. That's why the president is abandoning
We have the House.
and launching attacks on vote count.
No, we do.
Vote count. And again, in this case, he's been railing against the Democrats who run Pennsylvania for some time. About the COVID response, about everything. He's been venting at them for some time. This is a Republican governor who is a Trump ally, whose state is counting votes. Period.
And they're doing it well in Georgia, they're doing it well in Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada, all over the country. They're doing it the way a democracy is supposed to run forward.
Erie turned blue.
In Pennsylvania, 48,000.
Erie was pin red this whole time.
Again, every time we get new votes,
Just turned blue.
above the threshold he needs to keep
We got to be
potential to win. If he keeps going at the way he is going, if the votes keep coming in, the remaining votes come in at the percentage they've been coming in today,
He's down
Joe
to
Biden will pass the
30,000.
and build a lead somewhere in the ballpark of 40,000, could be as high as 50,000 votes. There's no guarantee of that. There's no guarantee of that. I'm just saying if it stays on the statistical path that it's been on throughout the day, and that has been consistent. It has been very consistent as it happens. Sometimes things change. That's why we're waiting for more votes. And it's the same down here. We're getting to a much smaller universe of available votes here, but the lead is also shrunk significantly, 2,497. And just to remind people, many of the votes that are out are in places like this, Clayton County, South Carolina, we're up to 95 now, but you see Joe Biden is getting 85% of the votes here, if that path continues. The question is, are there enough votes out there? Mathematically, yes. Joe Biden has to keep winning them at a high percentage. We'll keep counting.
It looks like he is winning those by a very, very high percentage, not just 60%, it's 80% of the vote that's coming in the mail-in ballots.
We're gonna keep the House, yeah.
He needs 57%, and he has been consistently all day long in the ballpark of 80%. Some counties it's high 60s, some counties it's above 80, but when you average it out, he needs 57%, and he's been above that bar consistently all day long as they count the mail-in votes. And to that point, I just want to follow up on this. He's been above that all day long, even in places like, that Upton came in earlier, but even in places like Taylor County, right? Even in places that are Republican, even in places that the president is winning, because Democrats voted disproportionately by mail. So they counted the votes here, and the president, to his credit, is running up big margins in these Republican counties, but when they count the mail-in ballots, they're disproportionately cast by Democrats. So even in places like this, where they count the ballots, Joe Biden is getting 70% of the vote or more in those smaller batches of mail-in ballots, and that's why it's catching up.
Let's hold the Tommy if we can for a second, so we got an update on what's going on over there. Victor board up, is it so?
Sure.
We got an update from Georgia.
1,154. Trump, 164.
Wow!
No. I tell you what you need to know there. You're almost
He just decimated out of Clayton County.
on the board there, 86%. Look, this is
Poof!
consistently
On
what's
him.
happening.
I thought he was gonna give Trump more because he said Biden's first.
Here's
164.
the city of Atlanta. If you're
Ah.
at the International Airport, one of the local cities, they'll put it right here. It's in Clayton.
Bro got it.
And so this is a
Yee.
Atlanta.
He got yeeted.
It's vibrant, it's diverse, and it is democratic.
That's over half his lead gone. It was just at 2,500.
85%.
That is half of his lead gone.
Even in a county where he's averaging 85%.
Literally almost half.
He's
That's like 990. Yeah.
That has just been a consistent pattern. Excuse me, a little Boston accent coming out late at night. All day long.
Here's something interesting. We just learned there are still 5,726 outstanding votes in Clayton County.
And he lost. He lost it. He lost it. Game over. He lost it. He lost it.
It's over.
Clayton
It's
County.
over.
And we're told that we will get those results by midnight tonight.
It's over.
You lost
Okay,
it.
so remember that number here. I'll remember 5726. I'm going to come out of the county just to do it. Okay? 5726. You just said that, right? He's been getting 80% or more of the vote. Look at that lead. Right there. You can get it right there. There are more votes. There are more votes in other counties.
He can get it with Clayton County alone if he repeats that 80% like he just did.
Yeah, Clayton County tonight.
Boys, we're up until 12.
We're up till
midnight.
In these counties, those votes, if he gets 80% of those votes, what's that? That's severe risk, and there are still more votes to count.
Yeah, in other counties that Biden is doing really well in right now. Georgia, I think it's fair to say, does not look great for the president right now.
The trajectory is terrible for the president right now. It's not only not great, it's disastrous at the moment. Again, we're going to count every last vote, and sometimes it changes right now. Let's see if we count that. I'll leave that up for you right now. But just to make that clear.
Oh,
They already
100%.
did.
A Republican,
They already did.
a Republican Secretary
Did
of
they?
State.
Oh, wait, no. They're saying that she wasn't black.
Accused
Oh,
fellow
yeah.
Republicans, including his
Yeah, because they're like,
supporters
he's not
in
African
Georgia
American.
to be,
He's not. Her dad was
uh,
Indian. Her mom was Jamaican. It wasn't like
It's just
no.
ludicrous to
No, her
be
dad is
what we're doing.
Jamaican.
I mean, yeah.
Because you have a state, and look,
And they're trying to say that she's not black because of that.
Politics just a couple of years ago.
It is the same thing with Obama, and Obama's dad was literally born in Kenya.
Democrats thought that their votes were
So when
suppressed.
is it,
Democrats thought
Nevada blue, yeah, Nevada's been blue.
there are a lot
Because
of
no-
eyes on
not-
government
we
in
can't come out of black
addition to just
people.
this being a presidential
So
election.
she's
His
not
own history in the
black.
states.
At the beginning, it's always Obama's not even black, so I don't know why they're trying to say first black president. And then as soon as he messes up, nah, he black.
From 270 electoral votes.
Yes, he does.
Show our view.
Yes, he does. So let's say if that one goes blue right here, all right? If that one goes blue, then let's walk through the rest here, okay? I'm gonna try to get this right. My fingers don't quite do it. Look at that. There's a success story right there.
That's one.
That's Maine's 2nd congressional district. Maine and Nebraska allocate electoral college votes by congressional district, so that would get the president one. The president is leading in North Carolina. Let me just pull this back out. Come on up for me here. Let me stay on the Republican. The president is leading in North Carolina. We expect it to go that way. The president is leading in Alaska. We expect it to stay that way, right? So now you're coming across here. The president is leading. I mean, Joe Biden is leading here, but let's just
Still doesn't get him there.
Let's give it to the president.
Oh my God.
Now, this
Still
is
doesn't get him there.
Storm, if you will, or the perfect disaster, depending on perspective. If the president won that one, we could get a 269 tie. If he wins Georgia, I mean, if Joe Biden wins Georgia, then the president wins everything else. 269 to 269, which throws the election in that scenario, unlikely scenario, to the House of Representatives. And so that is a constitutional crisis in the making if it plays out that way. If it plays out that way. But remember, that's the giant if. Joe Biden right now is leading here, and the trajectory tells you he may get this one as well. But even if he doesn't, if Joe Biden holds those, he's the next president of the United States. Georgia would be icing on the case.
A Georgia window for Biden prevents Trump from getting 200 some.
Prevents him from getting 270. There would still be the possibility of
He
269
won everything else.
if he won everything else. And he's not leading again. Joe Biden's leading here. Joe Biden's leading here.
Oh no, it's looking good.
President's leading, but that lead is in dire danger. President leading, that
Danger.
lead is in even more dire danger at this moment. There are more votes actually here. If you're doing a statistical analysis, a statistician would tell you that one's probably at greater risk than that one, given the trajectory. I mean, the math at the moment tells us this one could flip quite soon.
He's got a lead right now, 2,500 votes, 2,497. That could change at any moment right now, and Biden could take the lead in Georgia.
Right. Again, this is it's in some ways this is just a simple math exercise. What did we learn first? Addition and subtraction, arithmetic. 57, 26, right? And so if Joe Biden gets 80% of those votes, then guess what? You're going to see this state flip from red to blue. And then we count the rest of them. It could flip back. It could flip back. This universe of votes alone in this one county. Make sure this is not on. There we go. Right.
Clayton County.
Right. Right. Clayton County. We say we have more than 5.
In that county alone, there's still other counties.
And Joe Biden, we pull this out right here. Those votes right there. If he comes in at 80% of those votes, that's going to get him in that striking distance. And well, that's not it. That's just it. We're focusing on this one county because we expect them soon. Again, this has just been a steady count, methodical build. 2,497. The count continues. We will watch it.
So Georgia is definitely within very, very strong reach for Biden. Pennsylvania as well.
Nevada,
Pennsylvania
he's
as well. It's a bigger prize.
Well,
It's
how
the
much
biggest
is-
prize
Nevada,
for
we're not getting any updates till maybe
Right.
9 p.m. I think they
Again,
said.
the president of the United States.
And he's
cannot-
winning by like
If
100,000,
he loses
not 100,000,
Pennsylvania and
but
Georgia,
like
we're done.
11,000.
Both though, Pennsylvania and Georgia. Now Joe Biden can get there, even if the president wins them, mind you. Joe Biden has an easier path. But here we are, we're below 50,000 right now, 28,854, and we know that starting here in the largest city of the
What time is it for you?
area of the wall, 12% of the statewide population.
8:19.
is Philadelphia,
Yeah.
and we know we're still waiting for more ballots here.
Only 89% of the vote in Philadelphia is it.
Right. So you're looking at another 10%, 11%.
Well, I'm gonna play Win the White House on my computer.
He's getting 80% of the
I'm
vote.
bored.
He does not need
I'm bored
80%
of
of the
Trump.
rest of the votes out statewide, but he's been getting consistently. Joe Biden has 80% or more of the count in Philadelphia. Just going back through my notes just to make sure I have this right. In Pennsylvania, earlier, this is, and there's been votes since then. Earlier in the night, Joe Biden was just shy of 63%. He has passed that several times since. I keep using it to be conservative. I'm using a higher bar for Joe Biden than he actually needs to meet at 63%. Every time we get votes out of Philadelphia, he's above 80%, close to 88% the last couple of times they've come in. So Joe Biden, every time we have counted votes, has been higher. He's surpassed what he needs to get there. Again, there's no guarantee that that continues, but it has been steady and methodical throughout the day. So
Yeah.
we'll keep counting and see if some county surprises us. There are counties out here that are Republican counties. There's a possibility one county will come in with a different number, if you will, slow the train. But right now, the train is roaring toward that lead.
I think 60,
But
yeah,
everyone else out there to catch it.
Trump's lead is shrinking in Pennsylvania and in Georgia. But Biden's lead in Arizona is shrinking right now. We're going to get new numbers. That's coming in as well. We'll take a closer look at the votes left to count in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona. Also, we're going to talk to the Arizona Secretary of State as election night in America continues.
Can you drive yet? I should be able to. I still need to get my permit.
Your house brought you together.
I still need to get taken to get my permit.
Really together. And all together is great. Together with more space is better. With Rocket Mortgage, you get personalized loan options, closing costs, and tax estimates all in real time.
Do you think Biden's gonna take Georgia? Yes, I've been saying that since yesterday. I've been saying that since the day of the election.
It's Sheila.
What?
She, Ori.
Adam, Emily, and then
Josh.
Yeah.
Roughly 200 protesters dancing and celebrating in narrow kettle escaped earlier tonight, while about 100 officers stand by.
What happened? Why?
I guess they're people who voted right.
I literally Googled best online life insurance. Ladder Life Insurance popped up, got an estimate, and
I'm a minority and you're watching the Disney Channel.
The Disney Channel. That's how Trump supporters, black Trump supporters sound.
Here's how Ladder works.
You think Biden will take Penny up?
Personalized quote. If you're eligible, we'll cover you with a tap of the button. It's that easy. Come see for yourself why customers love Ladder. $1 million policies available for just $27 a month. Check your price
Turn
now.
that off. I don't care about your ladder life. Leave me alone. But yeah, it's looking good. It's looking good. We're gonna be here for a hot minute.
Trump meltdown is trending.
Is it?
Breaking news: Trump complains that the mail-in votes are being counted.
So what?
Said breaking news: Trump complains that the mail-in votes are being counted.
Yeah. Expected.
This photo was perfectly placed.
Exit.
With Trump in the background.
Yeah.
years ago.
Yeah. She was right. Later, but she was right. And she should have
A
won.
man who said there was more people in the right hand side than the left cannot be allowed to lecture us on who is good and bad at counting votes. Look.
Taking a close look at
Oh, yeah.
Pennsylvania.
Exactly.
Now, the vote is coming in pretty quickly, isn't it?
It sure is. All eyes are on Pennsylvania. Everyone is watching.
Oh, she
this
just said all
outlet.
lives matter. I was like,
Turn off the TV.
Like, what?
Take a look at this. Just today in Pennsylvania, they have counted more than 500,000 mail-in ballots.
And they
But
still
still
got
have more to go.
almost
Look at this.
Someone rigged his toupee. Why don't he sue them instead?
You see this morning that over the 5-hour span, they counted around 200,000. But then when you go from 3 to 5, it slowed down. And here's why I'm told by a source familiar, that because of that lawsuit filed by the Trump campaign, that slowed things down. They had to stop for a couple hours, then they had to make some changes. That has had a ripple effect in the county. But they've been starting to pick back up. And just this evening, as you can see, they've counted around 100,000 ballots. Now 9 o'clock, we're waiting to get more numbers. But things are speeding up. And
It is
I'm
9
told that
o'clock
the administration there in Pennsylvania has been
In New
pushing
York, it's 9
every
o'clock.
county because they push
Come on,
back
Apple,
in the
too.
counties in Pennsylvania. They know that they're up against a clock that people want an answer, but they also want to do a diligent job. They want to get it right, and there are complexities involved when you're dealing with mail-in ballots. Well, as you know, we've been talking about their double ballot, checking the signature. There are a lot of different steps. So they're dealing with a large amount of ballots right now, more than 250,000 they're trying to get through, and they're getting through them fairly quickly across the state, particularly in Philadelphia. Well,
Yeah, that's a very impressive job they're doing indeed. It's such a huge prize, John King. 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Biden wins that. It's game, set, match. He wins.
Right, and so if you're the President of the United States, you remember, not all that long ago, a couple days, late Tuesday night, you're leading by 1.5 million votes, and there you are right now at 48,000 votes. And again, Ben just mentioned, we're waiting again on Philadelphia. If you've been with us for a long time, we keep checking in here, but every time we're at 89%. So you've got 10, 11% of the vote still to come in the largest area of the city, 12% of the vote, largest area of the state, excuse me. The biggest pool of votes comes right here out of Philadelphia. You see Joe Biden getting 80%. He doesn't need that, but if he gets it out of here, it helps him cut into the lead. And so you just come down. There's some more votes here in the college as well. The votes out in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, those won't be counted until tomorrow because it's illegal. We talked to the executive earlier. He says they'll be counted tomorrow. But there's 36,000 votes out there. You look at that lead, 36,000 votes. The county executive told us Joe Biden's been getting about 80% of the mail-in ballots as they count them. It just tells you think about the blue counties, the pool of votes. But again, to make this point, we got some votes earlier tonight from out here in Mercer County, right? So you see this on the map, 63% Republican. You think, oh, okay, well, they count late votes here, they're going to be for Trump. They're not. They're not, because Democrats are voting by mail. The election day ballot is why, next election day voting is why the president is way ahead in these counties. And again, he did rallies near this, he did rallies in Butler County right over here. The president's voters came out on election day. But Joe Biden's voters...
What's happening? So basically, the election's over. Joe Biden is within 0.1 in Georgia. He's climbing quickly in Pennsylvania and is projected to take that too. He's holding in Nevada. We haven't gotten any updated data from there in a while. And he is trying to hold off Trump in Arizona.
Again,
It's looking really good.
key to the president 4 years ago. So he sees that at midnight Wednesday. As Tuesday.
Look, Josh, that's how much he was ahead by.
Wednesday, the president is up
Yikes.
nearly 550,000 votes. And then that lead actually grows 589,000 votes by Wednesday morning. You see it starting to shrink a little bit by Wednesday afternoon at 3 p.m. Then you keep coming through here at 11 o'clock Wednesday night. Look, they're starting to count mail-in ballots in many of these counties. Thursday, this morning, it starts to shrink some more. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon today. It shrinks some more down to 108 and change. 6:30 p.m. tonight. Here you are at 76,000 votes. You keep counting. You're at 63,000 votes. Then you come back live to where we are right now. You're at 48,854 votes. As you see, it has just been a steady progression as these counties, 67 of them across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, small and large, as they count their votes. Joe Biden is overwhelmingly winning the mail-in ballots, which are the votes being counted today because they did the election day count first. The president pulled out to a big lead because they counted the election day vote first. We've seen the flip side of this in other states. As they count the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden is roaring back. And again, Bucks County, still have more
Should
ballots
have
to
counted
count
the
here.
mail-in ballots
Joe
first.
Biden winning 51% in the overall count, but that includes
If
election.
we would have counted the mail-in ballots, we'd probably be having a heart attack because we counted first and then
Say,
Trump
when you move
starts.
down here
coming
into
back,
Montgomery
yeah.
County, suburban call around Philadelphia is where Democrats need to get their vote. Delaware County as well. Jake Tapper told me that's what's called Delco, and the locals will like me. Jake Tapper is a local. I'm not, but Delco it is. There you go, Chester County here. In all of these counties, Joe Biden has more than exceeded what he needs to do in counting these mail-in votes. And so, as Pam just noted, they're trying to count more of them tonight. Every time I look, just to see if the numbers change. If you're with us when we're talking about this, you'll see it when we do. Because it comes alive when they report them. 48,854 votes in a state the president cannot lose.
It's funny how everyone predicted that he would win victory and also say that the state's cheated. He's a very contradictory boy. He's very stupid.
Trump became president because he won here 4 years ago. He won here 4 years ago. He won there 4 years ago. The so-called Democratic blue wall. Those states have been blue in every presidential election since 1992. Donald Trump turned them all red 4 years ago. That's why he's the president of the United States. Right there. So far, Joe Biden promised that he could crack the code and rebuild the blue wall. He has Wisconsin, he has Michigan, and it would be a celebration. Joe Biden was born in Scranton, Pennsylvania, moved to Delaware. It would be a celebration of the Biden campaign. It would get him to victory, and it would be a personal victory that Joe Biden could turn that blue.
You run all three of those states, and it's outrageous. The president said Biden's wins in Wisconsin and Michigan were the result of fraud and cheating. There was no fraud, no cheating in Michigan and Wisconsin. And in Pennsylvania, it's getting closer and closer. If he
Do I think that Trump will actually run in 2024? Because I can see him doing it.
Again,
Because he's a narcissist. Hopefully he dies before that.
Candidate now.
Jesus.
With the truth, if he wants to prove those points,
Jesus.
of law, he can go try to.
Oh my God.
I didn't say anything.
In court. We will see if he does that.
Live stream clap.
I swear. I was joking. It was for comedic purposes only. I didn't actually mean that.
Won the popular vote by a big amount, right? By a very big amount.
He can run, but he didn't serve 2
That
terms.
happened because 6 million people illegally voted in the United States of America. That is a lot.
Yeah, he's allowed
It's a
to.
lot.
Bro,
There's no other way to put it.
I
So
swear,
since the
if
beginning,
Trump runs in
even in victory,
24,
even in victory, President Trump has a lot.
I'll quit.
everybody is going to no. Everybody is going to vote. Not one single Democrat will not vote.
I hope Kamala is like actually the nominee at that point. Oh my God, she would eviscerate Trump in the debate. She's saying if Trump runs in 2024 and Kamala is like president at the time,
So what?
Yeah, they found
that
just like I don't think they ever existed, but you
Say
might
it, I
remember a
want
long
your
time ago.
answer.
He said if Trump runs in 2024 and Kamala Harris
Barack Obama's birth certificate
is
was fraud.
He can't run again.
Barack
You
Obama
can.
in Hawaii.
He can.
Yep.
A president can run for president one time.
yeah, but only because he's gonna serve 4 years. He's
But
not.
you run 8 years, if you do 8 years, you can't run again.
No.
Anything wrong with the vote in
You never gonna say
2016,
can't run again.
it's
Yeah, he can run again.
If he can't run against Kamala now,
Oh, he's not gonna win though. He probably won't even win the nomination this time. No loss.
No, they're not nominating him again because they know
they know what type of person this dude is.
They know who he is. How we
Oh, that'll be so easy to tear him apart. So easy.
You lost.
You lost. Not only did you lose, you had 4 years in office. We seen how that turned out, and you lost. You are
I
the
mentioned
first.
that you lost.
You are the first one-term president since George H.W. Bush. You lost. You're trash. You're garbage. You're not winning.
It's not in
Go home.
That debate would be hilarious. Yeah.
You're right. They continue
Come
to
on, these allegations that you got on you.
Exactly. You got allegations. You left of the presidency. You got more allegations.
If you remember,
He literally said at a rally, if I lose, you're not gonna hear from me again. And that was Joe Biden's whole campaign ad. And he just said, if I lose, you'll never hear from me again. I'm Joe Biden. And I proved it.
Oh my God. I'm Joe Biden.
I do the same thing. Like what? My opponent just said if he loses, he's just gonna disappear. I'm like, all right, bet. You'll be doing everyone a favor.
So yeah, Joe Biden now has more.
The percentage is tied for Georgia.
We're getting a new vote count in Georgia.
Well, thank you, CNN.
Shrink and shrink.
Yeah!
49.4% for Trump, 49.4% for Biden. Trump is ahead now by only 1,902 votes. It's a virtual tie that's going on in Georgia right now. We're coming
Over! Exactly. He is chugging Diet Cokes like it's the water at this point. He is so thirsty. So thirsty! Everyone is in the need. Everyone's... Melania, everyone else in the White House is probably packing up, and Trump is just sitting there at the TV. He's like, "We're gonna win. We're gonna win. It's fake news. Fake news. Fake news."
Fake news.
Yeah, he's just sitting with his hands over his ears. It's fake news. January 20th. That's Inauguration Day.
So virtually it's just a man in the
Oh,
house.
he'll be gone before then. I guarantee he's too prideful to actually go to the inauguration.
Yep.
He'd probably leave. Like John Adams did when John Adams, after he was he hated Thomas Jefferson so much, he just ditched. So he probably would do the same thing. John Adams didn't go to the inauguration, no. He left before Thomas Jefferson could become president.
Wait, did Obama go to Trump's inauguration?
Yes, Obama was there.
He was crocheting.
Yeah, he hated Thomas Jefferson, and
Really freaking delicious. Just Dr. Reason. Yep.
I heard Arizona will flip back with Trump. Is that true? We don't know. We could, but it wouldn't matter if we win Pennsylvania, and we're about to take the lead in Georgia, so.
I was always comparing myself to my sisters. They were always.
I don't care.
Don't care.
I don't care. Don't care. Don't care.
Thomas Jefferson was a Democrat now.
No, he was a.
Idiot.
He was an idiot. He was anti-federalist.
What?
He was an anti-federalist. It's a yeah. The Federalists used to.
John Adams was what?
Well, I mean, no. John Adams was a Federalist. Thomas Jefferson was a Democratic Republican, which was basically an anti-federalist. Federalists wanted a strong national government with the Constitution and stuff. The anti-federalists didn't.
Oh, you said.
And they just wanted, they wanted to either stay in the Articles of Confederation or they just wanted, strong states and not a strong national government. Which is super stupid because we had the Articles of Confederation and we were trash because of it. It was dumb. It was very dumb, and Thomas Jefferson also owned slaves. So, Thomas Jefferson was a mad hypocrite. Mad hypocrite.
So what?
Are you a Democrat or independent? I'm an independent. I'm further left than the Democrats.
Okay.
It was too far
You
then.
gotta go back and work at 6 a.m.
Thomas
after this,
Jefferson.
No, Thomas Jefferson would be like a right-winger now. I mean, he owned slaves, and he always talked about freedom, even though he didn't have freedom for his slaves. And then he also didn't want the government to do stuff.
So John Adams wasn't into this slavery thing.
I think he did own slaves too. I think almost all of them had slaves. Pretty sure John Adams would too. It was more on how much power the government should have that was the dividing thing. Y'all, Georgia turns blue. It'll be the first since 1992. Yep, since Clinton.
Alright, that's one thing that.
How you feel about the play Hamilton? The play Hamilton is so good.
I hope you stop picking up the two question that clean shoes.
It was super good. I wish he could have covered more stuff in Hamilton. I'd take Hamilton being an hour or two longer just for him to cover everything. Not everything, but most other things, because it was mainly positives on everything. It didn't really capture the real dynamic. Well, it did capture the dynamic between him and Jefferson, but I wish they kind of had more things with the presidents at the time and everything. So everything like that.
Joshua.
So
Eddie.
yeah.
This cup here.
But Hamilton was great though. Oh, that's it now.
I'm almost at 200,000 plays on these on one song. And sound.
People that are far left tend to be smarter and in the know. Yep. The more informed you get about things, the further left you go. Academia is left leaning for a reason. I want to see a Hamilton musical for Abe Lincoln during the Civil War. Yes, that'd be great.
Oh, turn it back on.
How long will the stream stay on?
Georgia
For a
right
while.
now. Trump's lead in Pennsylvania dramatically narrowing right now. 94% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a lead of only 42,142. It was in the hundreds of thousands 24 hours ago. 49.7% for Trump, 49% for Biden.
And it's still
20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania.
additional
Biden wins
900,000,
Pennsylvania.
I think.
It's game over. He wins the presidency. In Georgia right now, it's a virtual tie. 99% of the vote is in, but there's still votes out there. Trump has a lead of only 1,902. 49.4% for Trump, 49.4% for Biden, 16 electoral votes in Georgia as well. Still votes out there. A virtual tie, John King. Georgia and Pennsylvania. Let's go to Georgia first right now. Update our viewers on what you're seeing.
Let's pull out right now. Sorry, I'm just hunting around and seeing some counties out there. I don't need to say a word. Just look at that right there. 1,902 votes. We continue to count the votes across Georgia, and as we count them, the president's lead has gone from more than 300,000 votes, now down to 1,902 votes. And so, what are we waiting for? We know there are places where we still have votes out. We know they include a small number of ballots in Fulton County,
5%
where Atlanta is. We know we're waiting to see there are more ballots in Cobb County. Several hundred only, but we know they're out there. And you keep coming across, that's Fulton. Gwinnett County at 95%. So a lot of this is coming from the metro Atlanta area. That's one looks like it's full. Rockdale County. We move over here a little bit. Newton County, they're done. Let's check down here again. Henry County, it looks like they are about done. But we've just seen this steady path of progress as votes have come in, and not just in the metro Atlanta area. We've seen
It's
them
gonna
come
go
in
blue any second. It's gonna go blue any second. When it goes blue, we're gonna rejoice.
And so what's happening is all of these counties, and just to be clear, it's not just in the blue counties. Even in the red counties, Joe Biden is making up ground because in places that President Trump is winning, and winning convincingly, even there, the mail-in ballots are going to the Democrats. So we're watching this count. I keep clicking back to statewide because I want to watch it. Inside the Biden campaign, they believe soon they will kick them because they know what votes are out and they know where they are, and they know that a fair amount of them are still here. And so this has been happening all night long. Is it guaranteed? Absolutely not. But again, you're watching.
Is there really going to be a recount? Yeah.
President Trump cannot.
Which state?
Say it again.
For Georgia and Pennsylvania. It won't be for Pennsylvania because Pennsylvania will get large enough a lead. We have to see how much of a lead Biden's going to get in Georgia.
State, and it's now down to 42,142 votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. 49.7 to 49.0. And you see there's still 6% of the vote out. And again, a lot of this vote, we know, is in Democratic strongholds, and they're continuing to count. So 2 states the president must win, Pennsylvania and Georgia. His leads are shrinking almost by the hour, or even sometimes by the quarter hour, and we're just waiting to see. They're red on the map right now.
Yeah, it's turning blue any second.
But the president cannot allow. If the clock runs out in this election, and those are blue, he is allowed to play.
Georgia.
Yeah. I'll post like this clip on my
state.
on
So if the
TikTok.
president
Probably.
will start accusing Georgia of cheating and fraud, and got a Republican governor.
He already is. Georgia's gonna be blue any second.
Again, as the president says that if he or any candidate for any
I'll give it 10
any
minutes.
level across the United States of America has a legitimate case to make, you can go to court and you can file the documents to try to prove it. But what they're doing here in the state of Georgia is what they're doing in all 50 states, and different states are doing it in different order. So you saw, again, I'll say this, in Ohio, on election night, Joe Biden jumped out to a big lead. They counted the mail-in ballots first. That was the process.
I feel like the next update is gonna be down to like 300 vote lead.
One mistake quite convincing.
And then it's gonna be yikes.
First, Republicans by tradition and because of the.
I feel like every update this dude Trump has a heart attack.
Every
update.
They decided they would count after. That's their process. That's what they've been doing today. And again, by the hour today, that lead, and starting at the yesterday, by the hour today, that lead has been shrinking, and we're at 1,900 votes away, and there are more than enough votes in play for the president to catch up, without a doubt. There are 16,000 votes still outstanding. Joe Biden needs about 57% of those. We have been surpassing that bar, reaching that bar by a significant margin throughout the day.
Any new votes in Pennsylvania that were just coming in. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania.
New votes in
Let's
Pennsylvania.
take a look at here's the state of Pennsylvania. Right now, Trump is ahead by 42,142. All right, take a look at Scranton. You can see where Scranton is. There, look there. Right, the county right below Scranton. I think that's Monroe County right there.
There you go.
Monroe County. It's a small county of about 1.3%. Bring out the blackboard. We got some new numbers just coming in from Monroe County.
Good.
Biden, take a look at this. He's got 10,841.
Give it to me.
And Trump in Monroe County has 4,000.
Yeah.
Biden wins by 70, I think 71.6%.
Yeah.
72.
Yeah.
Joe Biden needs a smaller percentage of that. He does not need that many votes. I just want to check to make sure we get this right. We don't want to mislead anybody. This number is actually high because Joe Biden keeps exceeding it. An hour ago or so, Joe Biden needed 63%, 62.7% of the outstanding votes. Every time we've counted them since I checked that number, he has exceeded it, which means the percentage now is actually lower. So let's hold him to the higher bar. Hold him to the higher bar. That again is more proof that every time we count votes, Joe Biden is cutting into the math. And so let's just turn this off. I'm gonna move this up here. We can bring it back. We can look at Monroe County. Let's stop it right there. Then let's just come back and look again. 42,000 votes. Again, that lead at one point was above 600,000 votes. And
Now it's at 30.
To a Trump supporter, how do you go from 600,000 votes ahead to 40?
The amount of cognitive
You
dissonance.
do that by counting votes.
They go, Trump's good and he's gonna win. But how do you lose a 700,000 vote lead?
Much more right after this.
My guy Trump has the biggest choke of the 2010s.
Introducing
You choked a 700,000 vote lead. 700,000. What? Who we, the Warriors? Who elected the Warriors as president? Jeez.
They were doing all this winning and
Exactly. We're gonna be winning so much you're gonna get tired of winning.
yeah.
You're choking, bud. Down lad. What happened to your lead?
stock ownership. Schwab, own your tomorrow.
Jesus. F in the chat for Don lad. Any updates? We just got, they're tied in Georgia. Joe Biden just won by 70-something% in new votes in a particular county in Pennsylvania. We're about 40,000 behind. Probably less after that update. And it's looking good.
This is not so. This is a family tradition. 100 years in the making. This is Clayton County. All of these reports on political TikTok, but I see nobody talking about this.
What happened? Nobody talking about what?
60,000 plus people thought it'd be okay to walk into a voting booth and put Kanye West down. So to the people of
60,000 people voted for Kanye West.
During this election total?
Yes.
They're all Republicans too. I told you, there's a significant chunk of this population who is very stupid.
Yep.
They're all Republicans too.
4,040 in Arkansas, 6,254 in Colorado. Idaho had 3,631. Iowa had 3,202. Kentucky had 6,259. Louisiana had 4,894. Minnesota 7,789. Mississippi 3,277. Oklahoma 5,590. Tennessee had 10,000.
Again, there's
10,221. Vermont had 1,265, and Utah had 4,344.
60,000 votes for Kanye West.
Tennessee, Utah, and Vermont that voted for Kanye, fuck you. And the reason why I'm so pissed off is that we all know that there are third-party candidates that have been involved in politics. But Kanye West was nothing.
I thought he was at 264. Yeah, Associated Press has him at 264. CNN is very careful.
So the fact that you thought it to be some sort of like good thing to walk into a voting booth and put Kanye West's name down, you're a fucking idiot.
Atta boy, I speak. Thoughts on comedy? Don't like it, but I'll deal with it because that's their only option.
Josh, look.
What?
Look. Oh my god, this dude's hilarious. Look.
Why did he say that?
Ah, no!
Tomorrow it's the blue contacts for me.
Jesus Christ.
Pick me, massa, pick me.
The definition.
Alright, he's for Trump until his rights get taken away. That no,
He's for
That-
Trump, but Trump is not for him.
for real. Oh, turn it back up.
Night in America continues where we are watching
Aji.
votes being counted. That is what the process is right now. Regardless of what the president says is going on, that is what is happening in states across the country right now. The votes are being counted. Let's put it up on the screen. Let's put the latest breakdown of each state, if we have it, or not. We're looking obviously at Arizona. We're looking at, there you go, Georgia. We have the president still has a lead, 1,902 votes, but that lead has been gradually getting smaller and smaller as we have watched over the course of the day. As the votes continue to be counted, there are still votes being counted in Georgia. Nevada, 11,438. Joe Biden is in the lead there. It had been about 70,000 or so, I think it was earlier this morning. So Biden's lead has grown somewhat throughout the day in Nevada, awaiting more votes to be counted there, though. And you saw Pennsylvania and Arizona. Also want to put up a tweet that Joe Biden sent out after President Trump's remarks at in the White House briefing room. Former Vice President Biden tweeted, "No one is going to take our democracy away from us, not now, not ever. America's come too far, fought too many battles, and endured too much to let that happen." It's a really interesting juxtaposition of what we see happening tonight. I mean, on the one hand, there's the president and what he is saying, the charges he is leveling, and the court battles that will no doubt happen, whether or not whatever evidence the president has and his attorneys have to present will be presented. But while that drama is going on, the very sort of mundane, focused work of democracy, of counting votes, continues in each of these states. And it continues no matter what the president says, no matter what Vice President Biden says. Doesn't matter if it's a Republican governor in the state or a Republican secretary of state in the state or a Democratic one. The votes are being counted.
Yeah, there's a real nobility in that. I mean, if you believe in democracy, this is the day when people have the power. I mean, now it's the days, but this is the time when people have the power to have their say. And obviously, the president is.
I will count all 400,000 mail-in in Nevada. Honestly, it'd probably be faster. I don't know what they're doing.
They said.
And
I think we just wait.
Exactly. They hired my cousin's turtle to count the votes in Nevada.
Sometimes wait hours to vote, and all these people who volunteer because they think it is their patriotic duty to be there, because they want to be part of this process. There's a real beauty to it, no matter how much the president says it. There's real beauty to it.
And that's what's so damaging about what the president did earlier, which is that all these people that they
Look, John. Oh, consciously about to go crazy.
government
Look.
officials trying to conduct democracy as it should be conducted, and there may be problems.
Seem like all you military Trump supporters are having existential identity crisis because your entire identity on the virtual world is centered around that old president that was in office. And if he ain't in office, you recognize there's an existential threat that you gotta figure out who the hell you are outside of the bipartisan shit bullshit you've been pushing for the last 4 years. Don't be in denial now, man. There's a metaphor you had about being captain of your college football team and not giving up until the final minute say zero. Dawson, you are in denial. You see this score right here? Now, in a race where you need 270 to win, he got 214. Even if he won Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, he got all those points. 51 points still would mean you'll be losing. That's all you need right there, man. No need for you to be in denial and add to the disarray our public is going to, man. No need to feel your conservative Fox News manufacture shit on here either, man. Just take the hell with dignity, bro. You know,
Bro, that beat's so annoying. I've been meeting the body in for a while. I never did it. I will make a video on it, trust me. Oh my god, all the trumpets are getting smoked as soon as they call this election. I am ending the stream and going to film about 5 videos immediately.
Still saying it's corrupt.
I got 2 Twitter accounts that I got to body real quick and TikToks for what they were saying on Twitter. I got an unlimited list of conservative TikTokers right now that have been spreading misinformation about the election this whole time because they can't accept the fact that they're losing. Ooh, it's gonna go scorched earth as soon as they call we project Joe Biden to be president. Oh my gosh. It is over. I am dumping on people as soon as it happens.
Brought a lot of liberals and chartists and all that kind of stuff there. You got a lot of people left Louisiana because of Katrina, set up shop there. You got a lot of stuff happening there culturally. You got a big LGBTQ community there.
Look at the videos I'm about to make. I hit 1 million followers.
Then you've got the incredible organizing, Stacey Abrams' Fair Fight, New Georgia Project, and others who've gotten out there and they
Point of view is 2068 and Nevada still hasn't voted.
Political changes are amazing.
What, they're in election debt? And they're in debt the past 15 elections?
Let me remind you the numbers, 211,000 votes is what Donald Trump won Georgia by 5 points. I believe it was 5 points 4 years ago.
Yeah.
211,000.
He's never been that far ahead in the state ever.
So I mean, this is a big. I'm talking to people in Georgia, and they, their state has changed. I mean, Stacey Abrams almost won. She lost by what, 0.5%, something like that. So
He's trying to drink the water.
the Senate race in Georgia, and it's close to probably. I think now both of them are going to go.
I think I need to give her water
the
back.
State Senate is going to be decided.
Explain that, because I mean, that sort of got lost on
You hear about runoffs all the time, and you have them, for example, in Louisiana, which has what's called a jungle primary, where you have primary goes on.
But he wants to win Biden, of course.
Senate in Louisiana, and he ran against a whole host of candidates, and unless you get 50%, you have a runoff. But in Georgia, like many other southern states, you have to get 50% in the primary, but in Georgia is the only one that you have to get 50% in the general. And they've had that for a long time, and I think it was an old Jim Crow who led keeping the Democrats' hands. Well, now it's still there, and we have a special election. We have a whole bunch of candidates, just like Louisiana, and the top two candidates are a Democrat, Pastor Warnock, and then
How's he handling an AZ? I don't know, but it doesn't matter because we're about to take the lead in Georgia and we're going to win Pennsylvania.
For a 6-year term, that's
Like literally, because the trajectory is so accurate and so in favor of Biden in Pennsylvania, we don't even need Arizona anymore.
And David Perdue was at 50%.
We don't need Arizona or
just a few minutes ago.
But the importance of that.
Oh,
races.
I thought you meant now. Yeah, Alicia.
What?
In Georgia, that will determine who
So,
controls
yeah.
the United States.
So there's going to be a ton of
Because of Pennsylvania, we don't need Nevada or Arizona anymore.
The way he's stationed in Georgia.
Good investment right now.
the way
You're talking about its ethnic deserts and natives. How is he closing it? I don't
know.
know.
Organizers sharing ballots. Yeah. So, anyways, you got the democracy, and so that is a battle to come for Georgia. That both Democrats and Republicans are going to on the Senate side. The battle right now tonight, 1,000 votes, 1,900 is now with the president's lead. Is that? Do we know when more numbers are going to be coming in, both for Georgia and also Pennsylvania? I mean, because earlier today, the Secretary of State had said they would be done by the end of the day in Pennsylvania. Then the governor came out and said, well, but maybe that.
Or it seems to be dribbling in.
So, Clayton County is supposed to be in by midnight.
This is in Georgia.
Georgia.
Really?
And that could flip it, so that's a bit of a tease, but it
Clayton County's about this year 70% African American, so it's.
So it could flip it, that's what I mean, but, so, things are coming in piecemeal, but that's an important.
The other thing that happened today, which also has gotten lost in all this, is that another record count of COVID cases in the United States. Yesterday had been a new record. I think it was 102,000 yesterday and today.
And this is the reality that if Joe Biden gets elected president, this is the reality he's going to have to confront it. And what Gloria said is really concerning. One of the things I'll always remember when Barack Obama got elected president is just how helpful George W. Bush and his entire
Trump,
team was.
Biden carries every state from here on out, and Biden and Trump carries North Carolina, he wins by the exact same margin he beat Hillary by.
It was because he saw himself
Which
as a
would be the
trustee
perfect
of
ending.
democracy. He saw this as his obligation to ensure
Not
there
and
was
if he wins Arizona,
a
not
good,
Arizona, and if he
peaceful,
wins, if Trump
productive
wins Alaska
transfer
and
of power. It's
the main
more
district, I think.
important right now than ever because we're facing a COVID crisis. We have deep economic problems, and you know, I mean, again, my prayer for the country is that there is a good, solid transition. The auguries here are not very positive.
Yeah, it was 102,000 new cases yesterday. More than 120,000.
So
Staggering numbers.
COVID isn't going to go away. It could be a joint project if you had two people who wanted to work together on it. I mean, all of this, what you're talking about, reminds me. I just looked it up. When Bill Clinton became president, you know, they leave each other notes in the desk there in the Oval Office. And Bush 41 said to him, "You will be our president when you read this note. I wish you well. Your success now is our country's success. I am rooting hard for you."
Our coverage continues in just one.
Nah, Trump ain't doing that. Huh?
We may be on the brink of a major turning point in the presidential vote count. I'm Will Blitzer. The former Vice President Joe Biden keeps gaining ground in Georgia tonight. He's now in a virtual tie with President Trump in that traditionally red state. And it's possible he will take the lead at any moment. Biden also is slicing deeper and deeper into the president's lead in Pennsylvania, another must-win for Trump. It's a different story in Arizona, where Biden's advantage has narrowed, but he still appears to be on a firm path toward winning the 270 electoral votes needed to become president-elect of the United States. Biden is now at 253, Trump is at 213, and the votes keep coming. Here's a key race alert.
Give us some news! We're just gonna read the stats.
Here are the closest four states right now. Take a look at this. Georgia right now, President Trump is ahead by only 1,902 votes. They're going to push a virtual tie right now. At any moment now, that lead he has could switch dramatically in Georgia. In Nevada right now, Biden is ahead by 11,438 votes. In Pennsylvania, Trump is ahead by only 42,142, but that's dramatically lower than it was only hours and hours ago. His lead is slipping dramatically in Pennsylvania. In Arizona, Biden's lead is slipping right now. It's at 46.
Let's still check Twitter, shall we?
47 was much higher earlier, so his lead is slipping in Arizona right now. Lots going on. We're watching all of this with John King over at the Magic Wall. Let's talk about
Biden, yeah.
in Pennsylvania right now, because it's possible the president could lose the lead at any moment.
If the president loses Georgia, the best he can do is 269 electoral votes. If he loses Georgia,
apparently Trump once said to John Lewis before he passed away,
which of course is the finish line.
fix
So we're
your
looking at
horrible
this.
Atlanta
This is so
district.
dramatic. 1,902 votes. 1,000.
Apparently before John Lewis passed away,
49.4 to
he
49.4.
told
In a state, the president had a lead.
Trump told him to fix your horrible Atlanta district. The same Atlanta district that just voted 70% for Joe Biden. Tough! And then it shows up me and Michael Jordan talking about, and we took that personally with Atlanta hat on.
International airport is right here. If you're ever flying in or out or through Atlanta. Right now, Clayton still has about 5,776 ballots to count as of the last point. Just in this county alone, if Joe Biden wins...
Biden is down 1,902 votes in Georgia. There are about 16,000 votes left to count. Biden needs to win 56 of what remains in order to take the lead statewide.
More than 5,700 votes.
He's been not dropping below 70%.
85% of the vote. And Joe Biden generally exceeds what you see for his countywide vote when they count the mail-in votes. Pretty hard to exceed that.
Well.
But we'll see if he does. So in a place where Joe Biden's already getting 85% of the vote, they've got 5,700. That's enough right there. Statewide, 16,000 votes still outstanding. Right there. Joe Biden essentially needs 57%, a little smaller than that now, if he pulls in the rest of the votes. Where else are they? Some of them are still a small amount of votes, we believe, still in Fulton County here. This is Atlanta.
5% Fulton County
around here as you walk down and come through. This one's up to 99. We saw it earlier. I just want to show you. Rockdale County had some votes coming earlier. I just want to go, because we've seen this throughout the night, right? It's how is Joe Biden doing? So even in a place even in a place where you see him running very well here. Let me bring this up. When these last votes came in Rockdale County, here's what happened. Joe Biden got 803 votes, right? So that's 77.9%. I'll give you the president's total in just a minute. 77.9.
Hey, we don't care about Florida anymore.
208 votes. Now, why am I bringing this up in a county where Joe Biden is winning so big? Because the challenge is because the president has a statewide lead, to exceed that far. So even in places where Joe Biden
Not
is
the only
70%,
Georgia's not blue yet, almost, any second.
Do a little bit better than that everywhere. So we're seeing this consistently across these counties. So the metric all day long, the test for Joe Biden, is he getting enough votes at the percentage he needs to narrow the gap? And we were asking that question when it was 60,000. We were asking that question when it was 50,000, 40,000. It's now 1,900. It's below 2,000. We're waiting for the rest of the votes. Again, on the track it is on right now, the expectation, there we go, as we speak, 1,797. This has been a methodical
1,700 now.
for Joe Biden, or a methodical decline for the President of the United States. And again, in the White House earlier tonight, he said that this was because of fraud and cheating. It is because of math and democracy and counting votes in a state with a Republican governor, a Republican Secretary of State, Republican office holders. If the governor of Georgia thought there was fraud, we would have heard from him by now. He's the Republican governor. This has been playing out for a couple of days. They're simply counting votes, and we're watching. 1,797 now, the president's lead, because they counted the election day vote first, was above 300,000.
We are closing in.
Wednesday. There we go. That's Georgia. We'll keep an eye on that, and then we'll tell me if it changes while I move up here to
You're
Pennsylvania.
Canadian, man.
Again,
You lucky.
42,142 votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, where the president, as we went from Tuesday into early morning hours of Wednesday, led by more than 500,000 votes, over 600,000 votes at one point. There's nothing wrong with that. They counted the election day vote first. You see all these red counties. Pennsylvania's a big, complicated state, a rural state up in here, and the president does extremely well in those counties. He turned out his vote on election day, and he mounted an impressive vote total. But then we started counting the mail-in ballots. Democrats did that disproportionately, and you see down here, especially, as we wait for the rest of the votes to come in. I want to switch to Pennsylvania. About 250,000 left to count. At last check, 250,000. 20% of those are right here in Philadelphia. 20% of them, about 72,000. Joe Biden's getting 80% of the vote in Philadelphia, right? You can take out a pencil at home, get your calculator out. If he keeps winning votes at that pace here, then he's going to catch up to that. And we've been going throughout the day. The president is getting his votes, but Joe Biden, even when you go to places like this, we haven't had any known votes here, but it's so full for Republican County. Even when you go to places like this, today Joe Biden is getting 60, 70% of the vote or higher, even though he's not in the totals. Because in the election day count, the president ran it up very successfully, but Joe Biden, the Democrats who live here voted by mail, and those are the votes that are coming in as we go through this. So again, just like in Georgia,
it does matter who wins.
Toward the president,
but seeing Trump fans mad is a bonus, because we'd be significantly worse if Trump wins than we would if Biden.
The president of the United States, to get above 270, he needs this, and he needs this. Let's flip the math another way. Joe Biden right now is at 253. It takes 270 to win. That's 20. There's the most simple math of all. 253 plus 20 means Joe Biden's the next president of the United States. But we will keep our eye on the count in the Commonwealth of
Anderson
Pennsylvania
Cooper,
and the state of Georgia.
that is the president of the United States. That is the most powerful person in the world. We see him like an obese turtle on his back, flailing in the hot sun, realizing his time is over.
Wait, when did he tweet that?
No, he said that on air.
Where?
Hold on.
So we are likely to see the president's lead decline even more. Rockdale County is one of the magnitude coming with 1,031 votes. 803 went to Vice President Biden, and 203 went to President Trump. Now, Clayton County is that county now that still has the most outstanding votes. It's 5,726. And we are told that they are going to continue counting till at least midnight. They actually believe in Clayton County they will get through all of the absentee ballots that they have outstanding or that need to be counted before or at the time of midnight. So that's going to be a significant time. We should point out, though, it's not going to be ones that are dumped right at 11:59. They're actually updating on a much more regular basis, maybe on the span of about every half hour. Gwinnett County was going till at least 9 o'clock. Now, the thing about Gwinnett County was they were going to keep counting, but they weren't going to update their numbers. They say they're not going to do that until
Where's my
tomorrow
charger?
morning sometime. And we know there are a number of other counties that have been contemplating going later into the night. But the smaller the county, the less likely they would do that. They just simply don't have the staffing to go 24 hours.
Our TV's so much behind
to
that
point out,
for some
there
reason I
is
have no
Clayton
clue.
County with the largest number. They are still counting. They do expect to be
Anderson
completed
body
tonight.
Trump with that
And as
quote
you've
with
already
a straight
mentioned,
face.
the
That I would be
numbers
dying
tonight
laughing.
could flip the entire race as it stands in Georgia right now. A really remarkable story that is breaking by almost every moment.
And has anyone there at all, you're in Savannah, has anyone at all suggested fraud or illegal voting, anything untoward going on?
Well, I should say, yes, there are Trump supporters that have come out and been quite vocal, but they have nothing to substantiate it. They base it on conversations. They claim they have the people who thought they were going to get absentee ballots, that they say never received them, and then there's all sorts of other conspiracy theories that are out there. But no, there's no official complaint. There was one that went to Chatham County Court here, but that was dismissed by the judge. The claim was that there were a number of absentee ballots that came in too late, about 50 of them, that may have been slipped in to the actual tally, but county election officials here were able to prove to the judge that that did not happen, and that case was dismissed. That's the only legal case there was.
What time do I think Biden will win? I have no idea. Hopefully tonight.
Georgia, key state. Martin, thank you very much. Martin Savage is in Savannah for us. You know, John, as we keep pointing out, Georgia has a Republican governor, a Republican Secretary of State, and things are moving along. There's always a few little minor problems in any election. They got to do a little recounting here and there, but nothing significant.
And to Martin's point about the Trump supporters, there's a process. And again, I don't mean this, I mean this with no disrespect. You can complain publicly all you want. If you want to prove it, there are ways to do it. You go to court. Yeah. You go to your election officials and you file their complaints and it goes through the process. So we'll watch that. We'll watch that. Yeah. And look, if let's assume, we're looking at 1,797. The trajectory seems crystal clear.
I got school tomorrow and I got 2 tests. I don't think I can pull all night.
Well, guess what? It could be within grounds for a recount, number one. There are 8,000 possible military and overseas ballots. They mailed out, I believe, 8,800 was the number. That's the universe. They don't all come back. Not everybody sends them back, but they have to wait. They have to wait. So if this is, a race that's within a few thousand votes at the end, no matter who's in charge, we're going to wait for those ballots as well. So we're not going to be definitive in Georgia, but we have seen just a undeniable trajectory. And again, the places where the votes are out, Martin mentioned, Clayton County, look at it. The votes that have come in so far, 85% for Joe Biden. There are 5,700 votes still to be counted. They expect to have those by midnight. So we should see those within the next couple of hours in this one county. Then he mentioned, we're going to come up here, he mentioned DeKalb. He didn't mention DeKalb, we've done that. He mentioned Gwinnett. He said they're going to wait till tomorrow now. The last time I checked, there were 4,800 ballots there. And Joe Biden, in the county-wide vote, has just shy of 60%. But again, when they count these mail-in ballots, the numbers have been consistently much higher than that, because the election day vote includes the president's vote there, and in the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden has been getting consistently 79-80% or higher. That doesn't guarantee it happens again.
Well, it's too late for that now.
He has to keep explaining it over and over again because people are stupid.
That's a reserve of most likely.
We're gonna win, guys. The election's over.
Tomorrow, so we wait, and we're marked in.
I don't know why we're panicking so much.
We were waiting earlier in the day.
Because election day seemed gloomy, didn't it? Because it was like, oh my God, everything's doom and gloom because we're not winning right now.
Incredibly hard in overtime. They may have a few left that they're going to count tomorrow, but they did most of theirs, and this was one of the counties when they reported them that really started the exponential decline of the president's lead. And that's what they're doing, county by county across Georgia, counting the votes. As you know, they have a Republican governor, a Republican Secretary of State. There are 2 Senate races playing out in Georgia right now. If there was widespread fraud, trust me, people on the ballot, this is personal. You're running for Senate, you're running for House, you're running for County Commission, you're running for anything.
I knew you were going to do that. Come here.
If you have a complaint,
Sit down. Go.
Sit down.
Go to where you work.
That's not a complaint, that's politics.
Not up there.
Over there. Came out today in the briefing.
Get in the couch.
Allegations.
Get in the couch.
Totally
Get in the couch.
unfounded
Get in the
and
couch. Up.
Very, very
Up.
dangerous. Jake, John, and Abby,
Get in the
guys,
couch.
Steve.
Well, I mean, what a nail biter. Look at the margins in these 4 key battleground states. In Georgia, it is only
Stop being slow. You know how to get in the couch.
97. They are basically tied with 49.4% each, Trump and Biden. In Nevada, the voting continues. Biden is ahead by only 11,438. Trump has really chipped away at the oh, I'm sorry, no, I'm thinking of Arizona. And in any case, 11,438. It's incredibly narrow. Biden has expanded his slim margin there by about 4,000 today. In Pennsylvania, 41,305 votes separate Donald Trump from Joe Biden, and as the votes keep getting counted, that lead keeps getting narrowed. And Arizona, 46,257. As the voting goes on there, the vote counting goes on there, Biden is losing votes and Trump is chipping away. I have never seen anything like this. I mean, having one state
Take Jaffer.
one thing, having four this close. 2 days.
Take Jaffer.
2 days we have some election. 2 days. 3, 5, 10. Whatever it is. It is unbelievable, and the stakes could not be
Conservatives paying so much. Yep.
You know, it's all, I want to say it's like having 4 Floridas, but it's, you know, hopefully we will end up.
Yeah, because Canadians have more common sense.
Hopefully we'll end up in a place where these votes will get counted. They're doing it very slowly, very cautiously, very deliberately, Nevada in particular, which is slower than the others, and we will get the answers. And we're going to get maybe some more news from Arizona later. Pennsylvania is working pretty fast, especially considering, as we talked about, this is really new for them. I mean, it's new for a lot of states.
What are you doing?
To have this volume of mail-in votes, but the whole notion of mail-in voting is really new for
I keep
Pennsylvania.
talking about my fellow Pennsylvanians as if we're not the greatest.
Well, yeah, even.
Of course, we're capable of such a thing.
You know, but even Pennsylvanians have said that this that the state, the Commonwealth, was
The Commonwealth.
on the whole notion of mail-in voting before 2020, and you know they're getting together. There are problems. There's no question, and it was a little bit rough with the legislature and the Democratic governor, but at least they're doing it, and they're doing it in a pretty brisk way.
You know what I think about a lot as we go through this all together as a nation? The president is freaking out, frankly, over these narrow margins.
Yes.
But
Yes, he is. He's melting down.
in Pennsylvania by 44,000 votes.
That's right.
In Michigan by 10,000 votes.
Right.
In Wisconsin, 22,000 votes.
Mm-hmm.
So the narrowest of narrow margins in 3 states won Donald Trump the presidency of the United States. The difference tonight, though, is that the numbers are moving. We're still counting votes, and they're shifting on him, which I think is one of the things causing some anxiety over at the White House. But if you're the Trump campaign tonight, what is going on in Georgia is a nightmare scenario. It makes the math virtually impossible. And once that state flips, then you have the process of trying to find votes to flip it back. If you're Trump, that's what makes Georgia such a difficult situation for him. It's not over, but we are 1,700 votes away from Joe Biden potentially flipping that state, and we could get more votes again tonight. That's a huge, huge deal.
And by the way, it's Georgia.
Yeah.
It is Georgia.
A state that hasn't gone Democratic
wanted this
president
for
since
decades.
1992.
Yeah, I mean, it's really remarkable. I mean, in recent times, it's kind of been the white whale.
Georgia's our Texas.
They're going to get it.
Georgia.
Georgia is our
so much
Florida.
on the presidential level,
Screw
but
Florida and
it's
screw
not
Texas.
the way
We
it
got
was
Georgia.
years ago. But considering how red Georgia has been in recent decades, this demographic shift has been almost
Like before this
warp
election,
speed
like it
in the
was
past several
a
years.
given that
But
Georgia.
President Trump on Sunday in Georgia, Sunday before the presidential election, believe it or not, said I shouldn't even be here because they said
He said that in a lot of
they said
places.
I have it all wrapped up. No, he didn't. And at the rate we're going, Joe Biden looks like he will overtake Donald Trump in Georgia. Although I'm not calling it, and there remain all those.
I'm calling it.
other
I'm
votes
calling it.
that
I'm
are
calling
something,
it.
So we might not get an official.
I do your job for you. I'm calling it.
But look at that. It's remarkable. I have to say also, this is exciting because it is votes being counted. It is the experiment of America. It is democracy, and it's not only
Let's check
working
to it.
one way.
While they ran.
Biden's margins are getting better for him in Pennsylvania. and in Nevada and in Georgia. But Trump's march, it's getting better for Trump in Arizona. We're seeing how the counting of votes is really something to be celebrated, and it is being celebrated by everyone except for President Trump and his minions.
And can I just say, though, that
There's a mosquito here, that's why I keep
like
clapping.
we're counting votes. It's good that this process is happening, but it did not actually have to be this way. Some of these states should have been able to count these ballots before election day, which would have sped up this process. We're just watching this counting
Yes,
process happening in slow motion, in part because
We're watching
the
Donald
Trump
Trump
campaign
slowly
pushed
implode.
back on
That's
any
literally what we're
efforts to
watching.
count ballots
We're watching the
early
Trump
so that we can
regime
get
and his fans
some
slowly
before we got
implode
to
before our very eyes.
So that's really, I mean, especially in
Biden
the
now
states,
faces a
that is
19,000.
where we are.
Biden now faces a 19,002 vote margin. There is 15,074 votes remaining to be counted, per the Secretary of State reports. That means he needs just over 56% of the outstanding votes, while he has been averaging better than 70% of the ballots counted today. If you can run numbers, that means Trump ain't winning Georgia. Stacey Abrams helped register about 800,000 new voters in Georgia. Great job, Stacey Abrams.
I used to find it annoying when people would be on the street, hey, you want to sign up to vote? No, I don't.
Jake Tapper, Trump's lead in Georgia is now down to 19,002 votes. 1,902 votes. How do they have time to be tweeting while they on air? Jake Tapper tweeted 19 minutes ago. My boy.
What did you wait?
He tweeted 19 minutes ago. He's on air right now.
Into account. Maybe we haven't talked about that enough. That it's not just that we are in a position where things are probably happening slower because of the pandemic, but
we
that
do
these
need more updates for
people
Georgia.
who are trying to count the votes are doing it wearing masks, maybe wearing face shields, trying to be as careful as they possibly can for their own protection and the protection of others.
Although, Dan, I have to say, you're more of an expert of this than I am, but 2 years ago, I think it was, when Senator Kirsten Sinema defeated Martha McSally,
Took a while.
in Martha McSally's, the first time she was defeated for the Senate, as opposed to the second time a few days ago, as
I don't think they've called
they
it.
haven't called it yet, okay, as it looks like it's gonna happen. In any case, that race took a long time to determine who won. And McSally was ahead on election night 2018? I think
Yes,
it was.
it was huge.
Election night 2018.
Yeah.
And then they had to count all these absentee and vote by mail ballots. There are a lot of seniors in Arizona, obviously huge retirement.
Let's look at Trump's
A lot of
Twitter
people
right
vote
now.
by paper on it.
Community guideline.
And it was days later that we found out that Sinema had defeated then incumbent Senator McSally. So we are used to this from Arizona. It's just that the entire country wasn't paying attention to it. Really, just nerds who care about the balance.
Right. The presidency did hang in the balance because of what was going
Well,
on.
that didn't take long.
And particularly, on a presidential level.
Stop the
this
fraud.
Is the first time
It's misleading.
in a
Got
really
taken
long
down.
time the eyes of the country have been on Arizona as a battleground state on a presidential.
It's like he's crying out for help and nobody's listening.
That because of Ross Perot kind of helped get them there.
All of the recent Biden claims, all of the recent Biden claims.
Again, as I talked about with Georgia, it is
The recent Biden.
quickly changing demographics. In Arizona, not just retirees.
This is official historical document. This is a tweet from the President of the United States.
Now being on the verge.
All of the recent Biden claims states would be illegal.
Are going to have 2 runoffs.
All of the recent Biden claims states will be legally challenged for us, by us, for voter fraud and state election fraud. Plenty of proof. Just check out the media. We will win America first.
To fight over those 2 seats because that state is changing.
He's crying for help.
And because there's so much activism in that state.
The house is foreclosing on him.
Stacey Abrams
The bank is pulling up with the tow trucks and the demolition crew from the destroyed house. Repo his car.
Base,
yes.
Especially
He's yelling out the window.
In the state of Georgia.
Stop the repo company!
Joe Biden ends up winning Georgia, he will have Stacey Abrams and the communities that she has gotten excited and motivated. African American community, young community, Latino community, a lot of
Stacey
different groups.
Abrams, good job.
He will have her to thank for the work. And similarly, if Joe Biden ends up winning Arizona, we talked the other day about the fact that Joe Biden, according to exit polls, which are still early, showed that Joe Biden won 10% of Republicans in Arizona. So there is the McCain flake factor there. But if Joe Biden wins Arizona, the Latino community in Arizona came out for him in a major way. And there's a lot of talk about how Donald Trump has done better with the Latino community in 2020 than he did in 2016, especially in places
somehow.
Florida.
He literally started his campaign by pointing out Latino people saying,
different story.
I don't like you.
The activists
And there are people that are like, yeah, I like them.
Getting out their voters.
It's some abusive relationship mindset type stuff.
Exactly what you're hearing.
How many times you gotta punch you?
Looking at it, you're saying, it is a little bit of a different story depending on where you're looking geographically, and they really look at Arizona as a bright spot about their engagement with the Latino community, but also about the issue of immigration and how it can work for certain segments of the Latino population in that state. There's a lot that needs to be unpacked there, but Joe Biden might be saved in the state of Arizona by Latino voters showing up, though we should point out he actually doesn't need to win the state of Arizona.
All right, well, we are following these very dramatic developments in the vote count in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and we're standing by for new numbers in all of the battleground states remaining. We're going to talk to Senator Bob Casey of Pennsylvania next as Election Night in America continues. Stay with us.
Welcome to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Was the sound of New York. Corrosive, infectious music. They called it glam rock, throwing away old rule books.
I want to be like that.
What's the greatest song you ever heard?
Our music will live forever.
What?
My time with therapy flipped the script by silencing that voice and empowering this voice. My voice. Therapy helped me do this, and it can help you too. Talkspace. Therapy for all.
Huh?
You can totally be a designer. Webs are exciting and super open. They make it easy to find a web that pulls a room together.
Live.
This is for real? Yes.
Yes, wow.
Always free shipping. Introducing the perfect airbag from Brookstone.
I am big.
Any space in your home into a comfortable extra bedroom. The perfect airbag.
You're gonna hear for a minute what's going on. No, you just join and then come back and be like, what's going on? Biden is close to winning. Very, very close to winning. He has leads. I mean, he's holding on to his leads pretty well, and he's catching up, or he needs to be catching up. Just give us projections.
So in other words, Biden just need to hold on to his leads while leading, and he will win. He not really have to
Or he can lose his leads and then just win Pennsylvania, and it would all be over. He's definitely not losing the lead in Nevada, though. That's for sure, because those mail-in votes are from Democrat areas. It's not as close. It's not as close with those mail-in ballots. CNN hasn't given Biden Arizona, yeah.
They're trying to prove a point. That's why they're not giving him Arizona yet.
Abraham Lincoln. He's shaped behind the entertainment center. demon? What is this? I come look and you're just staring at me. Demon. Come here. Hey, demon. Tilt her head to this machine. Cats are demons, yo. Yeah, Shay is. He's hiding behind the entertainment center for no reason. But how you guys doing today? Yeah, no, the amount at which Joe Biden is about to come back is going to be great. I'm going to go look through Twitter. Game over. You lose. Donald Trump dump.
1,775 votes that separate Joe Biden and Donald Trump in the state of Georgia. That number has shrunk dramatically. There's a virtual tie going on right now. Let's discuss with Shauna Dozier, the director of the Board of Elections in Clayton County right now. Potentially, that county could flip the vote right now. Shauna, thanks so much for joining us. I know there are about, 5,000 outstanding ballots in your county, Clayton County. When do you expect the counting to be done there, and what's going on?
Well, thank you for having me. Yes, we have roughly 4,200 absentee ballots that we are working on counting.
And when do you think we're going to get those results?
We're trying our best to get it done by midnight.
By midnight. So are you going to wait to release all of them at the same time, or are you going to be releasing them, as they come in?
Well, periodically we are updating our website every 30 minutes.
So if there's 4,200 outstanding ballots that are going to come in, and what is your sense? How many you think, percentage-wise, rough estimate would go to Biden? How many would go to Trump?
Well, I'm not sure of how to make that determination.
Clayton County is an important county. It's a suburb of Atlanta. John King is with me. Shauna, he has a question for you.
We have seen, Shauna, thank you for your time. I know you're busy. We have seen, including in some of the early vote totals in your county, in these mail-in ballots, Joe Biden getting roughly 80% or so or more, which is above the percentage he needs to catch up statewide. What's left are all mail-in ballots. Is that correct?
We do have absentee by mail ballots and also our provisional.
Some provisional ballots as well. Okay, but the election day, on election day vote has already been counted.
That is correct.
What about military ballots?
They are still outstanding.
Outstanding, but you have no idea how many military ballots may be outstanding?
We don't know how many we'll receive, but they have until 5 p.m. on Friday in order to submit their ballots back to us.
All right, well, we'll look forward to getting those numbers from you, Shauna. Thank you very much. Good luck, and thanks for all the important work you and your team are doing. Really grateful, appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Pennsylvania right now. The Democratic Senator from Pennsylvania, Bob Casey, is joining us once again. Senator Casey, thanks very much for joining us. We spoke earlier today. You told us you believe Biden will win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and you suggested maybe by as many as 100,000 votes. Senator, are you still confident about that assessment?
Yeah, Wolf, I am in both the assessment that he'll win and, at least in an approximate fashion, the margin. Now, it may be that he wins by less than that, but we get to say 98, 99%.
I think I'll end at 10.
It'll be
and then
right around 100. But
see the results
what we don't
come
know
through.
right now is when
We get a call for Joe Biden.
or overtake the president.
I'll try to get back on.
We just got new numbers in from Pennsylvania. Donald Trump's lead right now, Senator, and I'm looking at the vote board over here.
Oh!
The lead of Donald Trump just went down. It's only 36,572 in Pennsylvania, with 94% of the estimated vote reporting. Still a lot of votes left out there. Do you have any sense how many votes are still out there?
Well, not an exact total for the whole state, but here, just to give you an example, the bulk of them are the following. About 5 counties. Philadelphia is no. About 70, a little more than 70,000. Allegheny County, 35. Lehigh, 25. Bucks, 22. And Monroe, 14. So,
it's a lot.
5 are that's significant population counties, but also a lot of votes to count. So there could be others. As you know, sometimes a small county will report and they don't have, they have some mail-in ballots, and it's a county that the president wins, but there's still a high number of mail-in ballots for Joe Biden. So, but the bulk of them, obviously, in Philadelphia and kind of suburban Philadelphia or the Lehigh Valley.
Well, John Kay's got some questions for you too, Senator. Before I let him start asking some questions, do you think we'll know a winner tonight? How many absentee ballots are left to count?
I think I don't see it happening tonight in terms of a winner. The only question is if more came in tonight, would that be enough to put Joe Biden in the lead? But I can't be certain of that.
All right, John Kay has some questions.
Senator, you understand the stakes, obviously. If Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, there's no path for Donald Trump to get to 270. In fact, if Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, that would get him to 273, even before we finish the counts in Arizona and Nevada. So I just want to walk through a couple of these. You just mentioned, you said you believe there are still, how many votes do you think are in Lehigh County?
I'm told about 25,000. They're still uncounted, not counted yet.
So 25,000. We saw some votes earlier from Lehigh County. And in these mail-in ballots, I just want to make the distinction for our viewers, they're counting mail-in ballots now. So the election day vote, President Trump did pretty well everywhere, even in Lehigh County. You see he got 46, 47% of the vote if you round up. But these are just mail-in ballots. And earlier we got some from Lehigh County, and they were disproportionately for Joe Biden in the high 70s or the low 80s. I'm not recalling that specific county, but that's what we've seen all day long across the Commonwealth. But I assume that's your expectation because they're mail-in ballots.
Yes, the Biden percentage would be very high.
And so, I'm sorry.
And so
roughly 80. And so that's Lehigh, roughly 80. Well, if you're at roughly 80 and you say, look, 36,000. So that's one county where you get a basket of 20,000 votes or so. That would cut it. And in the Philadelphia area, you mentioned Philadelphia City itself. Obviously, they're at 89% now. But 11% in the city of Philadelphia would be a ton of votes. So what do we think the number is there now?
The best number I have now is a little over 70.
70,000. All right. So again, if you look, you're thinking about 70,000 votes there, where the former vice president is getting 80% or higher. There's 36,000. Just do it yourself. I mean, there are votes in Philadelphia alone, Wolf, that are more than enough, Senator, and you know this as well. And you say there are other counties in the Philadelphia area, in the suburban county. Are we still looking? Do we think we're more in Bucks County?
Yes, some in Bucks. The best estimate we have is about 22,000.
So again, if you think about it, this was 20,000 Lehigh, 22,000 Bucks. Well in excess of that, a couple times that, 3 times that in Philadelphia. So there's more than enough votes. The reason we're going through this exercise, and we appreciate your patience, Senator, we're going through this exercise just to show the math. The president has a 36,572 vote lead right now. There are many ballots out there, and they're in these Democratic strongholds. And Senator, please correct me if you think I'm wrong, but consistently throughout the day, we have seen Joe Biden getting 70% or higher, often in excess of 80% in these counties, Wolf. And he doesn't need that high of a percentage to pass the president. And again, the math we did earlier, Senator, tell me if you agree with this. The math we did earlier, at one point we had, if Joe Biden continued on the path he would not only pass the president, but build a lead of about 40,000 votes. He's
Shay's watching the news.
To the ballpark where the last time I did it.
My cat is watching the election.
55,000 votes. That sound about right if he continues at the current trajectory?
I think that's entirely possible based upon what we're seeing.
It's really amazing, Senator, when you see what's going on right now, and especially I want to get your reaction.
Ignore the couch. We're getting a new one.
From the president when he is making all these wild accusations, totally unfounded, of widespread fraud and cheating going on, including in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. What's your reaction to what you heard from the president when he was at the White House briefing room, speaking not only to the United States but to the world?
Well, totally unfounded. There's no evidence at all for the charges he made. Look, this has been a repeated pattern. He foreshadowed this weeks ago, even months ago, when he started lying about mail-in ballots, lying about the process. But the good news is, despite all of that, despite all of the intimidation tactics, people are voting in record numbers, and Joe Biden's going to win our state. He's going to be the president.
You have no doubt about that. Is that right?
No, I don't.
Is it a surprise to you as you see these results coming in? Were you always anticipating that Biden would win in Pennsylvania?
Well, I had a good sense because one of the problems that we knew after 2016 was your margins in a city like Philadelphia, the four suburban Philadelphia counties, in addition to Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is, right over my right shoulder here. That often is enough to win the whole state, with addition a few other counties added. But in 2016, we learned that you can still have big numbers there, but you have to be able to reduce margins in rural areas or rural counties. And I think Joe Biden was able to achieve both. Actually, gets higher numbers in the Philadelphia suburbs, as well as a high, will be, I think, a high number in Philadelphia. Hard to be sure exactly what he could win. He could win the city by X amount of votes. A much better number in Allegheny County as well, running ahead of 16. So he was able to cut margins in some of the rural counties as well. So the combined effect of that is a win, in my judgment. And it's a win against an incumbent president, which is really, really hard to do.
And if Biden does win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, that blue wall has been back in the Democratic side, which is so dramatic. Senator Casey, thanks so much for joining us, and good luck.
Never seen, really.
In obesity. Pennsylvania right now, Joe Biden appears to be on the verge of flipping Georgia from red to blue. That would be for the first time in almost 30 years. We're standing by for new numbers when election night in America continues.
When it comes to buying a home, they say cash is king. But you're a queen, and that's just as powerful.
So we're gonna see exactly when I probably would have still lost. He probably would have still lost. I don't know. 2016 was weird.
You've changed for good. And when it really mattered, you trusted ADT. Because staying home or venturing out, no one has more ways to help keep what matters most safe than ADT.
When we started Carvana, they told us that selling cars 100% online wouldn't work. But we went to work, building an experience that lets you shop over 17,000 cars from home, creating a coast-to-coast network to deliver your car as soon as tomorrow, recruiting an army of customer advocates to make your experience incredible, and putting you in control of the whole thing with powerful technology.
I'm not gonna let y'all watch these ads.
Fastest growing retailer, because our customers love it. See for yourself at Carvana.com.
Being a patient with diabetes myself, I can say without question that the Dexcom system is the most powerful tool to help navigate diabetes better on a daily basis.
Don't nobody care about you.
I just wear a
Yeah. So basically the plan, for those of you guys who are watching, is we're going to come back from this commercial break, see how long this lasts, and then we're going to wrap up at 10 o'clock. And let's see if we get any more updates. MICKEY, we are going to win everything except Tennessee. Yeah, I will. The bad, I know you. What? I even know you mean. Let me go right now. She always does that. You look at my finger? Nope. We're gonna see where we're going. Trump 2020 is an expiration date. Jesus. Jesus.
Yeah, it's an expiration date by now.
You never lied. Biden is taking Pennsylvania easily. They're counting the ballots and 75% are blue. Yep, it's over. It's over. I've been calling you. Flex tape. Flex Seal, Flex Paste, Flex Glue. It's 49.6 to 49.2. Yep.
The lead of President Trump in Pennsylvania.
26,000.
Once again, dramatically, his lead has gone down to only 26,319 out of more than 6.5 million votes cast. 49.6% to 49.2%. A 26,319 vote lead. 95% of the estimated vote in Pennsylvania is still out there. Remember, Pennsylvania has 20 electoral votes. 20 electoral votes that President Trump without Pennsylvania. John, this is expected. It's dramatic what's going on because that lead that Trump has had in Pennsylvania has basically collapsed and it's close to a completely gone.
And again, so what do we ask ourselves every time this happens? This has been a steady, methodical decline in the Trump lead or a steady, methodical climb in the Biden total. And every time we get new votes, we say, is Biden at or exceeding the percentage he needs to overcome that lead? Again, a lead that back on Tuesday into Wednesday at one point was about 600,000 votes. Now it's at 26,000 votes.
It's about to be a bad night
from Philadelphia.
for
This
Big
obviously
Don
is
Lab.
a basket of Democratic votes. It's more than 12% of the state population. Let me bring up the board so I can just show it to you here. So more votes just came in Philadelphia. Now you know that Joe Biden's going to win when it comes to Philadelphia. So I'll just show you the last installment of votes that were reported. 11,993. All right. Okay, so Joe Biden gets that. So you say, well, the president needs a lot of votes there to keep the march from happening. Well, here's what happened. 1,000.
Whoa, my God!
86.2. We keep saying Joe Biden needs to get 62, 63% of this vote to catch up to the President of the United States. And every time we keep getting votes, we're getting high 70s.
Rap with the E at the end. Rap with the E at the end.
This keeps happening. This is Philadelphia. This is a short time ago. Right before that, we had some votes come in the suburbs as well. Come down in here in Delaware County. We had a very similar thing. A smaller number of votes. It's not as big as Philadelphia City, but very safe. More votes come in. Joe Biden's getting above 80% of those votes, which you just keep adding them up. And you get to 26,319. As we just had the conversation with Senator Casey, there are more than enough votes out there to, still well in excess of what Joe Biden needs, and he keeps narrowing this gap. Will they keep counting when we get there tonight? We don't know. But this is on a trajectory that seems.
I kind of want to stay on and wait.
So every time votes come in, you look at them and you think, is the president performing high enough, right? He doesn't have to beat Joe Biden, he's in the lead. He doesn't have to beat him, he just has to be high enough to keep Joe Biden down. It keeps happening, and it's been happening for hours. Every time we get more votes,
I'm gonna go get dinner. We're gonna wait this out.
We're not there yet.
Yeah, we've been speaking to Senator Casey.
We're gonna stay here until at least Georgia turns blue.
Suggesting from the very beginning, not only will Biden
Pennsylvania might turn blue tonight. It won't be over, but
significant
once Georgia turns blue, it's over. Once Georgia and Pennsylvania turn blue, it's
It's not as if he's like making these numbers up or guessing and projecting. They know how many mail-in ballots were cast. They know that these were disproportionately cast by Democrats because they were requested by Democrats. And so we knew it was going to be above 70%. Now, there's no guarantee that a Democrat requests a ballot and a Democrat votes for Joe Biden, but we also know, because of the polarization in our politics, that more than 90% of Democrats were voting for Biden, just as more than 90% of Republicans were voting for President Trump. So they knew they had this giant pool of mail-in ballots. And so when they saw the president pull out that big lead, don't get me wrong, there was considerable jitters among Democrats when they saw it was 600,000, because they had that many in the bank, those mail-in ballots when they count them. But they knew that they were going to narrow the gap, and now we have the methodical count, and with the methodical count comes the methodical decline in the president's match.
And remind our viewers why those 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania are so critical right now.
Well, let me walk over here to do that, because this is the easiest way to do it. And again, we are at a decisive tipping point because Joe Biden, because of these other wins on the board, including Michigan and Wisconsin. Remember, Donald Trump is president because of Pennsylvania.
They cut off Trump when he was talking all that BS.
Michigan, which gets him to 253. 253 you're on the road to 270, right?
I think
He
it was
can get it
on
in the West, but he could get it right
NBC.
there with an exclamation point and a statement. One state, the Commonwealth of
He
Pennsylvania.
said talking about
Joe Biden
we're
was
sorry to
the
interrupt, but whatever the
Joe Biden might
whatever the
have people
president is
watching
saying
that
is just
down
not
below
true.
2,000 votes.
And
Joe
we will
Biden
not
leads
we will
here,
not
and he
continue
leads
we
there.
will not let
Joe
this
Biden
continue.
could get as high as 306. You only need 270. If you'd like to make a statement, you'd like to get as many as you can, obviously. Gives you more of a political mandate the higher you go. But that alone, right there, if Joe Biden wins the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which is his birth state, he was born in Scranton before moving to Delaware. A, it would be a rejection of the president's math. B, it would get Joe Biden over the top. And C, for the Democratic Party, it would be the moral victory of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We're not there yet, but that is the trajectory we are on. 26,319 vote lead for the president now in the state. If we rewind the tape, he was once ahead by more than 600,000.
Just curious, if Biden were to win Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, how many electoral votes would he have?
That's your path to 306, which, guess what? That's the exact total Donald Trump won on election night 4 years ago. There were two electors when the electors met. You got 304 in the official count in the history books, but he won 306 on election day 2016. You can see his map here, 306. If Joe Biden, it is a possibility that we end the 2020 campaign 306 to 232, but with Joe Biden in the 306, and I can play that out for you. If Joe Biden holds this, holds this, and holds this, and the president can get the rest. The president is leading right now up here in the 2nd Congressional District of Maine. We haven't called it yet. The president is leading there. We have every expectation the president will hold on to North Carolina, although there's still counting votes in North Carolina, and the president is most likely, of course, almost certainly to carry the state of Alaska. So there is a possibility. Now, this is not done. This is not done. This is not done. And these are not done. But Biden leads here, and he's climbing quickly here. So that is the possibility. That is the possibility on the table right now. It's the most Joe Biden can get, unless North Carolina has a dramatic turnaround, but that is just most unlikely. We haven't called that state yet because we're still counting votes. We're going to be conservative about it. But the Trump lead there, nobody in the Biden campaign will argue with the statement that the Trump lead there is most likely to hold up as they count the final votes.
Go back to Georgia right now and remind our viewers how tight it is in Georgia right now.
Let's go.
Because we expect by midnight to get a whole bunch more votes in
Here we
Georgia.
go. 1775.
Yeah, so look at this.
1,775 votes in a state where, again, because of the early election, the actual election day turnout on election day, the Tuesday vote was counted first. The president's lead early on was above 300,000 votes. It's now down to 1,775, and we were speaking just a short time ago to the executive here in Clayton County, Georgia. They have more than enough ballots to make up for that lead, and they plan to report those ballots. I'm just going to check 10:51 right now. The executive told us by midnight she hopes that they report most of the outstanding ballots there at Clayton County. Former Vice President is getting 85% of the vote, even higher than that percentage in an installment from Clayton County that came in earlier. So there are more than enough votes here, and we know where the other votes are here. We're down to a smaller universe. I'm just going to check my notes here. We're down to 16,000 votes. Joe Biden needs to win about 57-58% of the remaining votes. Again, just like in Pennsylvania, because these are mail-in ballots, they're disproportionately Democratic, because Republicans tended to vote more on election day. Democrats took advantage of the opportunity in these COVID times to vote early and by mail. We've just seen this consistently, even in Republican counties, as we've counted the votes today. Joe Biden has been getting 70% or more, sometimes 80%, as we go through these counties and the votes come in. And again, Clayton County is one of them. When you come around, the Gwinnett County has 4,400 ballots to be counted. We believe they're done for the night, and they'll resume in the morning. But as you're doing the math and looking at it, you're now looking at a 1,775 vote lead. There are more than enough votes, 16,000 total, but where they're from, a lot of them here in the Atlanta and the suburbs around it, where Joe Biden is not only winning in the today count of those mail-in ballots, he's off the charts winning. So you just go to, you go to Gwinnett County, for example, 58%. That's wow, right? That's a great number to win. But in the mail-in ballots that have been counted today, Joe Biden is well in excess of that, because the president's share of this vote came in on Tuesday, came in on people who voted on election day. So we have sort of the two.
We're gonna vibe until Georgia goes blue.
Yeah, so voters to turn out. Right? The turnout for the president, the turnout, if you come out nationally here, the president is exceeding his 2016 numbers by quite a point, quite a mark. The issue is that the Democrats, Joe Biden, is a popular vote because turnout is up in this election. We see more than a 4 million vote margin right now for Joe Biden. Now, that's not how we pick a president, but you have a national turnout at that level. because you have 50 states of high turnout, including the state of Georgia, 1,775, and in excess of 300,000 Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, as they count these mail-in ballots. Just like in Pennsylvania, the trajectory has been steady and consistent for hours today, and it just seems, a statistician would tell you there's an inevitability to that, but we're going to count the votes.
Record number of votes coming in, even in the midst of the coronavirus pandemic, because there were new opportunities to do mail-in voting. And the president has himself, at least in part, to blame for the fact that Biden is doing so much better with the mail-in voting than he is, because he was besmirching mail-in voting, saying you got to show up at the polls, don't trust the mail, and all that. And a lot of his supporters believed him.
But and so you're looking at something here. If you come out, if you look at this now, you know the president did. He from the very beginning said, I don't want mail-in voting. I don't want states mailing ballots to people. I think that that's an invitation for fraud, which we know is just simply not true. Republican states and Democratic states. Washington State is a Democratic state with a Republican Secretary of State. She says they've done it for years out there. Utah, the state Republicans do it all the time. They have mail-in voting. Many states have done this for years. Now, this year, many more states. Pennsylvania, for example, where we're counting votes tonight, didn't even have really early voting 4 years ago. So states have had to adapt to this. The president mocked it, said it would be full of fraud, wanted his people to vote on election day. But it's not as if the president did not turn out the votes. Look at the 69 million there. We come back here, 62 million. The president is getting already 7 million more votes than he did 4 years ago. The issue is Democratic turnout is off the charts.
And only 91% of the national vote is in so far. All right, major changes almost by the minute coming in with President Trump and Joe Biden. Now neck and neck in Georgia, and the president's lead rapidly disappearing right now in Pennsylvania. We're standing by for new numbers as election night in America continues.
When we started Carvana, they told us that selling cars 100% online wouldn't work. But we went to work, building an experience that lets you shop over 17,000 cars from home, creating a coast-to-coast network to deliver your car as soon as tomorrow, recruiting an army of customer advocates to make your experience incredible, and putting you in control of the whole thing with powerful technology. That's why we've become the nation's fastest growing retailer, because our customers love it. See for yourself at Carvana.com.
Have you heard of nuts.com? It's the best kept secret of savvy snackers all over the country. Incredible nuts, dried fruits, organic snacks, and gluten-free treats. There's something for everyone to love, including fast delivery.
Best pistachios ever.
Love the dried peaches. Can't stop eating them.
What?
Toffee cashews are awesome.
The holy
Fast
grail
delivery
of
for
nuts
nuts?
sticks. So tasty, the quality has made me a customer for life. I'm nuts about you guys. With so much to
Bro,
love.
what?
Nuts.com.
This is not steak. This is a family tradition. 100 years.
Hey, yo!
Hand-cut, butcher selected beef, aged to peak tenderness. This isn't steak. This is Omaha Steaks. Home to all you crave. Seafood, chops, burgers, and of course, steak. All shipped right to your doorstep. This is Omaha Steaks. The best steak of your life. For your money back, guaranteed. Shop our Steak Lovers event and get free chicken and pork. Visit omahasteaks.com/TV. If you have Medicaid and Medicare, a United Healthcare Dual Complete plan can give you extra benefits at no cost to you. Like $25 for healthy foods each month. With Dual Complete from United Healthcare, there's more for you.
They don't care where you're from. They don't care who you marry. They don't care about your age, how you look, or if you go to therapy.
Democrat.
Pets don't care about what makes us different. They just love.
I don't understand what the purpose of delivering for nuts is, but okay.
But not today at
I don't understand the purpose of delivering nuts, but okay.
You're talking about we're nuts for your nuts.
What?
Totally
Hey, yo.
designer.
Hey, yo.
Secret weapon. They make it easy to
Put
find
on there, big fella.
Wait, are these purses for real? Yes. Go to RemsUSA.
Oh, these prices for you? Oh my god.
Always free shipping.
What? Pick it up.
Yeah, always free shipping.
Oh, here.
You weren't
Go
live.
And
You weren't live.
No, I am one. He's still on the nuts commercial. Biden better pull through. It looks like he will. North Carolina been decided yet? Pretty much. It hasn't moved at all. So we think that's gonna go to. We think that's gonna go to Trump. But it
How many-
doesn't matter.
What's the turnout over there?
I don't know what the mail-in vote count is looking like, but it hasn't moved at all. So, and for the past 3 days. Jesus Christ, that bounce so loud.
It's 94% in North Carolina.
I predict that from here on out, the U.S. will have Democrats as president. When we get older, yeah, I think there might be one more sneaky Republican. Maybe in like 2028 or something. After 2028, yeah. Oh, never mind. I thought that was a reporter. Never mind. I saw a woman on the screen.
Presidential votes are being counted into the night at some key locations as this cliffhanger election keeps getting closer and closer. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We're waiting to see if former Vice President Joe Biden takes the lead in Georgia after moving into a virtual tie with the president in a state Trump must win. And just moments ago, Biden cut deeper into Trump's lead in Pennsylvania, another battleground state. The president needs to stay in the game. We're also watching those contests along with the races in Arizona and Nevada as Biden aims for wins that would simply lock in a White House victory. Get this, he's only 17 electoral votes shy of the 270 needed to become president-elect. Trump, trailing with 213, is launching desperate and very dangerous new attacks on the vote counting process at the heart of our democracy. Let's get a key race alert. Let's start in Georgia right now. Look at this. The president's lead over Biden has collapsed. It's only 1,775 votes. 1,775 votes separate Trump and Biden, 49.4% to 49.4%. 16 electoral votes at stake right now in Georgia. Oh, so close. In Pennsylvania, where there's 20 electoral votes and 95% of the estimated vote is in, 49.6% for Trump, 49.2% for Biden. Trump is ahead by almost 26,000 plus votes.
Each state gets 2 representatives.
Has collapsed
to go to the Senate.
Again, it's gone from a
That's 100. Right now, the Democrats have a chance to win the majority.
So let's start in Georgia right now. Update our viewers.
Well, it's simply remarkable. Again, this has been a methodical march for Joe Biden to cut into the Donald Trump's lead in Georgia, once over 300,000 votes. And again, as we wait, we know for a fact.
We're a little less than an hour out from Georgia's prediction.
And we may get them in the next hour or so. The executive there says they're trying hard to get the remaining votes done as soon as possible in Clayton County. We also know.
Actually, John, let me interrupt for a moment because Kamala Brown's got some new information on where that vote is.
Absolutely. In fact, we're just getting an update from the Secretary of State in Georgia, and here's where we are. 14,097 votes are still out. But you're talking about Clayton. Look at this number, 4,355 votes is what they still have to get through. And then you look at Gwinnett, 4,800. The context of this is these are heavily Democratic areas, and you spoke to the clerk there in Clayton. They are continuing to update throughout tonight, so we could be finding out more very soon.
Very interesting, John. 14,097 outstanding votes, and look at how close it is.
Right, and so 4,800 of them right here in Gwinnett County. Joe Biden is getting 58% of the vote in the total count. Of that outstanding group you said right there, Joe Biden needs, I believe, 57% is the threshold for Joe Biden to catch up and pass. As we've been counting votes throughout the evening today, he is consistently getting more than 70% of these mail-in ballots in these counties, even in the Republican counties. He's getting higher numbers in the Democratic counties. So you see 48 votes here in Gwinnett County. I'm going to move over here to Cobb County and pull this one out here and look at the list. 700 votes in Cobb County, where the former vice president is getting 57% of the vote. But again, the mail-in ballots is exceeding even that. Pam just mentioned, and we talked to the executive earlier, this is Clayton County down here. The number in Clayton County, 4,355 ballots again. They were coming in disproportionately Democratic. I want to pull out and show down here. Not all of these counties are voting Democrat when you look at the total numbers. This is Taylor County down here. And look, the number 456 ballots to be counted here. Now, logic tells you, if you watch this, that the president is going to come out on top here, but that is simply not what we have been seeing. We'll count those votes. We'll see. If it's for the president, they'll get counted, obviously. But in these Republican counties, the mail-in ballots are still coming from Democrats who live in these Republican counties. We've seen that consistently throughout the day. So we're waiting for those in Taylor County there. There's another county here in central Georgia. Lawrence County has almost 1,800, 1,797 ballots. And again, at first glance, you would think that would help the president's map, and maybe it will. We'll come in, but consistently again, because election day ballots are counted.
He was like, you all sound like a bunch of baby back bitches.
I swear.
That's what they're counting today. The election day count is already done. They're counting mail-in ballots now, and we have seen consistently that even in ruby red Republican counties, what we're getting today are Democratic votes, and Joe Biden, again, even though he's only getting 35%.
North Carolina voted blue for governor, but red for president.
Consistently getting high 60s, 70s, and some even Republican counties higher than that. So when you look at that overall number, more than 14,000 votes to be counted, a 1,775 vote lead.
David Perdue
President of the United States
has officially fallen below 50%.
60%
in the Georgia election.
More as we go county through county.
In the Georgia Senate election, David Perdue has officially fallen below 50%. Which means they have to do a runoff election.
What has been happening for hour?
Which means John Ossoff, who's challenging him as a Democrat, has a chance to win, and the Democrats can take a majority in the Senate.
As soon as more votes come in. It doesn't mean it's over. It'll be very close. There are recount rules.
The Democrats can walk away with
military
both
ballots
Georgia
to
Senate
count.
seats.
But when we were here Tuesday night, election day, into Wednesday morning, the President of the United States had a 343,000 vote lead. Somewhere in that ballpark, it was over 300,000. He thought this was inevitable, that he would carry Georgia again. But again, they're counting votes. On Tuesday, they counted the election day vote. As we go Wednesday into Thursday, they're counting the mail-in ballots. It's perfectly fair. It's perfectly logical. It is perfect math. Is what's happening today. And again, to the point you made earlier, the Republican governor, the Republican Secretary of State, they're just counting votes. Partisan has his sides.
Josh.
Totally understandable during this coronavirus pandemic. A lot of people didn't want to have to wait in long lines on election day. They wanted to mail in their ballots or drop them off in a drop box because that was simply safer, especially older Americans, people with underlying health conditions. Look what's going on with this coronavirus pandemic, and as a result, so many people decided to use the mail-in system.
Right, a combination of the more access to voting through the mail-in voting and intensity in the election. Look, both parties, voters in both parties wanted to participate. 73 million, 73.7 million votes for Joe Biden, 69.6 for Trump.
That's only Trump supporters. That's when you.
This election.
That's Trump supporters in the nutshell.
Advantage of early voting and mail-in voting. Republicans turned out disproportionately on election day. It was high intensity. High intensity. In this
Another
election,
protest by supporters of the president is in Phoenix building where ballots are being counted.
We should be patient and let people count votes. We should not be, as happened in the White House briefing room today, attacking people who are doing the building blocks, the nuts and bolts of the greatest democracy on earth.
I often say the president made a major blunder by telling the supporters, don't trust the mail-in ballots, don't show up and vote. And a lot of them did, but a lot of the Democrats didn't trust what the president was saying.
I just pulled this up just to see, because at this point of the night, we're waiting. Some of these states are doing this, on the West Coast states, Nevada and Arizona tend to be doing it on a schedule. These other, Pennsylvania and Georgia, votes are coming in as you get them. Again, 26,319 in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. About 3.2 million votes for each of these gentlemen as we count the votes right now. And again, Georgia, the lead was at one point about 300,000. It's now about 2,000. It was about 600,000. If we went Tuesday into Wednesday, it's now 26,319. And it has been a steady decline throughout the night. The exact same dynamic as we see in Georgia. Votes come in. There are mail-in votes being counted today. They're disproportionately Democratic, and we have consistently seen the former vice president getting high 70s or low 80% as we count those ballots. And again, we know
imagine if Trump had a bread cell.
We're up to 91 now. We started
he told his followers to vote no mail too.
We're up to 91, but that's good. We got 521,000 votes for Joe Biden. Turnout is up in this election. Hillary Clinton got 584,000 votes in Philadelphia 4 years ago. Doesn't mean Joe Biden's going to match it, but if you use that as your target, right? Will Joe Biden at least match Hillary Clinton's vote in Philadelphia, it would be 584. If it's close to that, that means maybe
Your
there's
parents
50 or
are mad that
60,000
Trump's
votes
losing? Haha.
more to be counted in the city of Philadelphia. I had a note earlier telling me how many they thought were elected. Let me see if I can find it.
No.
We still think in Philadelphia, the votes we had, Joe Biden won 86% the last time we counted votes there. And so there's more than enough votes. Just in Philadelphia, there are more than enough votes to overcome
Yeah, they are
26,000 leads. Okay? Doesn't mean they all count to Joe Biden, but they have consistently throughout the day 80% Ohio.
I'm reminding viewers on Pennsylvania and Georgia, and they potentially both are about to flip in Biden's favor right now. But reminder of viewers why they are both so important for Trump.
So we can do that two ways. Number one, if Joe Biden wins that, he's the next president of the United States. He's at 253 electoral votes. Pennsylvania has 20. Do the simple math at home. 253 plus 20 gets you to 273. So that would be a game over. If Joe Biden could do that, number one, he would put together the blue wall again, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and he would show that the Democratic Party is beginning to change the map in the Sun Belt states. Georgia, Hillary Clinton tried, came up short, about 3.5-point race 4 years ago. The Democrats have long wanted to do that. That would be a victory to the Democratic Party. And then again, more Sun Belt in the Southwest, in Arizona and Nevada, and the former vice president is leading right now. He could get in excess of 300 electoral votes. That's why it matters to him. If you look at the president's map right now, he needs, if he wants to get to 270, he needs both of them. If he loses Georgia, wins that, he can get to 269, which would be a tie. 269, get a tie. This is the dream scenario of political reporters you hear every 4 years.
They had a Trump.
That happens someday.
They had a Trump statue in Berlin.
If you think about
and they put it in the dumpster,
out there, it's most unlikely.
and they put it on display in a museum.
Great drama, but that if the president of the United States loses that, the best he can do
What, the
is
dumpster
260.
and
Yes.
So
Trump was inside the dumpster, and they put it,
both of these, and as
put
we
him
speak,
inside the
this is
dumpster on display
It's
in the
269,
museum
269. Goes to the new House
before
of
they carted it
Representatives.
away.
One vote for each new delegate, for each state delegation. So that would
I
be
just remember
to
I
be
reminder that
our
Donald Trump is trash.
Yeah, Wolf John, thanks very much. As we're watching votes continue to be counted, and Vice President Biden's deficit getting closer and closer to overtaking President Trump in Pennsylvania as well as in Georgia. We're starting to hear more from other Republican leaders. We've been wondering after the president's remarks what some would be saying. Lindsey Graham was on Sean Hannah's program on Fox. He said that there is the process of observing an election has been violated. He said Philadelphia elections are as crooked as a snake. You're talking about a lot of dead people voting. He said Nevada people are not legal residents who are voting. He claims Arizona is being run well because he likes the governor and he trusts the governor. That is, of course, the state where President Trump's deficit is actually...
That's who y'all just elected.
Getting a little closer to Vice President Biden.
South Carolina. Watch it.
I don't trust Philadelphia. I don't trust Nevada. I stand with President Trump.
They re-elected Lindsey Graham, who just went on Hannity's show talking about how Philadelphia voting is rigged. There's a lot of dead people voting. The Nevada people aren't even legal residents that are voting.
He said what we've seen the last.
That's who y'all voted for, South Carolina.
We have seen this, we're seeing this.
Yeah, I'm sorry, if you're a fan of mine,
they're not allowing election observers in, et cetera, et cetera.
They're not talking about Nevada. Like Lindsey Graham wasn't talking about Nevada either because there's a Republican governor. Excuse me, not Nevada, Georgia. Because there's a Republican governor.
So they're all kind of in on the Philadelphia thing. And these guys, I would say that there's more comments like that from Josh Hawley, DeSantis. These people might
someone who lives in a blue state like you live with them, Jesus.
DeSantis runs sometime. You want to keep Donald Trump on your
Imagine
team.
living in a red state.
But then there are the preponderance of elected Republicans who are saying this kind of stuff like count every legal vote cast. I would include the vice president in that camp, by the way, because that's what he's saying. And that's what a lot of congressional Republicans are saying, trying to kind of walk both sides of this, take Trump out of it, and just say, okay, count every legal vote without getting specific about, I support what the president is saying, and you need to pursue these particular legal actions without, again, like Lindsey Graham, giving any evidence whatsoever.
Steve Bannon has been now permanently suspended from Twitter because Steve Bannon on his own program said that he suggested Thursday morning that Dr. Fauci and FBI Director Christopher Wray that their heads should be put on spikes on the gates of the White House in the second Trump administration.
Well, there you are.
As you can imagine, I've been hearing
Because they are fascists.
from friends in the Republican world, and they're sending me lots of videos and other testimonials suggesting that there's quote widespread fraud, and they particularly point to Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. As I said after the president's speech, if there are things to be investigated, the president has every right, and in my mind, should investigate those. That's why he's deploying lawyers. That's why Lindsey Graham's giving him $500,000, so they can go out and track these things down. With social media, there is an endless stream of rumors as well as potentially legitimate accusations of improper activity, and they should be pursued. But as you said, Anderson, you have to provide the evidence. And my concern with what the president said was he didn't provide the evidence and said the things he said. Now, he may have, again, being a Trump whisperer, he may have known those things in his own mind, but I think it's important before you make that accusation, you track them down, you find out if they're valid, and you pursue them. And so what what I'm hearing from the Trump folks is, give us some time. We can't dump it all out there now because we haven't had time to investigate. Give us some time to investigate it. Let this thing play out a little bit. If we're right, we'll prove it. If we're not right, we'll move on.
But they said they don't want to dump it all out. The President of the United States stood at a podium and he said that there were examples of widespread fraud, and you're saying they need more time to investigate it. So he makes the allegations, and then they go and investigate whether the allegations are true.
I think
that's how you got it the wrong order.
Backwards.
Let's talk about this from a different perspective. There's a lot of fear. On the part of Democrats. That if
that idiot Republican on CNN
point,
talking about
Republicans would just
Trump administration saying, that's we don't have enough time to dump out all these race right now, so let's go investigate if there was any wrongdoing, and if we're wrong, we'll move on, but if we're right, then we're right. As if that's what he meant when he went up to the stadium, when he went to the podium and said, there's widespread fraud, this election is a sham,
there's a group called Upholding.
And they were like, no, you have it backwards. You don't make the allegation and then go investigate whether or not the allegation is true. No, you have it backwards. He stood up and he said there was.
Leaders, the Senator Lindsey Graham, one of the best known senators in America, suggesting that without evidence, the votes of the people of Pennsylvania should be set aside, and that the legislators should send their own electors to Congress. That starts to sound like a coup against democracy. It starts to sound like a coup against the will of the voters. ChooseDemocracy.us has been warning about this. Hold the Line has become sort of guidebook that people have been passing around about this. But we're getting into very scary territory. There is no evidence of significant fraud happening in Philadelphia or any place else. And by the way, I just want to point out, Republicans, you don't have to do this. Let's talk about politics for a second. You already going to have the Senate. McConnell is going to stop Biden from doing almost anything. You got the Supreme Court. You got your tax cuts. You got most of the governorships. And say, listen, don't burn down the House to give Donald Trump a better feeling about himself. This doesn't make any sense. You're going to have people in the streets this weekend, on the left and the right, if the elected leaders in the Republican Party keep going down this dangerous path. I hope the ChooseDemocracy people are wrong.
I actually make the case, man, that it's more dangerous if they don't pursue these claims.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Take him off CNN. Take him off CNN.
Okay.
Not keep him there, because I like to give him
I'm saying that if you want to go to court with real evidence, please do.
Okay.
That is appropriate. That's what happened with
I know. So I've heard
the only solution.
I've heard some people in the sector say that it's dangerous for the
No,
but some people have said that.
Al Gore
to be a lot.
Some
people are saying this is dangerous to go to court.
Please
it's not dangerous. It's the right thing to do.
You and I only thing. But the only thing. We agree on that. Do we agree on this? It would be dangerous for the state legislature or the Commonwealth legislature, whatever, to set aside the vote of American people and go to Congress over their heads. That'd be dangerous.
I'm not watching Fox, so I didn't see the interview. But what I suspect Lindsey Graham said, and he said, but I'm sure he didn't say that unless there was proof that it was a fraudulent election to a scale.
Read him what he said. Read what he said.
I'm sure that's what he was saying. That there's
Read what he said. Read what he said, because that's not what he said.
You know, he was asked, should they then invalidate this if they don't allow observers in, which is, you know, they are allowing observers in.
Yes.
So they're talking about not allowing observers in when they are. Okay. And then Graham, as Anderson said everything should be on the table, and then went on and on about Philadelphia elections being crooked. This is the chairman of the Judiciary Committee in the Senate. He is he's a lawyer, he's an attorney. Why is he doing this? I mean, we've asked that question about Lindsey Graham a lot.
Emotions are running very, very high.
Don Jr. was complaining about Lindsey Graham a bunch of hours ago. Where was he? Suddenly, Lindsey Graham is out there.
It cost up $500,000 to the president, and now it's calling for stuff. And it's all about Philadelphia. By the way, I believe that Biden's doing pretty well. Didn't he just didn't he flip gears? It's all about Philadelphia. This stuff is dangerous. It's beneath the dignity of Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham knows better than you. I just want to be very, very clear. The left is on tenterhooks right now. Labor unions are getting ready for a general strike. I'm telling you, people are getting freaked out by the Republican leadership saying stuff like this. It's a dangerous moment in America. Back it up. Let's go to court. You got something
real quick.
Stop making these kind of problems. Well, let me just say, first off, there's a Democratic governor of Pennsylvania, so not.
Look at them. Oh, that's him. He's ugly. Look at them. The cat and the Doge.
If this happens in Nevada,
Can you charge it while it's on?
Nancy Pelosi sitting.
You can?
This is not, I mean, first it's not a threat, number one, and number two, I don't think.
Where's the charge?
They have a lot of friends in the Pennsylvania legislature, and I don't think they have anything to be concerned
it
about.
just seems like on something like this, and I mean, I think we all should think about this, is just, it seems like a time to tamp down rhetoric as opposed to throw gasoline on it, on the left and the right. It would seem like
I don't know what Lindsay said, so I'm not going to categorize. But
I put you in the tamping down rhetoric category.
That is not tamping down rhetoric, but at the same time, if the campaign and Republicans believe there is fraud going on out there, and there's all this evidence, which I'm being thrown. They have every right to scream about it. They have every right to say it needs to be investigated, and they have, and the Trump folks have every right to go out there and from my perspective, they should be feeding out there as much as they can to make sure that people understand that this is not just a witch trial.
But it's Lindsey Graham clearly I'm going to back Donald Trump because he backed me. And he said, I don't trust Arizona, as Anderson was saying. I don't trust Philadelphia. I don't trust what's going on in Nevada.
No, he said he does trust Arizona.
He does, sorry.
Even though he said that's legal.
Right, you're right. I trust Arizona. It's like, so everything should be on the table. Let's stand with President Trump. He stood
How
with
about
us.
standing with him? How about standing up for the Constitution?
Exactly.
How about standing up for America? How about standing down at this moment and allowing the process to work?
Yes.
In Georgia, for example, there's potentially 9,000 military ballots that could be sent in. That could be a game changer. I mean,
but according to the president, those votes should not be accepted.
Yeah, I hope not.
And the president said, don't accept the votes of service members overseas.
He's okay with late ballots. He's okay
No, these are late ballots that are just going to pop up. They're just going to... People can still vote in the military watching this. They can still send their ballots in for 10 days, I think, in Pennsylvania. Like, I think it's actually pointing us in the right direction, and I think it's correct. Let's stand with the Constitution. Let's stand with the American people. Most people are not, saying these extreme things on either side. Most people are waiting to see how this works out. Most Americans, again, and we said it over and over again, tonight, the most beautiful thing, you have Republicans and Democrats, regular people, in gymnasiums, standing shoulder to shoulder, counting and watching together. Yeah. So that's.
I'm just letting y'all know this right now.
Those Americans.
As this election wraps up, ain't no.
In these places, there's people in these
time
places.
to unite the country for me.
Got something real.
Nope.
Go in the
y'all trumpets, y'all toxic people want to take people's rights away, are gonna get worse than ever. Just like we had to deal with for the last 4 years of y'all with y'all little boy in office.
Pennsylvania did. Not
Y'all
because
gonna
I
get
necessarily
it.
think it's going to be a huge impact on the election, although it might, given the size, because it creates the perception of, not the perception, the reality that they're changing the rules of the game to help them. And the fact is that Philadelphia didn't allow them in for 2 days. And so they did now, but they allowed them hundreds of feet away. You can't observe if you need binoculars.
But what he's saying is different from what the president is saying. The
But- and also-
president is saying they're changing their votes. And it's
again,
almost as if he didn't.
We should also
understand
just point out in that incident in Philadelphia, and anything that was done improperly, that's idiotic and wrong, and whoever should be punished. But they did go to court, and that was reversed, is my
Right.
understanding.
They had 2 days where they were counting ballots, and so that's.
But there is a process for it, and the process did rectify.
It did, but that's why Lindsay said, hey, they counted all these ballots in the.
But that's not it. By the way, this is not exactly right. There's an extra set of observers that were held, I think, too far back, and they were allowed before. But it's not like there were people who were space aliens or only from one party behind the door someplace. There's a process there, and there's extra stuff. So I just want to point out.
No, I think when they're counting the ballots, that's the case when they're validating or canvassing. But I think, and again, I could be wrong on this, but when they're counting the ballots, just city employees who are in there counting. I mean, there's nobody overseeing them counting. There's no Republican and Democrat watching them count.
My point about it is, this is the normal process, and I agree it's a normal process, and they wanted more observation, and they got more
Well,
observation.
they want legitimate observation. I mean, let's just be honest. I mean, Philadelphia was not being transparent, and you didn't see them complain about any other county in the state. Why? Because the other county said, "Yeah, come in, hey, you can watch." But Philadelphia didn't. And what does that do? That raises suspicion.
Can I tell you why? Because you also don't forget in Philadelphia you have these threats, and don't forget there's a higher level of concern about people coming in with guns, about people coming, all these poll watchers, and so there was listen, you live in your world and I live in my world. You live in your world and I live in my world. But the idea that you're going to have a bunch of people coming in there was very scary in Philadelphia, and that's a part of it. So again, you say it's about fraud. I say it's about security.
You work for the city of Philadelphia, they're scary too. So let's just not.
Let me say this is not about the integrity of the system, okay?
These CNN pundits are so weak, bro. I would be flaming this guy, dude.
Any evidence of anything that this is going to be a fraudulent process. He's been teeing this up. He stands up tonight. He makes charges. And then everybody says, "Well, now we're going to get the evidence." This is what's happened is the American people are speaking, and it looks like they're saying that they are ready for change, and the president doesn't want to accept that. And Lindsey Graham apparently feels like he has a higher obligation to the president of the United States than the people of this country.
We see the narrative now is being spun out on Fox by Graham and Cruz, and you see what it's going to turn into. This is the narrative, which is
we wouldn't have to worry about people incognito. We wouldn't have to worry about people coming to the voting polls with guns if we had gun restrictions.
We all expected the vote count to go this way because of Republican legislators.
Only 85 reported in Texas. Where are you finding that from?
Count the mail-in ballots later.
Razor thin margin in Georgia, shrinking in Pennsylvania, as votes keep coming in and they continue to be counted. We've got a lot more as election night in America continues.
Now it says 95.
When you hike as far away from it all as you possibly can.
Why is it not 100?
And the din and hum of technology fall away.
Wait, that was the Senate one.
That's pure gold.
When it comes to buying a home,
Yeah, it's
they say
85.
cash is king.
Why is it 85?
And that's just as powerful.
I'm gonna eat it.
That was his 97
Approval from Rocket Mortgage.
on New York
Seller's
Times.
offer is good, so your bid has the strength
That's
to compete
85
with
for
cash
me on
offers.
Google.
Now,
There's 85 and he's only winning by
that castle is yours.
600,000 votes. Wait, the lead went down. He was at 700,000. Imagine, oh my God.
Why is that? Is it because people love filling out forms? Maybe they
on
like
Google?
checking with their supervisor to see how much vacation.
I don't know, but there were some issues with ballots in Texas. Just saying, George. I called at the beginning that Texas was gonna go to Biden. I'm gonna be right.
Empowering employees to manage their own tasks.
One kid dream. One kid dream.
Frees you to focus.
Okay. One kid dream. One kid dream. Imagine. Come on, just flip. Imagine Texas goes blue. If Texas goes blue, Trump's gonna lose it.
You do press conference right now.
Texas, even though we wasn't calling fraud in Texas when they looked like we won. What? We're looking for them to call Georgia next time they get on the air. Not call, but just get an update that he's leading. As soon as Joe Biden takes the lead in Georgia, we're ending the stream.
So in the new projection, what guys does it? Hope you guys enjoyed it.
Looking at how things are going, he might take the lead in Pennsylvania at the same time. We'll keep up with. Yeah, people do realize it has to get to the Supreme Court for them to have a shot. It's going to get struck down in so many lower courts that they won't even get to go there.
Look at this. Look, they're cheating. No, sir.
No. You're just stupid. Go home. There's just a majority of people in the country who think you're an idiot. It's okay.
Go home before you get arrested.
Go to the court, a guy named Bob just comes out with a t-shirt. Go home before you get arrested. Oh my god. Said he's trying to stay in office so the lawsuits don't catch up with him. Yikes. Hey, all the Trumpers are wearing masks now. It's about time. You slow boys. We're winning the culture war. They're putting on masks. They're muzzling themselves like we planned. Ah ha ha ha. Oh my god. We're gonna wait until we're gonna see what they have for us when we come back. Isn't it 12 now?
For Trump right now, it's shrunk. It went up a tiny little bit though.
It was 1775. The president has actually gained 30 votes in that lead, and we told you, Joe Biden has consistently been cutting into it. This is the first time in some time where the president has gained votes. Now, that's a very modest 30 votes, and we know most of the other counties still to come in were expected to be Democratic. But we told you, we would tell you if the president, stopped what had been a march, and this may just be a pause. But I just want to show you what happened. It's in Forsyth County. These votes.
Ow, my shoulder!
And again, it's pretty modest. But the president, in a new installment, they're counting mail-in ballots. He got 673, and Joe Biden got 643. So it's a net gain of 30 votes for the president. This is 49% if you round up. 49% if you round up. This is 47% if you round up. It's 48.9 and 46.8.
Come on, we're 30 minutes
we're
out.
Going through this county by county.
This is hopefully by midnight.
Votes that they're counting, the mail-in ballots. Sometimes they come in big chunks. Sometimes they come in relatively small chunks. But this is the first time in hours. It's only 30 votes, but we're just trying to be fair to the president. We're showing that people are counting votes out there, and this is what had happened. So just in Forsyth, when we got this count, a net gain of 30 for the president. So when you pull it out, now it's 1805. Again, the trajectory here is not good for the president, and that's being very polite.
Take a look at Pennsylvania right now, John, because the numbers keep shrinking for the president. Look at this. Trump is now leading by only 24,484. 95% of the vote is in. We're told this happened.
They're doing this on purpose to kill Trump slowly.
In Delaware County.
So in Delaware County, you're going to come down here outside of Philadelphia, and there you go. Delaware County, we're up to 91%. So it's important. You just said we got new votes in Delaware County, and it's shrinking the president's lead, and we still have more votes to count from Delaware County.
Now, let me give you the numbers.
Sure.
From Delaware County.
Give me 1 second.
New numbers.
Up for you, far away.
Biden got, take a look at this, 2,819.
50.
Trump in Delaware County got 984.
Okay. 50.
So
I swear, it's not 50.
72.9% for Biden.
Right, and so this again, consistently, we've said throughout the day, Joe Biden needed, it started out earlier close to 70%, then it was 67% of the votes Joe Biden needed to catch up. He is consistently coming in above the metric he needs to continue the march toward erasing the president's lead.
Joe
This is
Biden,
again consistent with what we've seen.
39,829
It's just important.
votes.
They're counting mail-in ballots.
Trump,
So the overall vote
9.
in Delaware County, Democratic leaning suburb.
At that point, throw the whole election away. Throw the whole election away. Throw the whole election
away. Oh,
9.
9.
Pacing is margin countywide in these ballots we're counting today, which are mail-in ballots. That the overall totals include the election day total. So we're just seeing this consistently, which is why you get these margins and they're higher. Biden has been consistently overperforming his full vote, the total vote in the mail-in ballots that they're counting today. So there's yet another example. And again, we've seen this consistently, and you pull out 4,000. We know that there are well in excess of that still to be counted just in Philadelphia. Just in Philadelphia. We also know that there are, I believe, 36,000 was the number to be counted starting tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in the east here in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and the areas around there. So there are more than enough votes outstanding, some 165,000 or so, or maybe a little higher than that. The state website says 175,000 as of a while ago. We just reported a few more votes. So somewhere in the ballpark of 175,000 votes. The president has a 24,000 vote lead, 24,484 to be exact.
When's Georgia's next results coming? They said they should be around midnight Eastern time, which is in like 30 minutes less.
Exactly where the
Now, there's still tens of thousands of votes outstanding in Pennsylvania right now. I mean, 95% of the vote is in, 5% is still out. Or let's check in with Jake down and out.
Thanks, Wolf, and boy, what a nail-biter, as I said before. And now votes are coming in that are allowing a net positive gain of votes for Donald Trump in Georgia, and this really just gets to the bottom line of what we're witnessing here, which is democracy. The American people voted, tens of millions of them, and their votes are being counted. And Dan Abash, I mean, it's just astounding to watch people on the Trump team try to claim as if the counting of votes, the normal democratic function, that there's some malfeasance when there is no evidence of malfeasance, and in fact, the counting in some cases, certainly in Arizona,
we'll wrap up
but
at
also in
11.
Georgia, as we're seeing, is helping Donald
See that?
Trump. We
First.
just saw Donald Trump extend his lead in Georgia because of the counting.
That's right. I mean, now you're even, despite the fact that because Donald Trump Jr. Shamed some of the president's allies into going on top and saying things that really don't have any evidence to back them up, others, like Kellyanne Conway and Chris Christie, have gone on TV and said, if the Trump campaign believes that there really is malfeasance, show us the evidence. And we haven't seen it. What we have seen is people in each of these 4 states counting votes and election officials of each of the 4 states saying that they see no evidence of fraud.
Democrats and Republicans are observers in all of those rooms.
This is all just so incredibly short-sighted on the part of the president and of his allies on Capitol Hill and elsewhere. The president is in a situation where the best thing that he can do is just wait for the votes to be counted. Because anything other than that is a complete Hail Mary pass that is highly unlikely to work. He has a lot of problems on this map right now, Jake. It's not just Pennsylvania. It's not just Georgia. Yes, he is in Arizona. And he is trailing in Nevada still. And he absolutely has to win in both Pennsylvania and in Georgia.
Imagine in some world Trump won after complaining about everyone cheating.
So it's not going to
so
work
stupid.
to simply claim
I mean, yeah, like Republicans are so dumb they wouldn't even know this. Trump supporters in particular are so stupid.
And so,
he told you it was real.
Exactly.
Yes, we need to wait for the votes to be
But
makes no sense.
How do you, if it's
a strategic blunder on their part, because this is not
these people are so bad.
Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and in Nevada, there was so much fraud that the Supreme Court has to step in and hand this back to Donald Trump should he lose it fair and square, if that's what he votes.
Well, and they're right. There's no evidence of that, and we are seeing some of the president's most obedient servants, Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, the House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy from California, go on TV and say things that are not true. say things that there's no evidence for, talk about electoral fraud. This is not accurate. This is not what is actually going on. The American people are having their votes counted. The last thing that needs to happen is for the Republican Party, which has enabled the very worst impulses of this president, so as to benefit from the policies they like. The last thing that needs to happen is for them to do this at the expense of the American people and our right to vote. Our right to vote. My mom lives in Philadelphia. She is in her late 70s. She does not want to get coronavirus, and she voted by mail.
Yeah, they are now holding back. They're getting too tired.
She's an American citizen. She gets to have it count. And the idea that Republicans are helping to disenfranchise millions of Americans is disgraceful. You know, in August 1974, 3 Republican leaders went to the White House and told President Nixon that the Republican Party was not going to stand by and they were not going to support him. And Nixon resigned the next day. Those 3 Republican leaders, 2 of them were from Arizona, and 1 of them was from Pennsylvania. 2 of the 4 states that we're waiting to hear from today. Let the people, let the American people have their say.
Yes.
President Trump's leads are shrinking. Everyone is on the edge of their seat. We're bringing it all to you as it happens. Election night in America continues next.
Another commercial.
When you're camping with friends.
Yeah.
We are looking forward to a big projection coming soon, or at least. Let me check Twitter while we wait. There are people tweeting. The military ballots will secure Georgia for President Trump. The military.
The same military that you make fun of. The same military that you disrespected.
The same military that won't even matter if we get the lead already. Like, in order for that to happen, you would need to win all of them. And Biden has a great support amongst the military too, you idiot. It literally says, "May God save our troops" or something like that. Every single speech at the end. Like, he knows the military team. If Joe Biden gets 1776 more votes, he wins Georgia. That's the most American thing I've ever seen. 1776. Republicans be like, it'd be election fair. How'd that be? I mean, Trump losing. I'm scrolling down YouTube and see Donald Trump's YouTube channel saying he will go in and then observe the vote. He's not going in and looking at anything. He's losing, and it's over. Let's continue to check Twitter. I just want to get some good news that I'm not aware of off Twitter. Biden just separated by 1775 in Georgia right now. I wish those Joe Jorgensen votes would have went to Biden or something. It's not looking too guten Tag. Meeting 6, New York City. I'm looking for a mine everywhere. Yep. Looking for a mine everywhere. Yep. Whoa, whoa. Around. All the Hamilton songs have been stuck in my head for a while. Since it's that good. Let's go.
And we continue to watch the votes being counted in a number of states throughout the country. It has been a fascinating night, to say the least. David Axelrod, for Joe Biden watching all this, I mean, tomorrow, what does he do?
Well, I think maybe he'll appear as he did again today in some form or fashion. But, first of all, I think that they know both sides kind of know where this thing is and where it's going. And I think he's signaled very much that he's content to wait for the process to play out. But
both lawyers are being assembled. Lawyers have been.
I think lawyers have been. This is not unexpected. What is happening right now is not unexpected because the president's been signaling the play for months. So I know Bob Bauer, the advisor to the campaign, and their lawyers, they've been assembling legal resources for months to. In anticipation.
What did you miss? You missed nothing really. Actually, Biden's only behind by like 1,700 votes in Georgia now.
Is carrying himself right now as a guy who is going to be president, and he is trying to play that role and reassure people about the integrity of the process.
So if Georgia is called, late tonight, tomorrow, if Pennsylvania is called tomorrow at some point, and it's clear that Joe Biden will be the next president, he then begins assembling a team, assembling a transition team.
Well, he has a
he already has.
Yeah, I think all of these things have been in formulation. He's had people think about the transition for months. And as we said earlier, this is no ordinary transition because of the, you mentioned we're record COVID cases. We don't know where that's
more than 120,000 today.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty to think about, and I think he's going to signal, I'm focused on what you guys are hiring me to do, and that's the right thing to do.
And these people who have been with Biden in many cases for decades have also been in the White House. They've been in government. They worked with him when he was vice president, so they understand how government works. They understand their job, what they need to do, and they've been working on a transition for quite some time. Biden is superstitious, so he doesn't like to talk about that too much right now, even internally. But
I don't like Joe Biden or Donald Trump, but
if he wins,
one of them significantly better than the other. Significantly better.
I do expect
like not even
that
close.
He will come out and say that we've won. I don't expect him to start litigating ballot watchers in Philadelphia, et cetera, but I do think he will say that it was a fair election, and then, you'll see what Donald Trump says. I do not expect Donald Trump to concede. That's the real question.
Well, I think we have some good news to make. First of all, a lot of Republicans did come out. We talked about the ones that came out, I think, in a negative way and threw some gasoline on the fire. But a lot of Republicans came out and said what the president said is not appropriate. I think that's very important. I also think the people trust our institutions. You don't stand in line for 5 hours if you don't believe in something. You don't work as hard as people work in the middle of a pandemic. So the people trust our institutions. The politicians need to trust them too. That's all. If the politicians will just be as good in both parties, as the American people, we're going to be okay. So I just think we got to hang together. This thing is going to get worked out in the next.
It was on Kanye, nothing about Kanye. He got 60,000 votes for no reason. I would get more votes than Kanye if I ran as a 16-year-old.
The people are on the whole good. We don't have a bunch of unrest. We have some yahoos. And I think if the politicians can trust the system as much as the people, will be all right.
I just want to allay Van's fears here a little bit. I just was communicating with the Senate Majority Leader in Pennsylvania, the State Senate Majority Leader, who says, quote, the PA election code says electors go to the popular vote winner.
What?
The legislature has no ability to appoint electors. So, according to Majority Leader Jay Corman from the State Senate, that's not an option that Lindsay can pursue for us. So, look, I think what we're seeing on is people, again, passionate. They put everything into this thing, and you know, and what I'm hearing from a lot of folks are, well, you guys didn't get over the last election. You know, they, came the Russia investigation, all this stuff. You never consider it legitimate. And I said, well, and we complained about it because we thought it was a horrible thing the Democrats were doing to try to invalidate Donald Trump, and they continue to go after him, because they didn't think he was a legitimate president. Do we want to keep this up? Do we want to keep up every time we elect a president? We're going to just draw. By the way, I'm not saying they should. Let me just repeat. They should follow the evidence, and if they have legitimate claims, go to court, prosecute them, get them out there. I'll be if there's stuff there. I'll be with you, 100%.
If they got real stuff.
If they got real stuff, let's do it. But we can't. I mean, at some point, and I think, and it's not next week. They don't need to find it tomorrow. All right, and that's the other thing. Let's give folks time to get their case together, to get the evidence, to do the work, and make their case, and then either make your case, and if you can't make the case, then it's at some point move on. And that's something I've said for a long time. Now, lots of Republicans says the Democrats never did in 2016. We can't just repeat that again unless we have a reason not to.
Anderson, if I misunderstood your question, let me make clear. If Pennsylvania is called, is certainly, I think Georgia is not going to be called for a while, just because it's going to be very close. Clear it's going to be very close, and there are all kinds of other ballots that are probably they're including military ballots,
divisional ballots,
counted. But if Pennsylvania
projected winner
has a significant margin, that puts Biden over the top, and he should, and I expect that he will declare himself the winner and move on. And whatever the president does, that would be appropriate. And if it comes tomorrow, the next day, I expect we will see that.
Yeah, I think we thank the American people. You go out there and you thank your supporters, and then you tell everyone you're a president for all of America, which is what he's been doing, and I would expect him to do that. And it doesn't matter what Donald Trump says, really. He won't concede, we know that, but if I were Biden, I would just go on and proceed.
There is one thing tomorrow, that if you're a Georgia voter, check your absentee ballot. If it was rejected for any reason, you can cure it as late as tomorrow, I understand. So, again, this is normal stuff.
Now you're just pushing it, man. Pennsylvania, you're just stirring the pot. Pennsylvania says you cannot do your ballot in Pennsylvania.
Get that vote out there, Van Jones.
You're not allowed to do that.
And in Georgia,
should they stop counting
in
now?
other words, this is, by the way, in every state, it's not just Georgia.
I just said 253 because they haven't given Arizona to Trump yet. They haven't given Arizona to Biden yet.
Look at North Carolina. North Carolina
is still doing stuff
2 days.
Right.
So look,
the president hasn't mentioned that.
Yeah, so exactly. The states that we're talking about are not the only states where people are still curing ballots, where people are still counting, there's still legal stuff. This is just the normal process. And as long as we stay in the bounds of the normal process, including
isn't Nevada seriously 50th in education?
Then that's fine. It's when we go outside of it and you're whipping up people, and you might have protesters and armed people and people who kind of go over the voters. That's when we're in real trouble. Let's stay away from that. Let's trust the system.
One thing on Pennsylvania, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, mail-in voting has not been used.
We had over 10 times more mail-in votes than we've ever had in history books.
Right. And so that's another reason why this is different than the normal.
not normal procedures.
Same people vote. Same
you
people
know,
voting.
one
They're
of the-
just voting in a different.
Yeah, one of the things I said on CNN many times was I was very concerned about particularly the courts late in the game stepping in and changing the game about how votes how whether mail-in votes or change it, because there's already a suspicion that the president's put forward and others that have said, you know, there's going to be massive fraud. You combine that with late changes to the election system where there's going to be more mistakes because they've never done it.
Yeah, but in fairness, the reason it happened in the first place is because we're in the middle of the pandemic.
I get that. But just so you understand, that's not why Pennsylvania did it. Pennsylvania changed their election law in October of last year. So this mailing provision, the absentee ballot provision, was not because of COVID. It was October of last year, and they changed it because they made a deal. They made a deal with the governor that we would allow more what they call non-excuse absentee voting.
Yeah.
Anybody can apply for one in exchange for getting rid of the straight line ballot. So in Pennsylvania, they used to have a little box you could vote
My cat
straight
was just
or
hugging
straight
my
Republican,
dog while she
straight
was sleeping.
Democrat. You can't do that anymore. Now you have to go down and check each one. And this is why, again, everybody cares about the president. If you're a state legislator, you care about yourself and your chamber. And so what they were doing, and no offense to my good friends, and I have a lot of good friends in the Pennsylvania legislature, they were saying, look, we don't want to be swept away by whatever the top of the ticket is.
Shay
We
just
want them
started
to
licking
be able to
Latte's
vote for
ear.
us and have to vote for us individually because we want them to look at our names. Oh yeah, I know that guy. And so they were willing to trade what they thought was a good trade for them. Not necessarily a good trade for the top of the ticket, but it's a great trade for them.
So here's my question: why?
My dog just
is
started
the-
licking
are the
my
Trump
cat's
folks
ear. I'm so
only
confused.
finding fraud, or saying they've found fraud
Change your
in
fire alarms.
places
Leave me alone.
where Donald
Why would
Trump
you
is in trouble, and
Well,
the
why would you
Democrats.
look anywhere else? Why would you spend resources to
Well,
look
wait a
anywhere
minute, wait a minute. You
There's
haven't
only
heard.
the
I'm
answer is
sure
there's only
that
so many
okay,
resources.
let me finish. I'm sure that the Democrats have seen things that they find questionable in states that they did not win, but you're not hearing a lot about it.
Because they're going to spend their resources defending what Trump's doing.
Because they think they're winning with votes. That's why.
Or else there's just not a lot of fraud, which has been the history of voting.
That's true too.
CNN's election coverage continues right after this break.
The new Ergo Smart Base from Tempur-Pedic responds to snoring automatically, so no hiding under your pillow or opting for the couch, because it's our first system that detects snoring and automatically adjusts to help reduce it. Your best sleep all night, every night.
The Bissell Crosswave Cordless Max lets you vacuum and brush your floors.
Nobody cares. I want to see what are we gonna do. There's no reason why. There's no reason why we shouldn't win Georgia. There's no reason why they shouldn't freaking have vote totals in by now. What do you say? I think black people nationally don't change their smoke alarms. It was beeping for like 5 years. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, you're not wrong. Throw the country away at this point. Who wants to go to Switzerland? I'll go to Switzerland. We've been streaming for 3 hours. It's 10:57. It's gonna be 11 for me. I'll get off at like 11 something. I'll get off after after CNN comes back. Whatever they say next will be the last thing I'll stream. Sleeping. I'm still alive. He's sleeping.
I would like him to change that ticket to Sunday because it might be difficult for
Trump's already.
By the time we reach in about what time in the evening Friday, I'm going to turn right back much o'clock we can go at you. And I'll get no rest. It's not 2 hours.
I'm trying to look at Twitter, trying to see what I can find. What are y'all saying? Samuel L. Jackson as the moderator for debates. Merch. Nine minutes ago, Trump's lead over Biden is back down to 1709. The count from Clayton County is trickling in. 117 for Biden, 21 to Trump. That's a net gain for Biden of 96 votes. 12,500 ballots left.
Welcome back to CNN's breaking news coverage. Election night in America continued. I'm Chris Cuomo along with Don Lemon, and this is it. This is
first they brought in the other team.
Most the margins have gotten very small. Votes are coming in what have developed to be the two key states, right? Georgia and Pennsylvania, and we are watching them literally by the minute.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't say we are back, because here we are for another long stretch. We're going to be here with you throughout the evening, throughout the morning, until this gets done. What a nail biter, Chris. I mean, this really is a nail biter. You mentioned Georgia, you mentioned Pennsylvania. Georgia's really on the brink. Pennsylvania is on the brink. We have to keep watching the numbers. The final votes, tens of thousands of mail-in ballots are being counted in both states right now. And you know what? It's not a done deal yet, but Joe Biden is closing in on the presidency.
And look, President Trump tried today to turn what really has been a Hall of Fame performance by the electorate into a Hall of Shame. We'll deal with him later. Again, we have to ignore the noise right now. If you have proof of allegations, go to court. Anything else is BS. What is the truth in action are the counts as they are taken in real time. So let's do that together. We'll be doing it, as Don said, as long as they'll let us. So here's our first key race alert. All right, these are the two big ones, Pennsylvania and Georgia. Again, let's start at the bottom this time, all right? 99% of the estimated vote in Georgia, 95 in Pennsylvania. Those two numbers are the most deceptive because in this particular race, for various reasons, small margins can make big differences, especially when we're as close as we are in both. Pennsylvania, 22,000 votes separate the men right now. You see that they're basically within their recount territory in both races. Certainly in Georgia, it's a dead tie. So we expect votes in both of them, specifically Pennsylvania. Around that Philadelphia area, there's still a lot of votes that haven't been counted or at least announced. That's what Joe Biden is banking on. Remember, Pennsylvania, because if Biden wins Pennsylvania, he becomes the next president of the United States, period. Now, in Georgia, that is not true, but it really starts closing doors. So Joe Biden, very close there, 1,805 votes separate the two men. Donald Trump needs it. That has not been trending well for him. Each dump that comes, that margin closes. However, that's not the end of the state of play. So let's get over to the magic wall and Phil Madigan. Good to see you once again. Pennsylvania, Georgia, why in the context of how you get to 270?
Because for President Trump, Pennsylvania and Georgia are everything. Let's look at the map right now. As it currently stands, as you noted, 253 electoral votes for Joe Biden, 213 for President Trump. This is what's in and what's outstanding. If it's colored in red, that means it's been called for President Trump. If it's blue, that is now in Joe Biden's column. What we're waiting for right now, a couple states that just for the sake of gaming this out, will go ahead and give to President Trump. As it currently stands, North Carolina has been fairly static over the course of the last 48 hours. President Trump about a 79,000 vote lead. We'll say, for the sake of doing this, that North Carolina goes into his column. We'll do the same for Alaska. Usually takes a couple weeks to count. Expect it to go Republican. So where does that leave things as it currently stands? Well, as you know, paying attention to Pennsylvania, paying attention to Georgia. Go out west in a second. Why does this matter? Well, if Vice President Biden wins Pennsylvania, it's pretty simple. It's the ballgame. It's all over. It's all over. So as we watch it tighten, and we watched it tighten over the course of the last day or so, that's why everybody's so keen.
And a quick reminder, because sometimes we forget what we learned in the beginning. 538 electoral votes. That's what there is. So there is no scenario of, well, what if he gets over 270, so does he? Can't happen. What you can have is 269, 269. If we're anywhere close to that, we'll start discussing the intricacies of it. The Constitution lays out a plan. So that's what we're looking for, is who gets to 270, and then it's done. Continue, my friend.
If it's 269, I think people curl in the fetal position first, and then we start talking about
Not you, though. You'll go long and strong to the end.
That's the absolute truth. But it's not just Pennsylvania. So President Trump has to win Pennsylvania. Let's go ahead and put Pennsylvania in President Trump's column. Now, say President Trump goes out west and wins Arizona. Right now, Joe Biden is leading in Arizona. That's closed over the course of the last 24 hours. We're still waiting for those returns to come in. Should see a little bit more later tonight or this morning. But say Donald Trump overtakes Joe Biden, that gets him to 262. Now, take a look at Nevada. Right now, Vice President Biden, with a lead in Nevada, added a little bit more over the course of the day as Clark County came in. More will be coming in a couple of hours. What if President Trump wins the state of Nevada? That gets him to 268. What's left outstanding? Main two, it is a single electoral vote. Basically, it's Georgia. If Joe Biden wins Georgia or Pennsylvania, there is no path to 270 electoral votes for President Trump. Period. End of story. So when we focus on these throughout the course of this night, that is why President Trump cannot afford to lose Pennsylvania or Georgia. He loses one, there's no path to 270.
There's another reason that we're focusing on. You don't need a one, they're dispositive in the race. Phil laid that out perfectly. However, we're also expecting change of play in both of those states on our watch. So it's not that Nevada and Arizona don't matter, it's that we have not been alerted to any significant dumps of ballots there. If there's a change, of course, we'll be on it. So now we look internally. Thank you, you're right. We do have to remember this. So, what do we know? Already, Joe Biden has received more votes than anybody else ever for President of the United States. Why? Because this is a national change moment that is going on both sides. We have not seen passions like this, a sense of purpose like this, money like this, organization like this, structure like this. So you got the most out of it. The biggest reason has to be you, your friends, your family, the people in your communities. You came out in a way that certainly defied my expectations and many of the experts. You blew away turnout models. Amazing. Huge rejection for Donald Trump. Nobody has ever gotten the spanking that he is getting in the general right now. So let's now get interior into the race, Pennsylvania and Georgia. Let's do the story of each to how we got here. Start with whichever you like.
Well, we'll start with Pennsylvania, just because it's been so dramatic over the course of the last 24 hours. Pull this up, go over here, hit Pennsylvania. What this tool is that I'm just pulling out right now, our team put this together and it's brilliant. We've been using it for the last couple of days. Take a look at the clock right here. Wednesday at midnight. This is where things stood. Look at the lead. President Trump, 15 percentage point lead, 548,000 vote lead.
And why?
Why? Well, we've been talking about this as well, and you need to keep this in mind as we go through this. On election night, you saw certain states counted in-person election day vote first. That trended heavily towards Republicans. Why? Well, President Trump won. His turnout operation was outstanding. You talked about who's gotten the most votes for president in the history of the United States. Right now, it's Joe Biden. Who's gotten the second most?
Donald Trump.
It's Donald Trump this year around, but it's still Joe Biden with a 4 million vote lead. But mail-in ballots went heavily towards Democrats, particularly in these Midwest states. These Midwest states from Pennsylvania, not a Midwest state, the Commonwealth, I'll let you guys know, but Michigan, Wisconsin, they have similar rules in the sense they count in person first and they count mail-in later. Therefore, President Trump ran up huge leads early in the night. We did it in all of the states, or in all of the Midwest states and Pennsylvania. And you saw over the course of the next couple of days, Joe Biden starts reeling it in, starts to catch up.
It's what people some explained early on as a red or blue
Let's
mirage.
say we bought Canada,
Where
I'd say
because of the
Vancouver
waves
is a
of
blue
votes,
state,
it's
yes,
a little
indeed.
uncharacteristic. We've always had absentee mail-in ballots, but not at this volume. So
For the
the
sake of
red
argument.
mirage, if you want to call it that, I just like to look at it as waves and types of vote. But you know, he had the first run in this game, and now it's about Joe Biden's run.
Right, and what's important to point out about that, this was not a surprise. We knew this was coming. We talked about this beforehand, and it's because of how each state's rules lay out how they count ballots. So, Pennsylvania, Wednesday, midnight, 548,000 vote lead for President Trump. Now let's start moving along. All of a sudden, Wednesday, 10 a.m., 589,000 votes. Wednesday, 3 p.m., you start to see Joe Biden catch up as the mail-in vote starts to be counted, 435,000 votes. Wednesday, 11 p.m., 182,000 votes. Thursday, 9:05 a.m., 146,000 votes. Thursday, 3 p.m., 108,000 votes. Keep moving along. Thursday, 6:30 p.m., now you're under 100,000, 73,609 vote lead for President Trump. Thursday, 8 p.m., 63,725 votes. Where is it right now? Tight. 22,576 votes. That is the current lead. That is the state of play. Here's the reality on the ground right now as votes are continuing to be counted. And we are seeing these votes come out, and they are reported pretty regularly. Why has Joe Biden cut into a 500,000 plus vote lead and brought it to this level? And is it going to continue?
Any
The answer to
results?
that
Not
is
really. We're
yes.
still
Right now, it looks like it's going
close.
to continue. Why? Where the vote is outstanding. Philadelphia County, it's really just the city of Philadelphia, 91% reporting. There's 9% outstanding. We know these are tens of thousands of ballots that are being counted right now and will be reported. Look at the margin here, 80.4% to 18.7%. The expectation, based on what we've seen over the course of the night, is the outstanding ballots will actually come in at a higher margin for Joe Biden. We've seen this as they've come out in batches over the course of the night in Philadelphia. But it's not just Philadelphia. Move over into Delaware County. Again, Joe Biden, strong performance in Delaware County. These are the collar counties you push out into the suburbs of Philadelphia. This is where Democrats have really kind of locked into a stronghold the last several years. 91% reporting, still vote outstanding here. This vote will come in heavy for Joe Biden as well. You can move up and down the collar counties. Where you see blue, there is more vote to come in. Still about 29,000 votes out in Allegheny County as well. That is likely to go heavy Biden. Now, here's the reality. We don't know how the vote is exactly going to come in. We don't know. Perhaps a batch will contain more Republican vote than we've seen over the last couple of batches. Shoot,
I can help with that.
do it.
We have a guest right now who can help us understand the flow, specifically what you're talking about right now, Allegheny County, okay? We have Bethany Long, councilwoman, in Allegheny County, where there is a pause on counting ballots until 5 p.m. Thank you very much for joining us.
I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
So let's start at the beginning. Why is the counting on hold right now?
So a little over a month ago, there was a third-party mailing company that we used to send out our mail-in ballots in this election cycle, and they sent out 29,000 incorrect ballots to voters. So because of that, we agreed to wait until 5 p.m. on Friday, which is the deadline for the receipt of mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania, to make sure that we've received all of the corrected ballots for those incorrect ballots, to make sure that only one vote was counted for each person. On top of that, tomorrow morning is the day for the return board process. That's where the additional votes, around 6,000 to 7,000 votes on top of that 29,000, will start to be processed. Those are the ones that weren't able to be scanned. There were a variety of issues to make sure that every single eligible vote is counted in this election.
Okay, so I'm assuming by your answer that this didn't catch you by surprise. You had been planning for this stoppage all along. Is that a yes?
Yes, I mean, we knew all along that all eyes were going to be on Pennsylvania. We were fortunate that by Wednesday night, we had all of the non-issue mail-in ballot counted and all of the in-person votes counted by the time we all went to bed on Wednesday night.
Okay.
Today was used for administrative work, and tomorrow the process will begin again.
All right, I just, to kind of disrupt the idea that, you must have had a big problem and you stopped in the middle of everything. This is irregularity, this is intrigue. I want to dispel that if it's not factual. Second, can you help us with numbers? How many votes do you believe are still yet to be counted? And what have you seen in terms of the most recent sense of percentage breakdown between Mr. Biden and Mr. Trump?
So we have a little over 35,000 mail-in votes that are yet to be counted, and that's including those 29,000 fixed ballots on top of the ballots that had any issues with and were unable to be scanned. In addition to that, we have somewhere in the area of 10 to 15,000 provisional ballots. Won't know a final number on that until tomorrow, but those will begin to be counted after all of the mail-in ballots are resolved. So we're pushing somewhere close to 50,000 votes in Allegheny County, still outstanding.
Okay, so let's just deal with those 35 or so. We'll leave the provisionals to the side. Every state has them. That is a more protracted process. What have you seen in terms of breakdown of how Biden and Trump are doing by percentage?
Biden is pulling in around 78% of mail-in votes.
Does that square with what you were figuring? I'm here with Phil Mattingly, by the way, Councilwoman. He obviously is running the magic wall. Is that a percentage?
So how we've been kind of breaking this down
Yeah.
is you want to see, based on what's, I'll pull out of Allegheny County real quick just to give a sense of things. If Joe Biden right now is trailing by about 22,000 votes, and given the vote kind of pool that we believe is outstanding right now, what is the margin he needs to hit to surpass Donald Trump when it all President Trump when it all comes in? And right now we've been looking somewhere between 60 and 62%, maybe a little bit north of that. And so, Councilwoman, just can you repeat again? You said 76%?
78%.
78%.
That's on average.
Is there anything else that you want the audience to know, Councilwoman? Anything that is material information or about the status of what's happening in Pennsylvania?
Just that it's so important that folks are patient. We knew we weren't going to have results on election night. We knew that in-person votes, which were going to be reported first, were going to heavily favor the Republican candidates, and we knew that the mail-in votes that were going to come in the days after were going to heavily favor the Democratic candidates. This is all something that we were preparing for, all what we were trying to make sure everybody was patient with all the results, because it's important that no races are called until every single eligible vote is
Yeah, I can't
counted.
wait till
There are
tomorrow.
down ballot races that are often decided by a couple dozen or even 100 votes. And so it's not just the presidency, but all of those down ballot races instead that we're all following very closely at this point.
Absolutely. Any suggestion as to when you will be recording the count?
The final count, I think your guess is as good as mine. We're just asking everybody to be patient because at the end of the day, it is so much more important that we have accurate, secure election results that are beyond reproach than that we have quick election results. So let's just be patient and see how the votes tally.
Agreed, 100%. But are you talking about the overall state or your county? Do you think your county is still an unknown at this point, or do you think there's a deliverable date of tomorrow or the next day?
I would love to be able to give you that date, but your guess is as good as mine. Again, it depends how the return board process goes. It depends if we're coming down to provisional ballots that will be counted at a later date. There's so much in the air at this point, so we're just diligently working to make sure every single eligible vote's counted.
Thank you for the time, especially during this kind of crunch time. So I appreciate it. Good luck to you. I wish you much accuracy. Thank you very much, Councilman.
Thank you.
Okay, interesting. Let's bring in Harry here. Harry Anton, analyst par excellence. What you were told, first of all, they don't know when they're going to.
My guy look like.
That's okay, all right? It's going
He
to
look like Dracula.
the anxiety level in the country, but that's all right. The anxiety won't be helped by inaccuracy either. What did you make of those findings?
I mean, look, there's a lot of different counts that are in there, right? But if you just use that 35,000, right, and you were essentially going to have a little bit more than a 50-point margin if Biden's winning 78% of them, you get probably Trump's margin statewide to be cut down by a little less than 20,000 votes. And obviously, he leads by a little bit more than that so far in the state, but it would significantly cut down his margin. Again, lots of different counts in there, but just using that 35K number, you get pretty much down to a very, very close race.
Your take?
Yeah, so like just kind of doing the math in my head based on what Harry was saying. He said 35, 36. So if Joe Biden were to sit at that 75, 76% level at 36,000,
Just going about it, I wish they would
net out to about 28,000 votes for Joe Biden. If he were to win 75, 76% of where that stands right now. And I think the point that when you do the math, sorry for my bad handwriting, it's a little weird on the wall.
You didn't go to Catholic school, I think.
No, I did, but I used pencils and pens, not a finger and a magic wall.
It's unacceptable. Continue.
But the point being here is we're talking about Allegheny, which is not the biggest batch of votes that's still outstanding.
Right.
It's not Philly, it's not Southeast Pennsylvania or generally. And if Allegheny County, home of Pittsburgh, comes in with 36,000 votes, comes in at 75%, that what the councilwoman was saying has been the margin up to this point, that nets 28,000, roughly 28,000 votes. That alone makes up the margin right now that President Trump currently holds. And so I think what this, go ahead, Eric.
No, I was just going to say, don't forget to add in Trump's percentage of the vote as well, right? So, right. So that would essentially get Trump. It would, if it were just 28,000 for Biden, that would close the deficit. But remember,
It would essentially put it would almost put it even.
That's right. It would basically close it. Maybe Biden be down by a few thousand.
Right, because you have the other 7,000 that makes up the 35,000 to 36, and that would set it off. But the point is, it's very close, and Allegheny isn't the big dump that we're waiting for.
Exactly.
All right, so let's do this. Very helpful and appreciated. Let's take a break and come back and do the same thing with Georgia. How did we get here? What are we waiting on?
All right.
The county to stop there, but that
There's a
doesn't
lot of
mean
speculation,
we're not
and
gonna
watching
get
CNN is
information.
getting tedious.
Stay with
So,
CNN.
I appreciate you guys for, I paused it, for stopping through and watching this crap. We're going to have answers tomorrow. I'm going to go and sleep or something. So, yeah, we should figure out who's going to be winning while I'm off stream, maybe, or tomorrow in Pennsylvania and stuff like that. So, have an awesome day now wherever you are, and peace.